Hello everyone, this is David Goldberg again. If you've been paying attention to my channel, if you've been listening to what's going on, you know that I was poisoned. I had arsenic poisoning about 2 weeks ago. I'm doing much better, but they seem to be very nervous about what I'm revealing on my channel. We have inside information. We have secret information that no one knows. First of all, Donald Trump converted to Judaism 2 years ago. Secondly, Donald Trump believes that Jared Kushner is the Mashiach or the Messiah, the Jewish Messiah. No one knows this information. Beyond that, we are learning more and more about what's going on in the White House because of the person who I've been communicating with who worked there, Isabel. Unfortunately, Isabel has been fired. They figured it out. They found out that she was talking to me. We've been getting a hold of news agencies. They won't talk to us. I know a lot of people. I know people at CNN. I know people at the New York Times. I know people at the New Yorker. I know people at the New York Post. I've been talking to them, communicating with them. A lot of them are really good people. And I've known them for 25 years. But now they won't publish this information. There's something going on, and I'm starting to question my own people. I'm starting to question the Jews and the Zionists in the White House. They are not working for an agenda that I can be a part of anymore. And I'm very concerned. Now, I have Isabel on the phone. Isabel, are you there?
Hi, David. Yeah, I'm here.
Good. I can hear you pretty well. I think this is going to be okay. Isabel, it's true that you were fired last week. That is correct.
Unfortunately, that is the case, yes.
Okay. How do you feel about that?
I'm not happy. It's lit a fire under my ass, though. You know, it really makes me want to get this information out all the more. I really feel that I did the right thing. And it just angered people.
Well, clearly they're upset with you. They're not happy with what you did. You revealed a lot of very, very sensitive information about Trump and Kushner and what's going on. What I can't believe as a Jew, I'm very proud of all of this. I was very happy to hear that Trump converted to Judaism, but it's becoming clear they don't want this information out. Is that your assessment?
Well, if you are proud to be a Jew, I don't want you to be a Jew. Am I wrong?
Say that again. What?
I mean, if you're not going to be proud to be a Jew, personally, I don't want you to be one of them.
Right.
I mean, am I wrong here?
No, you're not wrong, and I'm very proud, but I'm seeing that my own people are working against us. I feel like people in the White House are not working in our favor. There's some kind of agenda going on. I mean, they just tried to kill me. They just tried to kill me, and they have poisoned me, and they have fired you, and they're blocking SUVs out of my house.
I mean, I've said it before, but I just want to say it again. I'm worried about you, and I'm so sorry that this has happened.
Well, it's a shock to my system. I've been fighting for Jewish issues. I've been fighting against anti-Semitism my entire life. I know a lot of wonderful Jews here in New York, but now I'm seeing a different side of things. They want to shut me up. The people in the press won't talk to me, and they won't publish the story anymore. I've been able to get stories published for 25 years. And now this happens, and everyone goes silent, and then they fire you, and our channel is being attacked by anti-Semites. There's something very strange going on. The White House doesn't want this information out.
This is terrible.
Well, it is very terrible, yes. Isabel, thank you for joining me. I know you're under a lot of stress. Is there anything else you want to add? Is there anything else? What did they say to you when they fired you?
Well, they said that they knew what I was up to. You know, they said that I had signed non-disclosure agreements. I had broken that contract. I would be lucky if I wasn't sued.
Right.
You know, they're not wrong. They're not wrong. I did sign NDA. I did.
That's true.
But this needs to be known.
It does need to be known. I'm not surprised that eventually this might happen, but I'm so disappointed in the White House. Why do they want to cover up that Trump is a Jew? Why do they want to cover up that Trump thinks
he should be proud of
is the Messiah?
No, but it's like we discussed before.
Why are they covering it up?
He wants to be reelected.
He wants to be reelected. They must feel this is going to hurt him. This is going to hurt him so bad they don't want the information out. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Isabel, thank you for joining me. For anybody else listening, please, I need your support. We need to get the information out. Donald Trump is a Jew. Donald Trump believes Kushner is the Messiah, and there's all kinds of other things going on. Thank you for joining me. We'll get up another video soon. Adam Green, listen to me. I'm making phone calls to my Jewish friends in New York. I'm making phone calls to my friends in the media. I'm making phone calls to my friends at many top Jewish organizations, and I'm going to tell, I am telling them about you, and I'm going to continue to tell them about you, and we are going to shut you down. Unless you shut yourself down. Adam Green, shut it down. Shut it all down. Close your YouTube channel if you know what's good for you. Because you are spewing hatred toward the Jews by stating facts and making criticisms, and that is illegal. Everyone knows that criticizing Jews is anti-Semitic and it is illegal and is hate speech. Why don't you know that? Why are you even allowed to exist? You little cockroach. You anti-Semitic, goy, cockroach, you have no right to say what you're saying about the Jews. And you're making a lot of good points, and you're making valid arguments, and you're using video and evidence and facts to back up what you're saying, and it's reaching people, and we cannot have that. We have to shut it down. So I'm calling you out. I'm letting you know I'm aware of you. I know what you're up to. We see what you're doing. And it is making too much noise. And it's making too much sense to the Gentiles. You're reaching white people. You're reaching black people and Latinos and Asians and Americans. And you're making sense. And they're starting to put the puzzle pieces together. They're starting to connect the dots. And that's hate speech. That's anti-Semitism. You're criticizing Jewish people. That is hate speech. Don't you see what's going on in Congress? Don't you see what Donald Trump is doing? They're passing laws. It's going to be illegal, you clown. All of you. It's going to be illegal to criticize Jewish people. We are finally going to shut you anti-Semites up, put you in your place. We are the Jewish people. We are the chosen people. Don't you know that? We rule over you. Israel is your authority. Do you understand that? We control your government. You are goyim. You are nothing but cattle to us. Don't you know? I guess you don't know because we keep it a very good secret. Our rabbinical and our Talmud and our rabbinical teachings are hidden from most of you. You're just too stupid to even look it up. They teach us to lie to you. You're cattle, you serve us. Adam Green, you serve me. And you serve Jared Kushner, the Mashiach, the Messiah. You serve Donald Trump. He is a Jew now. You serve him. So shut up. Shut it down. But we will shut it down for you. This is your first and final warning. Delete your channel. Shut up. Stop reaching people with intelligent arguments and facts and pointing things out. Because any criticism of Jewish people is hate speech and it is anti-Semitic. And you will go to prison because you are speaking things that we don't like. Just you wait and see. Now I have been poisoned and I have black SUVs outside my house. I don't know why. I can't put it all together yet. I believe the Trump administration is behind all of this, but I am still a Jew. I still love Israel. I am still a Zionist. So if they have their reasons to shut me up, so be it. I was proud of the fact that Trump is a Jew. I'm proud of the fact that he believes Kushner is the Messiah. But apparently they don't want that information out, and now they're targeting me, one of their own, who has been fighting 25 years for Jewish issues. But I am a good Jew, and I understand they have their reasons. And my enemy is the Gentile, the cattle. When they rise up and they think that they can tell us what to do and that they think they can speak what they want to speak and say what they want to say, we have to put it down. We got to shut it down. Shut down your channel, Adam Green. This is your final warning.
Hello everyone, this is David Goldberg again. If you don't know who I am, I have been an advocate for the Jewish people for 25 years. I am a fellow at the Jewish Center for Anti-Semitic Study. I live in New York. I have been fighting for Jewish issues for 25 years. But recently, there have been some developments in my life and what has been going on with me that have pushed me to create this YouTube channel and start bringing this information to the public, because I have a lot of contacts in Washington, D.C. and in Israel. And at this point, I feel it's time to come forward with some of this information, which I've done on my channel if you watch some of my other videos. By now, you're probably familiar with the fact that I've been in contact with a White House insider. Her name is Isabel. She was an employee there. She was recently fired, but she has a lot of contacts at the White House. And she's come forward again with more information, and she shared with me two sources within the White House who said Donald Trump reportedly wants Jared Kushner as vice president in 2020. So that's about all the information I have. I wanted to get the video up. It's probably something you're going to be hearing about in the coming year, because I do believe that Donald Trump is going to replace Mike Pence with Jared Kushner. It's going to be a huge story. It's going to be huge news when it comes out. But it's something that Isabel shared with me, and I do believe her. She has been accurate so far. Everything she says is checked out. Her background checks out. So this is remarkable news. I think for anyone following my channel, you probably feel good about it, but there's also a skeptical side. I'm skeptical. Of course, I also have some anti-Semites who are on my channel speaking garbage about Jews. Of course, I expected people who have all the Zionist conspiracy theories. But I can tell you as a Jew that even though I'm very, very happy about this news, I do have some concerns about what's going on in the White House, because they have threatened me and they have threatened Isabel, and there have been things that have gone on that are very concerning to me. So that is just the news. I put an article up on Israel News Today. You can read that. It's going to come out at some point, and this video will be proven correct, but it's a huge story. They don't want this out now. They haven't planned it. They haven't got their talking points ready for this yet. So it's going to be huge. I think there will be a lot of negative reception to this, because Jared Kushner is almost like a Dick Cheney. He's almost like a Dick Cheney in that he's pulling the strings. He's pulling Donald Trump's strings, just like Cheney did with Bush. So people are going to have a lot of concern. And if you want to learn more, I do have a little bit more in the article on Israel News Today. You can read that. If you don't know Israel News Today, you can just search on Google Israel News Today, Jared Kushner Vice President. It'll come up. So there is more information there that we've published. But for now, I want to get the video up, get people aware of this. I do think we need to be aware, because even though I'm Jewish and I love that Trump he's become a Jew, and I love the Jewish people, I love Israel, this development concerns me a bit, because I've been threatened, and I've had a poisoning scare, as you know, arsenic poisoning. I went to the hospital, they tested for it, it was arsenic, It wasn't enough to kill me, but it made me sick for about 2 weeks. We don't know how it happened. It just doesn't set well with me because it looks like it's more than just a random event. I think I was poisoned. Anyway, please subscribe, support the channel because I'm doing my best here and I don't have a lot of support. Some of my Jewish friends won't talk to me anymore because they know about the channel. So thank you. Just get involved, and I need your support on this because even though I am Jewish and I love Israel, I've been fighting for Jewish issues my entire life. Some of the anti-Semites and some of the Zionists who jumped on my channel and jumped on my throat, we see eye to eye maybe more than you realize. We maybe have things more in common than you think because they tried to kill me. And I understand maybe there's perspective a little better than I did in the past. So that's all. Thank you for listening. I'll have more news soon.
Hello everyone, this is David Goldberg again. I have very exciting news, very good news for Jews. I have heard from one of my White House insiders. The United States is going to go to war with Iran. They are going to attack Iran. They are going to wage a war with Iran. And it is going to happen later this year. Now, I know the exact date. I cannot say when. They will probably kill me. I will probably have people at my door. I'm already under surveillance. I don't want to push the buttons any harder. But they are going to plan war. And it is going to be very, very good for Israel because the U.S. is going to take on the bulk of the military action. It is probably going to cost at least $2 trillion. I've heard more. I've heard $3 trillion. They don't care. They don't care. From my White House source has told me they don't care how much it's going to cost. They said that Trump has to do this, that he is going to do it, or else. My understanding is that Donald Trump is completely for it. He is totally on board. So this is what they're planning, and they're going to wipe out Iran. They're going to wipe the country completely off the map. They're going to have a ground invasion of at least 130,000 U.S. troops. That is after they use tactical nuclear devices, at least 100 tactical nuclear devices, to wipe out all of Iran's military, and then they will stage a ground invasion. Now, my understanding is that this war will be on a scale of 2.5 times of what took place in Iraq. That is my understanding. Donald Trump, as Joint Chiefs of Staff, they want to commit everything to this war. They are not taking any chances like with Iraq. Donald Trump wants to go all in on this war. And they're very excited. I'm very excited about it. I can't wait. It's very good for Israel. It's very good for the Jewish people that we're going to wipe out Iran. And I'm very happy that the United States is going to do it for us. So this is good news. Donald Trump is doing great. He is supporting Jews more and more and more. He is supporting Israel more and more. Most of his focus in the White House, based on what I've heard, is on Israel and helping Israel and doing what Israel wants. And that is really what he's focused on. And not so much on American policy, because Israel is his primary focus. So, very good news. Very happy to hear this. My insider is giving me more information, so I will have another video update soon, and I'll get more on this. But I'm telling you right now, they're planning a huge war with Iran, and they're going to try to probably do some kind of false flag or say that Iranian boats attacked a U.S. ship. They'll find out some way to make Iran look bad, and then they will get us into war. So prepare for that. It's going to be a big deal, and Trump just doesn't seem to. He's not too worried about his base, because his base is with him no matter what. Like he said if he goes out into the street and shoots someone, his base is not going anywhere. Trump supporters are totally brainwashed and mind-controlled. they'll do whatever he says and wants. He's flooding more and more illegal immigrants into the country. He just announced he wants them all to go to the sanctuary cities. From there, they'll spread out, they'll go everywhere, and they'll just add more votes to the Democrats. So Donald Trump will do all kinds of crazy, stupid things, and his supporters just love it. They don't care what he does. So I think if he goes to war with Iran, they'll support him no matter what. Just like he's flooding immigrants into the country. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, here's a president that said he's going to fix the border, he's not going to have immigrants coming in, he's going to build a wall, and he's done the total opposite. He's actually, more immigrants are coming in, and now he wants them to go to the sanctuary cities, and from there they'll just spread out everywhere. So he's inviting more immigrants in, and he's not securing the border, but his supporters don't care. They support him no matter what, because of the right-left paradigm. It is about the right-left paradigm, ultimately. It's how we control you. It's how we mind control you. You're very susceptible to it. You do it whatever we want. We will do what we want with you. We will go blow up Iran, and Trump will give everything to Israel, and you don't care. You will go right along with it, because you're afraid. You don't want to be called anti-Semites, so you're scared. We have you totally mind-controlled. And it's hilarious. I mean, it is hysterical, actually. As a Jew, we laugh about it all the time, but anyway, war is coming. Prepare. It's going to be great for Israel. I'm very happy. And 120,000 U.S. troops at least. They're predicting 30,000 casualties. At least 2 million Iranians are going to die. That's what they've predicted. But they don't care. You know, Americans will cheer it on. Americans are gullible. They'll do whatever they want. They think Trump is their savior and their Christ. So we've got them totally mind-controlled at this point. It's hilarious. As Jews, we really think it's just funny that people are this stupid, but they are. So thank you for listening. I'll have more updates soon. I'm going to talk to my White House insider again. We'll get more information on the war, but it's very, very exciting. Very good for Jews. Very good for Jews. And that is all for now. Be sure to subscribe to my channel.
Hello everyone, this is David Goldberg. I've tried to warn you, I've tried to talk about Iran. I warned a month ago they were going to do this, and here we are. And here we are, and this is exactly what I predicted. They're setting it up, this is predictive programming. But the problem is that the Trump people are so brainwashed, they're so deluded, they're so dumbed down, they're so stupid. They're going to support this idiocy. They're going to support a false flag, fake war against Iran. Watch what happens. The media will support it, and then the Trump voters are so dumb and gullible, they will cheer it on. They will cheer on the bloodshed. They will cheer on their boys and girls dying for Iran, and they're dying for this stupid war for Israel. Watch what happens. Watch. I've been right. I already talked about this a month ago and no one listened. I'm telling you what's happening. You don't even listen. You are so stupid and brainwashed. The war is fake. It is going to be a false flag. They're going to blame it on Iran. Now, one thing you have to understand is this. Iran has assets within the government and the military that are working with Mossad. So there are Mossad agents that are in Iran. I mean, the war is going to be totally fake on both sides. And that's the incredible irony. They've paid off so many people in Iran to let this happen without the resistance. There won't be as much resistance because of that. But the whole thing is fake. The only silver lining is maybe not as many people will die because there are people within Iran that are working with Israel to make it all happen. But I talked about tactical nukes, and then people criticize me, and they say, oh, they'll never use nukes. Of course they will use nukes. They're not going to tell you that it's nukes, you morons. They'll call it a Moab. You might see it on TV. It'll look huge. You'll say it's a Moab. It's not. It's a tactical nuke. Look, they're low yield. The radiation is negligible, but it is a nuclear device they're going to use. And they just lie to you and say it's a Moab. You're so dumb you'll believe whatever they tell you. But this is predictive programming. I already said it's going to happen. Now it's happening in front of your eyes, and you're so dumb you don't even realize it. Here's the thing. There are Mossad assets within Iranian leadership that are going to precipitate all of this and help arrange it. The silver lining, as I said, is maybe fewer people will die because of this. But this has been arranged. The war is going to happen. Trump will cheer it on, and the stupid Trump supporters will go along with it. But thousands of American troops are going to perish. Iran will resist. There will be a fight because Iran is a huge army. They do have good technology. They will fight back. There will be a lot of bloodshed. But there are assets within Iranian government, American, Israeli, that have been there for years. They don't know who they are. The Iranians don't know this, but it will facilitate an end to the war. I believe it will be quicker, at least that is their hope. But we don't know. It may go on. It could start World War III. This is very risky. This is very stupid what the American government is doing. So it is all in your face, and you're so dumb you don't even realize it. This predictive programming, this threat from Iran is total nonsense. But this is what they're going to do, and there will be a false flag. They're blaming on Iran. I've already told you what will happen, but no one listens. No one cares at all. I have more information, but I'm not going to share it without an insurance policy. My YouTube channel is not popular enough. No one is paying attention, so I'm not going to talk anymore because they'll kill me. If I keep talking, they'll kill me. I've said enough. I know more. I'm not going to say more. This is what they're going to do. Does it matter to any of you? I don't think it matters. I think Americans will cheer it on. They cheer on the bloodshed. They cheer on the deaths of the Iranians. They're so stupid. They're so dumbed down. It's hopeless. So, what is the point? I don't even see the point of telling anyone this. They're going to kill me anyway. Mossad, I don't know who it will be, but they will come for me and they will kill me if I tell any more. I hope my channel will get popular, but it's not, so I have no reason to say anymore. But I wanted to put the video out to prove, yes, I've been right. A month ago I said this will happen, now it's already happening in front of your eyes. And you are so dumb you deny it. That's all. Hello everyone, this is David Goldberg again. As you know, I've been posting mini videos about what's going on with the Trump White House. I have an insider who's been speaking to me and giving me information. For months now, I have posted many videos. And I'm showing you a screen of my channel just so you know there is more information on my channel. Please watch the other videos. The reason I'm asking this is because I have been threatened. I talked about this months ago. I was in the hospital. I believe I was poisoned. They determined it was arsenic poisoning, but it did not kill me. I've had people outside of my apartment complex here in New York. This is very, very serious. But I feel like no one is listening, no one is paying any attention. I have been right about everything. I have been right. Every single one of my videos is giving you information that you cannot get anywhere else because I have an insider from the White House who is telling me what's going on inside of the White House. But the problem is that no one even knows. No one cares. No one is doing anything about this. I need an insurance policy. If people do not get my information out there, they will kill me, and they will take away my YouTube channel, and it will be gone, and no one will know. I need people to take action, to do something. I do have more information from the White House insider who has given me more information. I'm not going to post it. I'm not going to put my life on the line anymore. When no one cares, when no one is doing anything about the information I'm putting out here, you laugh. You think it is funny that you're going to go die for Israel. You're going to send your boys and girls to go die for Israel and for Moloch. There are Christians, millions of Christians in this country who are going to walk right into hell. They are so stupid and so brainwashed. I am a Jew. I love Israel. I've talked about this on my channel over and over again. I've worked in the Jewish community and many Jewish organizations for decades. I know Jews in New York. I know Jews in Washington, D.C. I have many friends in Israel. I love the Jewish people. But this is too much for me. I can't abide any longer with this Iran nonsense. It is totally evil. I don't support it. Just because you're a Jew doesn't mean you have to support the state of Israel and all their nonsense and the stupid plans they have to take over the Middle East and have the U.S. government do their bidding and to have the boys and girls of America go fight their stupid wars. No, I don't have to agree with this just because I am Jewish. And I don't agree with it. Part of me supported it at first, but I no longer support it anymore. It is totally wrong and is totally evil. Everything they're talking about with Iran is totally fake. It is a staged post-flag war they are starting. I have given details. I have told you what they're going to do in my other videos. What I ask of you now, I need you to spread this information. I need people who have more influence, more power, to talk about me so they don't kill me, so they don't wipe me out. The only insurance I have is exposure. I am asking you, please post the video on the websites, contact people you know. Now, if you look at my screen, you can see that there is a video that says, Jewish organizations sought to shut down Adam Green's channel. Adam Green's channel is excellent. I posted a video. I did not release it yet because the information is so sensitive. I was worried it may hurt him, but I was given information. They are watching him very, very closely. You need to go subscribe to know more news. Adam Green. Go subscribe now. You need to support him. I have nothing to do with him. I'm not associated with him at all, but I do have information about him. He is going to be targeted in the future. I made a video that has a lot of very good information, but I made it private, as you can see. It says private, because I'm very concerned the information is too damaging, and it could hurt him. I don't want it to hurt him. Please subscribe to his channel. Please subscribe to the other people's channels. Please get the information out there. True News is doing excellent work. You need to subscribe to them as well. All I'm asking is please take some action to get this information out. I mean, my God, this is not a joke. This is war. And there are people who leave comments on my channel and they think it is a joke. You are so stupid. They are going to send your boys and girls off to fight. And there is going to be bloodshed in the name of Moloch, and you will cheer it on because you are so stupid, and you are so evil in this country. America is so depraved, and so lost, and so deceived. I am disgusted to observe what they are doing every day. More and more about Iran. It is so obvious what they are doing, and people and Americans don't get it. They will cheer it on. They will cheer on their own destruction. They will cheer on the own destruction of America and their souls. As a Jew, I do not support this war, and I see what they're doing, and I have information from the White House, and I can tell you right now, they are plotting and planning. I have said it would be October of 2019. I still stand by that. We will see. I have already made the prediction months ago. I have told you what's going to happen. You don't listen. This is my last video until I see more people waking up.
Hello everyone, this is David Goldberg again. As you know, exactly 1 month ago, I predicted that the United States had planned to use 120,000 U.S. troops for their invasion of Iran. This was just reported today in the New York Times. 120,000 troops. As you can see, my source at the White House is real. They have provided me with correct information. And now a month later, the New York Times has confirmed it. Now what happened is Trump came out Obviously, he's going to deny it. They don't want it to be that obvious just yet. But the New York Times has the correct information. They're going to change gears. It will be more than 120,000 troops, but that was an initial number within internal memos at the White House that they were using. I have been proven right again. Every single thing I have said on my channel is true. Donald Trump is a Jew. He believes Jared Kushner is the Messiah. He is working closely with Kushner to carry out a war and also carry out a peace plan that will ensure the third temple is rebuilt on top of the Dome of the Rock. They're going to figure out a way to get rid of the Dome of the Rock, probably just blow it up in some crazy false flag, who knows. The Iran war is totally staged. Everything I've said about what they're going to do is real. It is going to happen. John Bolton is involved. John Bolton is working with the MEK terrorist group. He is a terrorist himself. He should be arrested and tried for treason and executed. They're going to use Iranians that have been trained to do this to carry out the false flag. It will look like Iranians did it, but they are not actually working with the Iranian government. So this is what is happening. Everything I've said is true. The New York Times just proved today that my video a month ago was real. The article was posted on April 18th. The video was posted April 14th. Everything I've said has been proven to be real. Please spread my channel and spread my information. They're going to kill me. They're going to kill me. And the Americans are so brain dead and so lost and so stupid and so brainwashed. They're going to send their boys and girls off to die. And Iran will resist. The Persian people are strong. They will defend themselves. And I support them. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm going to support Iran in this whole mess. They're a free country. They don't have a Rothschild bank. America is the slave. America is the great Satan. Let's face it. When Iran says that America is the great Satan, are they really wrong? America is the one that started all of these wars. The bankers start World War I, the bankers start World War II, and America gets involved because our politicians are controlled by the Bolsheviks and by Jews. So that is the truth. Now, I supported this in the beginning. I thought, oh, maybe this is good, but I've changed my mind. It's evil. As a Jew, I can't even support this. Even though I have many Israeli friends and many friends in Washington, D.C., many friends in New York, I cannot support this any longer. Please wake up. Please spread this around. They're going to kill me. If you don't take action, I'm going to die. Spread the news. I have been proven right. I said 120,000 last month. Now the New York Times proves that I'm right. Wake up. I do have a source. I haven't spoken with them in a few days, but I'm going to be talking to them soon. I don't know if I'll live till tomorrow, though. I need your help. Please spread this around.
Hello, everyone. This is David Goldberg again. As you know, I have been very active in the Jewish community my entire career. I have many friends in Israel and New York and Washington, D.C. I was contacted by a White House insider recently. I have done many videos on the topic, and I just spoke with them the other day, and they have told me some very interesting news, and I think it is very good news. They have told me that there is a top rabbi in Israel. This individual, this rabbi, has the ear of Benjamin Netanyahu. He is very influential. He is very involved in the war planning for the Iran war plans. And he has said that this rollout for the war that we have seen over the past 2 to 3 weeks, that I've been talking about for a month, has been a total disaster for Israel. It has been a total disaster for the warmongers who want war with Iran. So it's been extraordinary to witness, because what happened is this. The administration was starting to plant the stories. They were already building it up. And we saw the story start to develop a month ago, and we started to hear more and more about Iran. And if you turn on the news, you saw each day more and more stories about Iran. Well, that is all a rollout. That is propaganda. You are being fed a narrative that is planned. But it is blown up in their faces completely. Bolton, Pompeo, from what my source said, my understanding is this: Bolton and Pompeo messed up. They basically left some loose ends that were not tied up correctly. So this whole rollout looks very suspicious. It looks ridiculous. And what happened is this: the U.S. media responded negatively to the rollout. Now, whether that's controlled or part of the propaganda, this was a very fluid situation. Very fluid. So what they were doing is they were monitoring the public response. A few weeks ago, they were monitoring it very carefully. And what they realized, the public response was 95% negative. It was tremendously negative against this war. The media saw that. The media has departments that are dedicated to this sort of thing. And they said, okay, we cannot push the war right now. We cannot push the war. So they turned against the war. The Trump administration saw this was a fluid situation. The propaganda was not working. And Donald Trump turned against the war. If you note, he was actually for it in the beginning. He was straddling that line. He wasn't speaking out against it at first. But when they saw the public response was 95% against, they changed the narrative, and Trump came out against it. So they're rewriting the script right now. I'm going to tell you right now what they're going to do. Trump is going to be positioned as anti-war. But that is building up to something in the future, and I'm going to tell you what it is. The media is going to be positioned as anti-war, and they're going to use this to their advantage now. Because the public has woken up simply too much. We know Iraq was total bullshit. A lot of people have woken up to what Israel is up to. Here's what they're going to do. I have been told that once they saw the rollout wasn't working, they're going to flip the script and they're going to use the anti-war sentiment to their favor. So you're going to see Trump be more anti-war, more favorable to Iran. You're going to see the media more anti-war. So the public begins to trust the media on this issue again, or they start to trust Trump on the issue again. So we will see that over the coming months, but then they will plan a false flag that is so devastating that you cannot look away from it. I'm talking about a dirty bomb, a nuclear device, something that will be blamed on Iran. And at that point, the Americans will say, we trust the media, we trust Trump because they were against war. But now Iran has dropped a dirty bomb, we have to go to war. So they're shifting the psyop a little bit here. It is incredible to witness, but we're not through this. I need your support. Please spread my videos. Please subscribe. Please get the word out because they're not done with the psyop. They're just changing gears. And I just told you what they're doing right now. Watch. Hello everyone, this is David Goldberg again. As you know, I put up a video about 24 hours ago and I discussed some of the issues going on with Iran and how the rollout has been a total disaster, which is true, it has been a total disaster. But Donald Trump sent a very provocative tweet today. So I made contact with my White House insider and I put a question out there. I said, what is really going on? What happened? Did something change in the past 24 hours? And I received a message back from him, and he explained to me, yes, something did change. Donald Trump received a series of phone calls at the White House last night, and this tweet that we have seen, this tweet that has come out, was very provocative. It was not written by Trump, and as you can see, it received a lot of likes, and I believe many of those likes have been paid for. They are not organic, not all of them. This tweet was very important to them. They wanted this tweet to come out. First of all, Iran did not threaten anyone, so the tweet is a complete lie, and it's total bullshit. It is misdirection, whatever you want to call it. I don't even... It is just outrageous tweet. It is complete bullshit. But I want to explain to you what's really going on here, because the White House Insider gave me a little more information that I didn't have before. There's a series of issues you need to understand. Number one, Donald Trump is blackmailed. He is controlled. I mean, he has to play ball on certain issues. I think many people already understand that, or they know that. But what we have seen with Russian collusion is not the issue. Donald Trump is involved in money laundering. He is involved in money laundering. Now, here's why that has not come to light. Why have they not brought that up? Because, very simple reason, half of Congress is involved in money laundering, including many of the top Democratic leaders, and Donald Trump knows this. So there's a bit of a standoff with this issue, but he is blackmailed on the issue as well. But it is very interesting because he has a little bit of leverage on this issue, and he has used it. But now the pressure is mounting on Iran. Donald Trump is... Well, I've had real difficulty understanding what's going on with this, because it appears he might be against this war. We know he's a Jew. We know he believes Kushner is the Messiah. He believes in some of this nonsense, but we have seen him sort of waffle on the war a little bit. So I asked my White House Insider what is going on, and they told me that Trump received a few phone calls in 24 hours, and they said, look, you need to do this and this, and we want this tweet to go out. And if you don't, you'll be flushed down the toilet. And Trump has complied. That is what I know now, and my reading of Trump's behavior is this. Donald Trump is concerned about his poll numbers. He's running around like a chicken with his head cut off, trying to shore up his base and keep his base in line. Some of his policies for America are good, but he's a totally compromised human being. And he's completely compromised. I mean, any way you look at it. We are going to go to war with Iran. And he understands, and they have communicated to him. And they have a good relationship. I mean, the relationship between Trump and Netanyahu has been very positive. My understanding is that in the past 24 hours, some of that changed a little bit. They pushed Trump a little bit. Trump is not upset about it, as far as I know, because he will go along with the war. But he was resisting a little bit, and they got him back in line. And basically, he's been told, and the words that were used were flushed down the toilet. I don't know how, if that, my understanding is it didn't get him that upset. He's not upset. He basically just complied. He went along. He said, okay, the tweet's going to go out. Fine. So what we were seeing is a little bit of a shift. I mean, my other video, I said, okay, it looks like the whole rollout for the war is a total disaster. A top rabbi in Israel is upset about it. But we have seen there is going to be a push now. They're not satisfied with waiting. It's basically full steam ahead on the war. I'm warning you now. I'm concerned. I mean, yesterday I felt a little better because we saw the rollout's a total mess. We see that Rabbi has issued a grievance. He has said, no, you messed it up. The media is against it. The American people are against it. But it appears that some very high-level people in Israel, obviously the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, are going to move ahead with the war, and they want Trump on board and on point and on basically to go along with the narrative that they're pushing right now. So that is what's going on. It's totally outrageous. It is a very big concern to me because this could escalate and be a very bad thing for America, because Iran will not just sit back and take it. I mean, Iran is very strong, very, very strong country, and they'll stand up for themselves. It could be very bad for Israel and for America. I don't know the full extent of what the plan is, though. I've said before, there are Iranians that work for Mossad, basically, and they're in the Iranian government, but it is certainly possible the Iranian government is aware of it and clamping down on that too. I don't know. That is where we're at, and I thank you for some of the people who promoted the channel. I got a few more views from my videos. It's very helpful for me because I'm under threat. I'm not feeling good today. I've been losing my voice. I don't feel good. I don't know what's wrong. It could just be my age, but I don't feel good today at all. I'm trying to get better. I don't think I've been poisoned again. I mean, with poisoning, you know you're really, really sick very quickly. But I don't feel good today. I don't know if it's electronic, some kind of electronic interference, something to bring me down physically and emotionally through an electronic type of weapon. Because I know they have those. I don't know. But I know they're monitoring. I mean, they're monitoring me. If this channel blows up, it could be a problem for me, or maybe it will help me because more exposure is good. More exposure I need. Thank you. Please subscribe and share. Do what you can do to get this information out. This is all we have. I mean, this is going to happen. The war will happen. We have to get word out about what is going on because Iran is not going to start the war. They're going to make it look that way. It'll be a false flag. That's all. Hello, everyone. This is David Goldberg again. I want to thank everyone who has helped get the word out about my channel. I want to thank all of you. You have done great work. Someone had pointed out that I was on True News. True News is a wonderful Christian channel that has done amazing work. I recommend that you go look at it and subscribe to them. They discussed my channel, and I thought they were very fair, and they were very accurate in everything they said. I really appreciate their coverage. They did a wonderful job in covering the things that I've been talking about. I have received some word that they are okay with me publishing the information. And there are some reasons why I've speculated why that is, why I'm still here, why is the channel still up. Because everything I've said is true. I've predicted things accurately. I predicted 120,000 troops a month before it was reported. I talked about the Iran war a month before we started to see all these things show up in the news. I have talked about Trump's conversion to Judaism. I've talked about Jared Kushner's involvement and his level of involvement in the administration and why they believe and how they believe he is the Messiah, the Moshiach. I have discussed incredible things on my channel, things that should not be allowed to be put out into the public. And I've wondered, why is my channel still here? Why am I allowed to say these things? So I made some inquiries. I asked some questions. Some friends of mine in Washington, D.C. were able to give me some answers. And what I was told is they're going to allow my channel to exist. And there's a reason for it. And we'll get into what that reason is. And there are smart people who are listening now who may be able to figure out what that is. It is the same reason. It is the same reason that you were told about 9/11 before it happened. You were told about it through different media outlets, through different, what are called, well, I guess you would call them Easter eggs. Easter eggs, little things that were put into the media before 9/11 that they were giving you clues. And this is something they do. This is part of their Kabbalah belief system. It is known as white balance. It is part of what they do to balance out all the evil that they do. So they're going to let my channel exist, as far as I know, for the time being, because it is part of their, I guess you could say, it's atonement or for what they're doing. So they're going to allow it to exist. They always tell the truth about what they're going to do. They just know that the sheep are so dumb that they won't listen. Just like with 9/11, there were many, many signs that 9/11 was coming. They even told you that it was coming in a television show called The Lone Gunman on Fox. This television show, it was about 6 months before 9/11, they aired an episode in which they showed the entire thing happen. The Twin Towers were attacked in the episode, and there was a false flag in the television show in the script. Now, we know for a fact that the Lone Gunman received script ideas from the CIA. That is a fact. Go look it up. So they told you about 9/11 before it was going to happen, and they told you that it would be a false flag. And they're allowing me to tell you that the entire Iran war is fake, it is scripted, and it is going to be precipitated by a false flag. They're allowing me to tell you the truth because it is part of their religious beliefs that the Goyim be told in advance of the evils that they are to be, that the evils that are to be enacted upon them, that they are told about them. Do you understand what I just told you? I hope you do. I hope you understand the gravity of that. I hope you understand how and why this is all playing out. The Iran war is totally fake. Now, they're talking about threats from Iran. There is no threat from Iran. Why didn't we hear about this 2 years ago? Why didn't we hear about this a year ago? Why is it that all of a sudden Iran is a threat? That is because this is totally scripted, and they've been planning this for years. Now, the timeline has been moved back multiple times because they either screwed up or things didn't go the way they wanted. The timeline has been moved back. But now we are back on track. October, I already said October months ago. Were you paying any attention at all? I said October is the date. That is the timeline. We will see how it plays out, but I do believe October is still the date. Everything that we're seeing now is predictive programming. They're gearing up for war. Now, I want to address some of the things that I said in my previous videos. There was a little bit of confusion. I'm watching all this play out. I'm getting information from my White House insider and from a few other sources. And I'm asking questions. What is going on here? There was a rabbi that was very, very upset with how some of the Iran war rollout had come out. Pompeo and Bolton. This rabbi felt that Pompeo and Bolton had made some mistakes because there was a lot of negative feedback at first from the media and from the public because the whole rollout looked totally inept. It looked obvious, so the rabbi went crazy, and this same rabbi has gone berserk again. You have to understand how much power he has. He is incredible influence. He's considered a religious leader. Netanyahu looks at him as his religious leader. And this same rabbi has come out and he is demanding more troops be sent to the Middle East, and we are already seeing it happen. We are already seeing it happen. I believe that the troop increases will continue. That is what I've been told. Over the next month or two, we're going to see more troop increases, but we're not going to be told about the true extent. It's going to be more than they're telling you. If they say 5,000, it will be more like about 10,000. I have been told they're going to tone down some of those numbers because there is so much public resistance to this. But they are moving troops into the Middle East. They are moving troops toward Iran. It is happening. Before your eyes, the preparation for this war is happening, and you still don't believe it. You are still so completely in denial. The American people are in total denial about what's playing out right now. It will happen. It is going to happen. It could lead to World War III. It could lead to just total annihilation. It could be so bad. I fear for my life, I fear for the lives of my family and the people I love, that the war could get that bad because Iran has a lot of capabilities. Iran has great capabilities that are not fully known to the U.S. government. I've been told, anyway. Or at least the U.S. government is aware and they just don't care. I mean, it is almost suicidal what they're doing. So I would advise you, get the word out. They are allowing my channel to exist for now, because it is a part of the white balance, is a part of their Kabbalistic, Luciferian belief system, that they warn the Goyim before they commit their acts of evil. And of course the sheep never actually respond or listen or do anything about it. And they know that. Do you understand me? They know that. That's why they told you about 9/11 before it happened. They know you're not going to do anything about it. They know you don't care. They know you don't pay attention. But it's part of their religious belief system that they have to tell the truth before they commit these great acts of evil. And they put these little Easter eggs out there and they let people know, and then it happens. And then we go back and we look and say, oh, wow, look at that. There was this and this and this, letting us know what was going to happen. That appears to be what's playing out with my channel. I don't know fully. I have been given some hints with respect to that. For now, I'm allowed to exist. But my life is still under threat. They will kill me if certain things are said. If I start to interfere with their plans in a significant way, they will kill me and they will shut this down. This has been a longer video than I expected. I wanted to address a lot of issues. I hope that you've listened to me, and I hope you will spread the message. This is up to you more than it is up to me. I'm giving you the information and the truth. You can choose to do with it what you will. That is in your hands. And God is watching, I can promise you that. everyone. This is David Goldberg again. This is probably going to be one of my most important videos that I've done yet. We're going to discuss a couple of things, new things that have come up. I have received classified documents from my White House insider, and we also have some memos that I've referenced in the past, and I'm going to walk through everything that I've been deciphering and learning from these videos, from the documents that I've received. So, we'll get into this. The crux of it, I want to just introduce you right away. What is it all about? This is it. This is what the documents reveal. There are too many people waking up. There are too many Americans, more and more of them, that are suspicious of Israel. More and more Americans aware of Zionism. This has been around for decades and decades. You go back to the 50s, 60s, there's a lot of literature about Zionism, about Judaism. It's not unusual, but the difference is today, more and more people are waking up to it. It's been a real tipping point where you always had maybe about 0.5% of the population that was aware of Zionism, that did not like Jews and whatnot, but they were never part of the mainstream. They were always dismissed as conspiracy theorists. They had no influence. So they were not really a threat. But that has changed. And you know that has changed. Anyone paying attention knows that has changed. We have seen a big change in comment sections on YouTube, many people making references to Zionism. It has become a part of the nomenclature through the influence of 8chan, 4chan, many websites, and ultimately many YouTube channels that have been speaking the truth very aggressively for many years, but it has really gotten attention lately. It is somewhat of a cumulative effect, a snowball effect, where more and more people start to wake up to the truth and the facts, and it just expands. And people become more accepting of it. And they start to say, okay, it's okay for me to look at the information. I'm not an anti-Semite for looking at it. And it really starts to click for people. So this has been a big change in the recent past few years. What happened is that Israel, its agents, its propagandists, have been paying very close attention to this over the past few years. They know this is happening. They are very concerned about it. We are talking about 0.5% of Americans who have some idea of Zionism and they're against it and they understand it. That number, according to these documents, is now about, I saw two numbers. They said 15%, and another one said 7%, but that is a very large number of Americans that have woken up to what's going on with Israel and Zionism and the Israeli lobby and the influence. They're unafraid to hate Israel. That number is very high, and it has them very concerned. This is much of what the classified documents talk about, but we'll get into that more. I wanted to set it up for you so you actually understand what this is really about. What I was given from the White House insider. The main part that you really need to know, though, is they have a plan for all of this. So I'm going to talk about that now. There is discussion within these documents years ago to ban the YouTube channels, to shut it down, all of that. But they changed course. They made a decision to do something completely different. And they decided, instead of censoring everything, to fund and promote gatekeeper channels, shill channels, to simply gather and collect all the open-minded people who are looking at the issue. And they did shut down some of the legitimate channels, and that has actually happened. If you're following some of that, you are aware that there have been channels that have been shut down, almost completely eliminated. Some of those channels were not a part of the original Gatekeeper channels. They have no connection. They are truth-telling channels. Some of those they've eliminated that they felt were a threat or that might be calling out the Gatekeeper channels. So, I'm just looking through some of the documents here and seeing what I want to talk about next. One really interesting aspect of all this is that the Gatekeeper channels and the shield channels, typically these would be disinfo channels. Disinfo channels, like Alex Jones, for example, has been a long time disinfo Zionist channel. Very, very active in deflecting people away from Zionism. Alex Jones talks about everything, but he never talks about Israel. So that is an active disinfo channel that's been around forever. What they created with these new Gatekeeper channels is very truthful channels. They're very honest. They don't put out a lot of disinfo. They are actually legitimate. And that is done to give them credibility among these people who are awake, who are waking up. That was very specifically done, the documents to talk about that. Now I'm going to talk about what is the purpose of the whole operation, and the purpose of this is to put out truthful channels, to attract people to them. They call it tag, track, and ID. It is a term used throughout the documents, TTID. It's something you want to remember. This is very common throughout these documents. They're referred to all the time. So what does that tell you? They want to tag, they want to track you, and they want to identify who you are. If you are watching these channels, if you are informed, if you are awake on these issues, they want to tag you, they want to track you, and they want to know exactly who you are. They want to know, and it talks about the tracking people's IP addresses through YouTube. They have access to YouTube. They do know who you are. So this is discussed a lot in the documents. I'm just looking through it right now. And there are two projects, and it's very important to listen to this. Project Pogo is one of them, and Project Zypher. I will spell that one. ZYPHR. Project Pogo and Project Zypher are the two projects that the classified documents are referring to, and each has a different role. Project Pogo is about the YouTube gatekeepers, how they are all agents. They are all paid to put out truthful information so that they can tag, track, and ID the people that are watching the videos and giving them likes and giving them comments. They're tracking all of it. Project Zypher is a different project, and that's what I'll talk about in a bit. That is the second stage here. That is coming up. And that is the extermination. They're going to exterminate these people, whether it is tag them for anti-Semitic speech, charge them with crimes, eliminate them completely, and this is where I'll talk about in the documents where they talk about guillotines, viral attacks, targeted, how they're going to eliminate these people without too much suspicion, without too many people noticing. But here's the problem. As I read the documents, I can see I have documents from 4 years ago, I have documents from 2 years ago, and then I have documents from 3 months ago. So there's a progression in the timeline as the projects change. And Project Zypher has changed. In the beginning, they were talking a lot about, okay, We are going to infect these people with a virus that imitates the flu virus. They're going to eliminate them in various ways that would not be suspicious. In the documents I have now from 3 months ago, they are saying the amount of people they have to eliminate is too large. It is too many. We are talking about millions of Americans. And this is where we see their plans are changing. And they are going to initiate something that is devastating and that is extremely frightening. And based on what I can see in the documents, we're talking about power outages along with a purge. They're going to come in, they're going to take you out of your home, and they're going to put you into a military vehicle or whatever, a van, and drive you away and place you into a camp. It is a very, very big operation that they're planning. It is millions of Americans. They will do it under the cover of night, under the cover of blackness, during one of these planned blackouts. The blackouts are based on documents. I'm just looking at it right now. They have a 3-day blackout. They have a nationwide blackout that lasts 2 days, and a lot of localized blackouts. So it is a whole series of blackouts that they're going to do. And of course, it will be blamed on all kinds of things. They might blame it on Iran. I have seen that mentioned in the documents. They've already prepped people for this. There are going to be more blackouts. They're already predictive programming. So we may see more of this as we go on. As far as I can tell from Project Zephyr, or Zephyr, they are planning this next year and the year after. They are not done tagging, tracking, and identifying everyone. It looks like they're at about 78%. I looked in the documents, and there were a couple of indications of how far along they feel the project is. They're like 78% done, but they're not completely done. It does take time to identify a YouTube account and then track it to the email that it was created with and then the IP address and then find out who created it. It does take them a lot of time to do that. It is not instant. It does take a lot of research because a lot of people create a YouTube account with an email address that doesn't give any indication of who they are, an account name that doesn't have their full name on it. They don't use their real pictures. So it is a challenge for them, and that's why the project has been going on for so long. But it is coming to a close. In the next 6 months to a year, it appears it is coming to a close, and that is when Project Zephyr will be initiated. So I have some notes here. I'm going to continue on, talk a little bit more about right. They're being tracked. They're being identified. That's the whole point. A lot of people have said, well, why are some of these YouTube channels allowed to exist? Why are they allowed to so openly talk about the truth? And some of you might know Adam Green, No More News, and there are a whole bunch of others, and they're very, very open about Zionism, and they're very honest about it, and they're telling the truth. I mean, they are telling the truth. They're not hiding anything. They're not disinfo. They're not putting disinfo out there. But as far as I know, they're all a part of this operation. I can't say specifically if Adam Green is a part of it or not, but I would assume possibly he is. He has probably been guaranteed a lot of money. He's probably been promised a lot of things. He could be a Freemason. He could be a part of their operation. He could be an agent. I don't know. I have no idea. It is total speculation on my part. I have no idea. All I know is this is part of the operation, what they want to do. His channel would fit into the MO. It is an example I'm giving. He is there to tag, track, and ID. Not him specifically, but the people behind the operation who are doing all the research and all the people who are commenting and viewing and liking. They want to know who they are. They want to know where they live, and they are going to eliminate them at a date in the future. Completely eliminate them. This is going way beyond the idea of passing laws to ban speech, which they're already doing. They've done it in America already, but not very aggressively, and we will see more legislation of that nature. But they want to completely eliminate these people because they do stand in the way of the agenda. There are too many people that are waking up. It is way too many for them to handle. They're starting to have an influence, and they're starting to change the conversation online. It is of great concern to Israel. Something that the memos that I received, we'll talk a little bit about the memos. The memos are different from the classified documents. The memos are White House internal memos that discuss a wide range of things in terms of Trump's meeting with rabbis, discussions with Netanyahu over the phone. And one of the memos says that Donald Trump will have to declare himself King of Israel publicly. This is part of the process for them. It doesn't. There's no strategic reason for it. It is symbolic for them. Trump is going to declare himself King of Israel at some point. I don't know how, but they're talking about it in these memos over and over again. When he's going to do it, why they want him to do it, which again is symbolic. It has no strategic purpose, apparently. It is part of the process of the end game, basically, is what I'm saying. So we'll see if that happens or not. It sounds ridiculous. I can't imagine him actually saying it. But maybe he will do something like that. We will look out for that in the coming months. Based on my reading of the classified documents and the memos, so much of what is going on is planned. They've given people the impression that Trump has brought chaos to politics, but it's actually the opposite. It has been planned. Donald Trump's allegiance is to Israel. He's not only a Jew, he is a Freemason. They have promised him his daughter, the sons, will enjoy very high-level ranking within the world government that they are forming, the capital which will be Jerusalem. So that is why Trump is so dedicated to following the script, while performing the way that he does. It appears to be very authentic to his followers. Everything he's done, talking about the wall to the fake news, was scripted from the beginning at around 2014 and 2015. And according to some of the memos I'm reading, he loved it. They introduced all of this to him and he loved it. They told him the plan. You're going to become president. You're going to say this and this and this. He loved it. He's already a little bit of a racist. He's already predisposed to some of this rhetoric. So he loved it. He jumped on board. And they promised him great things, especially for his family, if he were to follow through on these things and simply follow their script. And he does have leeway. He has leeway to say many things that he wants to say. He has a lot of fun doing this. But he does have script writers, and there's one of the script writers, I forget his name. He's bald guy. I want to remember his name. It's important to say it. Well, he is a big part of this. He writes a lot of Trump's tweets. He crafts a lot of it. Oh, I cannot remember. I'm going to have to look him up right now. Trump's speech writer, Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller has a big role in all of this. He is a dedicated Zionist. He has a lot to do with a lot of this. If you want to go down the rabbit hole, if you want to find out who's really behind it, Stephen Miller is a big part of it. So that is the whole of it. I want to get this video out. I want people to hear it. I want people to know what's going on. I've had some strange things going on in my house. I've noticed black SUVs. I mentioned it before. They're still there. I still see them every once in a while. The other day, I went out to try to approach one, to confront them. Like, what are you doing here? I know you're here. And they drove off. As right when I opened the door, and I look outside, I see them drive off. So I don't know, maybe it's just coincidence that they were leaving and they saw, I don't know, but it seemed like they were very, very prepared to get out of there. So the next time I see them, I'm going to confront them quickly and make sure that they don't have time to get out of there before I have a chance to get down there, and at least they see me coming for them. I will try again. But I have seen them mostly at night. I open the window, I look out the window, and that is when I see them mostly. So I want to confront them. I'm tired of the harassment. I know they're watching me. I assume I'm bugged. I assume there's some way to hear what I'm saying, but I don't care anymore. I have been given the documents. I have been tasked with this duty to get the information out. I'm going to do it in any way that I can. I have given my friends copies of all of these. I have stored them in different places. I have a dead man switch in case something were to happen to me. So I've done my best to prepare because I feel like this is getting very serious. I mean, the documents they show me are terrifying. The plan that they have in place. I would expect they have this plan of gatekeeping and tracking people, but they're going to take it to a new level with Project Zephyr. They're going to take it to a new level. They're going to exterminate these people one by one through the blackouts. I mean, it says in the classified documents they're planning to pick them up. They're just going to physically pick them up. They're also going to use all kinds of other means to eliminate them. Not just the high-value targets are going to be picked up. The lower-value targets will be given viruses, targeted viruses, that activate either right away or over time. They don't want it to be too obvious that all of a sudden a whole bunch of Americans get sick. Of course, there will be official stories in the news media. Okay, there's a flu outbreak, which indicates to me this will probably happen in winter. Not this winter, but possibly the winter of 2020, 2021. From what I'm reading from the documents, that is the timeline. It is not specific, but that is where I feel it's going to be, because they want to do a flu outbreak, and it will make sense in winter, and people won't question it. They have to eliminate a lot of people. I mean, a lot of people, high value of targets. It's going to be so many people that disappear that people will ask questions, so they have their cover stories, and they're getting them ready, and they got them in place. If this were a few 100,000 people, they could do it, but it is millions and millions of Americans that they want to eliminate. I think it's 15 million. Based on what I'm reading in these documents and some of the numbers they've used, which has not been totally specific about it, but it looks like 15 million. But it could even be more. They want to eliminate them completely. Completely. Because it's becoming a problem. And it has been a problem for a few years, and this is their solution to it. In addition to that, they want the world government, they want all of these plans to move forward. They cannot have opposition, because the things that are going to happen are going to be very, very radical. You're going to see the dissolution of the United States of America. You're going to see world leaders and the media endorsing something that is so crazy, and that is the dissolution of the United States of America and the endorsement of a world government seated in Israel. A lot of Americans aren't going to accept that, but they have to eliminate the people who are going to call out what's really going on. From my reading of the documents, how they're going to roll all of this out and justify the dissolution of the United States and many other countries as well, it appears their plan is to do all countries at once. Is going to be under the cover of financial collapse. Well, we have to do the world government. We're all going to die because the financial system is broken down. That is something that is talked about in the classified documents. That ultimately will be the cover story after they do the purge and eliminate the dissidents, the people who are woken up to Zionism. there will be a total financial meltdown, and they will say, look, we have to do the world government. We have to come together. We have to create this new currency. We have no choice. The chaos is too serious. It'll be probably 6 months of complete financial chaos. Food shortages, rise in crime. Many, many people will die. Millions and millions of people will also die from this. And then they will justify it and say, look, we have to do the world government. So that is what's going on. I'm about done. I'm going to do another video. I have more things coming up. I have a lot more planned because there's more in the documents that I need to discuss. I'll be back with another video soon. Thank you for listening, and I'll do more soon.
Hey, David, it's Tom again. I'm here with my wife. We want to just get you this information right away. We got the dates. I got it from a source, and it's real serious, man. They're going to gear up in 20 and 2021. I feel like, look, I saw what look. My source is very high up in the military. I trust him. He would not give me something that was BS. You got to write these dates down. This is when they're going to initiate it. They're doing the virus, they're doing the power outages, and they're doing the roundups. All right? And it coincides with your documents. It's the same stuff. He's got access to something that's like Project Cypher. I don't know, he's giving me this information. It has to be coming from Project Cypher, David, because it matches up. And my wife's here, and she had a few things she wanted to say. Honey, what did you want to mention to David again? Because you said that David really needs to watch his back because something happened to you at work.
Well, he needs to be careful because I was followed at work, and I was followed into the break room by a strange man.
Well, right, he shouldn't have been in there in the first place. What was his explanation? What did you say to him?
Well, I asked him why he was following me in there. I said, who are you? What do you want? And he just came at me. It was creepy. He didn't even answer me. He just approached me, and he was very intimidating.
Right, but you said something weird about his eyes.
Yeah, his eyes were really, it sounds like I'm making it up, but it's like when he blinked, it didn't blink up and down.
Right. It didn't blink up and down.
It blinked.
Oh, there's no way that happened.
No, it has been. I'm telling you, it's true. He did not blink up and down.
All right, David, I don't know. I want to talk to you about this, David, so I hope you call me back, but we know there's some weird stuff going on.
It ain't right. It ain't natural.
No. And my wife does not believe in this stuff. She's Christian. She does not
I'm
believe.
a God-fearing woman.
So, we're freaked out. Give me a call back. We got a lot to discuss. I want to talk about the dates, the timeline, and I want to ask you about this because maybe you know something, who this guy was. Who this guy was, dude, we need to know. So, get in touch with me. Talk to you later. You got the list, so you know where you want to be when this all goes down. I think where you're going is smart. Conferred with a source on it, and he agreed. So you're on the right track on that. I'm concerned about my family, what we're going to do. So I do appreciate you sharing with me what you're doing, and everything with DQ is really good. I'm really impressed. I've already been in contact with them. We're already talking, so that's going to be a big help. And I appreciate what you did with that, because that's big. We need to prepare too. So, and we just don't have the money to really do a lot. I want to get out west. We talked about some of the safe zones in Idaho, Washington, Western Washington, and Eastern Washington. If we're going to go to one, we're going to Eastern Washington, and there's a few places that I've found, and I'm really impressed with them, and because of you, because of DQ, it's my possibility now, so I want to thank you for that, and I'm scared. I mean, look, we talked about the dates, what they're going to do in 2020, and what they're doing in 2021, it all coincides with what we talked about. I think I talked too long. About with why they put Trump in office, why they're doing everything with 5G, why they've got 3 flu virus vaccine terminals in every Walmart. I've seen them in Walmart. I've seen them in other places, and they're going to ramp it up this fall. It'll coincide. So it's scary when you put together the information you gave me, what I got from my source. I see it all coming together. Why they've done what they've done. And you look at the past 20 years, all these people cried wolf and said, okay, this is going to happen. J-Helm's going to happen. This date. Now I know why they did it. You totally crystal clear now because of what you shared with me the other day. Why did they do that? Because they wanted people to cry wolf and cry wolf and cry wolf so many times nobody would actually take it seriously, nobody get prepared. And it worked. Because now nobody takes it seriously right now. No one is thinking about it. They got Trump in there to pacify everybody. God, it worked, man. I mean, it's beautiful how they did it, and it makes me sick to my stomach, these fucking traitors and what they're doing to this country. Anyway, man, we'll talk soon. I want you to give me a call back because I haven't heard from you in a couple days. I'm worried about you.
Hey, David, it's Tom. I wanted to just get back to you about the source, and I finally got the documents that he sent me, and I wanted to share that with you. I think we could talk to him on the phone about it because at this point, I feel like we're just, they already know everything we're doing, so what's it matter? And David, I want to talk to you a little bit more about this. My family really needs that money, and we really need that help, and I just really appreciate it if you could put in a good word for us with them. Because I wrote them. And, you know, I followed your instructions, and I wrote them, and I've heard back from them, but it sounds like there's a waiting list or something. You know, you mentioned that if you put in a good word, it might move us up on that list, David. And we just really appreciate that because we need that money. I mean, you did so good last year. It's unreal, over $1 million. I mean, God, that would really help us, and we need to prepare. We need to prepare. I want to get us bugged out, man. I want to get out of here. I want to move, and we need that money. And there's a property I've been looking at. It's $250,000, but it's in a good location, and I know we'd be safe out there. But with I can't afford it, so dude, I just really appreciate it if you can put in a good word for us. So I don't want to go too long here, but we'll talk. Just get back to me soon, all right?
They're closing in, man. They're closing in. I'm worried. My wife's worried. We need to talk. Please call we got something weird that happened the other day. I want to talk to you about it. On the phone call, it was real weird. Happened at my wife's work. And we're freaked out about it, so I want to run it by you. You tell me what you think of it. It's not a direct threat. It's just weird. So, anyway, man, I want to... All right. God bless, man.
Told me, you said you were going to call.
Oh, it's pretty good. I was just about to ask if my dad told you I was going to call. I'm so glad that he did. I would have called sooner. I've been meaning to talk to you for a while, but we were actually just in Europe, so I thought after we got back. How are you?
Well, I'm great. So, my understanding is you wanted to talk to me about...
Well, I wanted to thank you. I mean, I couldn't limit myself not thanking the man who's responsible for changing my entire family's life.
Well, that's wonderful. You know, your father is a good man. I've known him many years. I'm so glad about what has happened to your family. It's been completely changes your life.
Unequivocally.
Tell me how some of the things that have happened to you. I love hearing this because I meet a lot of people who I've introduced. I love to hear about the changes in their lives. So tell me some of the things that have happened.
Well, you know, I wasn't sure if I'd ever be able to send my kids to school, but my study actually just started. We started college in September. We got her in horseback riding and ballet classes. We all just, as I said, came back from Europe. Before that, we were at Disney World. Before that, we took a trip around with the United States, actually. We got new vehicle. My son got a new car. I have a new car. My husband has a new car. He actually is about to buy a boat. You can believe that.
Well, I can believe he's going to buy a boat. I can believe that, yes.
I can't believe it, but he's going to buy a boat. Yeah, I mean, it's just been incredible, and I think more importantly, the amount of help we've been able to give, to charity. We actually started working with the local homeless community, and we recently opened up 2 residences, one for men, one for women.
Right.
We've done food drives and food bank drives, and we put a lot of effort into that, and being rewarded tenfold. You know, being able to help people and pass it forward has been. It feels good, David. It feels really good.
Well, I know. It's the best. It's really one of the best things about the fact that they make you give 20% of your profits to charity.
We liked that a lot, and it was one of the deciding factors when we...
Right. I mean, it shows where they're coming from. I mean, they really want to give back, and as you know, it's something that has to stay private, and we have to be very careful about who we share it with.
Right.
To keep the part on the forum.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I'm on the forum. Absolutely.
No, I am too. I don't want to go into detail on the phone.
Right.
Maybe there's a way.
I want to know who you are. We should not talk about it on the phone, but I have an encrypted email, and you can write me.
Oh, that's perfect. Hold on, let me just get let me find a pen here.
All right.
Give me that email, and I will shoot you one off right after the phone, and let's talk a little more.
Absolutely, and we can use the private messaging on the forum. I really like doing that because it's encrypted too, and it's just a great way to meet and talk. But I don't always know who everyone is on the forum because we can't use our real names, and we can't... Good.
I know, and I'm always wondering, and of course I make my guesses, but I never... All right, well, I have a pen ready. Give me the email address.
All right, here we go. The email is...
Okay. .com?
That's right.
All right, I got it. I'm going to shoot you off an email.
Good. I'll be looking forward to talking to you on there. And are you...
You're going to be in for the next run, I assume.
Yeah, Daddy said he's going to do the next run.
Of course, everyone does it, but, what tier are you planning on, if you don't mind me asking?
Actually, I have no idea. I don't know what that's deciding.
That's good, because I've done 3 of them, and you want to do tier 5, but I'll talk to you about that on the forum, but it's going to, I have to ask you this, have you thought about what you want?
You know, it's been a discussion for the past probably 2 weeks now. The kids have actually been making little collages and wish, little like wish boards of what they want it to sort of look like and what they want to put in it. And
Well,
there's been a lot of discussion.
Good. I chose mine in Ireland. And,
Oh, it's beautiful.
it was built, and it was about, and wow.
Love to see that.
I know. I'll private message you on the forum, the photograph. Because it's so much money, it becomes something that is totally transformative. And of course, 20% of profits, we can help so many people with the charities too.
We have so many people, and it's such a beautiful feeling.
It is amazing. So wonderful to hear from you. Wonderful to talk to you. And
I'm so glad that we were able to get in touch. And I'll send you that email.
good. Can't wait to talk to you on the forum, and we'll talk soon. It's great to hear from you.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
night.
you so much.
Good
Have a
night.
nice
You think you're important? You think you're important in New York City? You think you're important in these circles? You think you matter? We can erase you. We can erase everything. You're pathetic. You know that you are pathetic. You think your YouTube channel matters. You think anything you do matters. You open your mouth one too many times. You got a big mouth. And you have a big ego, but you don't have anything to back it up with. You'll see. You see what's coming your way real soon. Because you have not listened to reason, you haven't listened to anything we said. Now you can play price. You can play price, the fucking man. Fucking loser. How many fucking warnings do you need? Do you shut your fucking mouth?
Friends of David Goldberg asked me to do an audio tape for you guys and just get this information out. I want to do more for them. I think that they're doing a great job just carrying on David's legacy. He gave his life to get this information out, and he saved my life. He saved my family's life. David did a lot of good things, and there's a lot more to the story than people don't know. They don't know the whole story, and I hope that I can start to tell more of it, because I really got to know David, and we had a lot of conversations. There's a lot more that has yet to be said. So I hope going forward I can do that. We've had some issues with our internet. I don't know if it's related to all this, but we're not in the United States anymore. We got out, and that's something that everybody, if you want to save your life,
and you want to save your family, you're going to have to get out of the United States. This is something David I talked about. This is something I've even talked about with my military source. There's no other way. Your guns aren't going to save you. And I love the Second Amendment. I love guns, but I'm going to get into that more. But I'm telling you right now up front, you got to get out. And the challenge for me, the challenge that I was looking at is we just didn't have enough money to get out. Even if we sold everything, we had some debts. I was really scared because I knew that we needed to get out. My military source had been telling me that for 2 years. And then I met David, and he confirmed it, and I knew we got to get out. And David really helped us with that, and I'll talk a little bit about that too. Because of David, we're out. Without him, if I hadn't met him, we'd still be there because we could not financially afford to leave and set up shop in another country and be able to survive for very long. David helped us out with that, so I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. But I wrote down some notes just so I can stay on track and cover just about everything. There's a lot to cover. I mean, this could end up being an hour long. I don't know, but we're going to walk through all of it. We're going to talk about the economy. We're going to talk about Project Zephyr. We're going to talk about Project BOGO. We're going to talk about the TTID program. We're going to talk about UN Agenda 2030. We're going to talk about how Israel's involved in all this. We're going to talk about China. We're going to talk about the plans for the invasion they have coming up. And we're going to talk about the economy and the crash that's coming. Now, I know a lot of people have heard all this. There have been these warnings for years and years. Well, this is going to happen and that's going to happen. I'm telling you now, it's already happening. When it comes to Project Zephyr, they've already killed a lot of people. And they've taken a lot of people offline. But you don't know about it because of the AI automation thing they got going on. And I talk about it in the blog. If you didn't see that blog post by the friends of David Goldberg, you need to go read it. Because that's all the information I've been giving them. This goes way beyond, they're going to round people up and this and that's going to happen. No. They've already done it. You just don't know about it. They're able to replace some of these people with AI. They've got the deep fakes. You don't know that these people are already gone. They're not just killing them, they're taking them underground to these underground bases, and I'm going to talk more about that too. But you don't know it. You think everything's normal. You're like, well, nothing's happened yet. No, it is happening. Okay, you might have some guy on YouTube you listen to, and he's still talking, he's still posting videos about patriotic things and about Trump or about what's coming, and that's all great. But that's not him. You need to read the blog post that the friends of David Goldberg put up because I really go into detail on that. They're replacing people. They can imitate you. They can have you post something on Facebook and you didn't do it, but it looks like you did it. They can have you post a video of you and your family at Disneyland, showing you and your kids at Disneyland, but that's not you. That's a deep fake. It's AI. It looks real. Now all your friends, all your family think you're in Disneyland, but you're dead or you're underground. You think this is fantasy. You think it's funny. You think it's a joke. It's not. It's real. And you don't have to know about Project Zephyr to know that some of this is real. You just open your eyes. They can create videos that look just like you, and it's not you, and they can emulate your voice. And they're using this stuff in a very insidious, evil way. Do you understand what I'm telling you? They're taking the technology, and they realized, we can just take people out. And then we can recreate their lives on social media, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. They take over your account, and they know, you're dead. They killed you. Whatever they did to you, you're gone. But you're still posting on Facebook. You're still posting on Twitter. You're still posting on Instagram. Nothing changed. It looks normal. It looks like you. All your friends and family think it's you. But now you said you went on vacation or you're sick and you don't want anybody to come over. So nobody checks on you. They don't check to see if you're home. Or you cancel an appointment. Or you make an excuse why you can't go meet a friend. This goes on and on. They can push this out months and months. And now your death and your disappearance isn't being investigated. Law enforcement's not going to investigate it because it looks like you're alive. It looks like you're on vacation in Disneyland. So I've been trying to talk about this and get this point through, but I don't think people are paying attention. I don't think they're listening. I don't think they get it. And that's something David and I felt when we spoke. People don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear the truth. So he did get it, and he gave his life to tell the truth. And that last video that they put up of him and that audio, and everybody should listen to it because David was spilling the beans on these two classified projects, and they killed him for it. So I'm going to continue here. I got my notes. I had a couple people wrote, the friends of David Goldberg, they left some comments, and they wanted to know more about what we were involved in, David and I, in terms of how he helped my family. And I can't talk about that. I signed a non-disclosure agreement, an NDA, and we cannot publicly talk about it. That would jeopardize everything that we're involved in, and I'm not going to do it. But all I can do is I can give you a hint. Go back and watch the video that friends of David Goldberg put up of David's notes. You need to watch that carefully because there is a clue in there. Now, we've asked friends of David Goldberg to edit things, black things out, and they've done a hell of a job, but they missed one thing in that video. And that's not their fault. I'm not upset at them. In a way, it's a blessing that they did it. Because now the cat's out of the bag. If you're smart, you're going to go watch the video with the notes from David. Pay attention, and there's your answer. But the answer's there. Smart people are going to find it. It's not supposed to be there. It's supposed to be blacked out, but they made a mistake, and that's fine. Again, I think hopefully it's a blessing in disguise. But if you want to know more about how David helped us, now I was able to save my family because of him. Well, you go watch his notes and you'll have the answer. And I'm going to talk more about that and just why you can't be in the United States. See, that's something the Patriot movement's not talking about. They're saying, well, you get your guns and get prepared and get off grid and get an underground bunker and this and that. No. That won't do a single thing to save your life or your family. Why? Because of TTID, because of Project Cypher, because of what they're capable of doing. All right? They're not worried about you having guns. They're not worried about you going off grid. They're going to come and get you, and they're going to take you out. Period. They have the technology to do it. They know where you are. They know how to get to you. They're going to get you. And if you were taking those steps to protect yourself and do that, you're a very high level target for them. If you have guns and provision, you're a high level target, and they are going to come for you. You haven't done anything to protect yourself. This is something my military source has been telling me for a few years now, and David confirmed it. The documents talk about it. They're going to get you. And that's why I was scared to death. Am I going to be able to save my family? Am I going to be able to afford to get out of the United States? It costs money, and you need money to be able to live on. It's logistically difficult. You need a few $100,000 to really do it, minimum. Because when this all goes down, when the economy crashes, when what they got planned for the United States goes down, you're not going to have any pension. You're not going to have Social Security that you can live off of in another country. You're not going to have a bank account anymore in the United States. So you can't expect that's going to be there if you want to go move to Mexico or you want to go to South America, you have to think in terms of, I got to get my entire family out. We got to move to another country. We got to open bank accounts there. We got to have cash down there. We can't rely on the United States for any long-term income of any kind. Rental income, bank account. You got to think in terms of, it's going to be gone real soon, a couple years. I got to get my life somewhere else. And I'm going to talk a little bit about where you can go and the places that are safe. And I put together some information on that to help the people out there who do want to take action and save themselves. If you listen to what I'm telling you and you go and look at the video with David's notes, I just told you what to do. If you do it and you take the action that you need to take, you'll be able to do what I did with my family, and that is move completely out of the United States 100%. It was a lot of work, but we have the money to do it now, and we are going to be safe. And I have assurances that we're going to be safe from my military source. He said that the elites and the people in power, they want there to be countries that are safe. They don't want to do this to every country. They want safe zones too for themselves. Now, some of you probably already know what some of those places are. New Zealand, parts of South America. If you're smart and informed, you know those two spots are going to be okay. And I'm going to talk a little more in a bit about that, where you can go. I'm just looking at my notes again. Oh, God. I mean, one thing that just scared the absolute hell out of me is they're already removing patriots. There have been power outages. There's this whole vaccine thing going on. We've got the 5G, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Of course, that's part of it. But what they're doing is they're not just murdering people. They really want to just take these people and put them in the underground bases. They take them underground. They have these huge bases all over the country, and I'll talk about where they are. And some of you already know where some of them are. They take them down there. They're huge. Football field size levels go down 20 stories on, as far as I can see, of cages. Cages. You know, you've seen some of that stuff on the border where they were complaining about Trump and how he put the kids in the cages on the border. You know what I'm talking about? That is nothing compared to what goes on down underground. What they really want are the people like you and me, patriots, Christians, God-fearing people, even people like David, who did not believe in the same things I believed in, but we shared the truth. I mean, if you know the truth, they're going to come after you. They want these people alive, and they're going to do experiments on them. They're going to do torture on them. The things that go on down there are beyond anything you can imagine. I'm talking about chimeras. I'm talking about where they're combining our DNA with animals and creating hybrid creatures. That's just an example of things they do. That's the real terrifying aspect of it. I mean, it's easier if they just kill you and you get to go to heaven. For a lot of these patriots, they got their guns and they got their provisions and they're bugged out off grid. It's going to be a lot worse for you. Not only is that not going to protect you, they're going to come for you, and they're going to take you on the ground, and they're going to do things to you and your family you don't even want to think about. And it is in the documents. David showed them to me. I laid eyes on them. Now, some people might not understand the relationship there. My military source told me about Project Zypher and Project Pogo it was a couple different occasions. Before I knew about David and met David, he told me about all this. But he did not use the names of the projects, and that's because we had these face-to-face conversations that could have been recorded or overheard, and we had to be really careful. He never used the names of the projects. Then I meet David, and then I learn about all this, and I said, oh my God, this is the same thing. My military source was talking about it. David's talking about it too. They don't know each other at all. They did not know each other from Adam, but there was the same information that really confirmed for me that this is real. And then David showed me the documents because I'd never seen the documents. I'd only been told about it. David showed me the documents. I laid eyes on them. I'm not going to tell you how I saw them, but I'll tell you I saw them. And
Oh my God, it was terrifying because they were real. The documents were real. I have a military background myself. I know what the documents are supposed to look like, how they look. These were real, and everything in them matched up to what my military source had told me previously. So, absolutely terrifying what they got planned. And they want you to be totally asleep. There's a reason why there have been so many people that have cried wolf over the past 10, 15 years. Well, there's going to be martial law. Well, this is going to happen. Jade Helm's going to happen. These paid disinfo agents were paid to do this, to put you to sleep, so then when somebody like me comes along or David comes along, you don't listen, and you don't take action, you don't do anything. This is a long-term psychological program. If they knew if they had enough people cry wolf, well, 2012. Well, Obama's going to declare martial law. Well, Jade Helm is the beginning of the end. This kept happening and happening and happening, and it demoralized the Patriot movement. And now when somebody starts talking about it, nobody believes them. Well, you can believe me and you can believe what David said. I mean, if you don't believe now, there is no hope for you. What they want you to believe, though, is that your guns are going to protect you. You're going to be able to go underground, and you're going to be able to, well, have a bunker, or you're going to have provisions, you're going to be off-grid. Some of these disinfo agents out there are peddling this nonsense about bugging out. That's how you're going to get caught and killed and taken underground. If they don't kill you, they're taking you underground because they got the TTID program. Is anybody talking about it? No. David had the real deal. I've got the real deal. And I'm telling you now, you got to get the hell out of the country. If you don't have a plan to leave the United States, you're good as dead or good as captured. Period. So that's something I really wanted to impress upon people, because I don't think they get it. They really think, and I saw some comments on David's video that the Friends of David Goldberg had put up, the Project Zypher video that they put up at the warning. And it says, warning, this could be disturbing. And then you look at the comments, and a whole bunch of people say, well, I got my guns. I've got my guns, and I'm safe. And I just shook my head. I said, you're good as dead, or that they know where you are. TTID program already had it in place for a long time now, at least 2 years, I believe. They know where everybody is. They know about your guns. They know where you're planning to go. They know where your provisions are. They're targeting you first with Project Zypher, because they need to get rid of you. They don't want you out there. They don't want people out there that are prepared. That you're the target. You're their top level target. They're already taking some out. I've been told 100,000 are gone. All over the country, they're gone. And they're testing it out. And all those people that they took away, they're still active on social media. They're still talking on Facebook. The AI automated script is running, in other words. Nobody's the wiser. Nobody's reported them missing. Nobody's gone to check on them, because the AI script is in place to make it seem like, oh, they took a vacation. Oh, man, they're sick. They don't want anybody coming over. They're contagious. This, that. The AI has these things in place so that it's going to take a really, really long time for you to figure out they're gone. And by then, the cops lost interest. They said, well, it looks like they're posting on Facebook. What do you mean your friend's gone? Look at that video on their Facebook. They're in Disneyland. Is this clicking for you? I mean, is this making sense how this works? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. All right, I'm back. It's a lot to take in. I hope you listen to this. I hope you paid attention. I hope you read the blog post the Friends of David Goldberg put up. It's their latest one. Really detailed. I've been sharing a lot of information with them. They've done a really good job. Another thing I want to talk about was just my relationship with David. We really became close friends, and losing him was hard. And it's not something I like to talk about. I like to think of him as still being with us. And the Friends of David Goldberg YouTube channel makes me feel like he's still with us. And that makes me feel good, because when I think about him being gone, I get emotional, because we really got close. I mean, he was a good guy. We're totally different backgrounds. He was Jewish, I'm Christian, really different backgrounds, but we really started to connect because David knew things that not even my military source knows. David knew more than people even understand. David had a background that went, I believe he was involved in an intelligence capacity that he didn't talk about. Now, he talked about some of the other things he was involved in, whether it was Jewish organizations and things like that, but there was more there. And he gave me some hints, and he warned me that our lives were in danger. He said his life was in danger, and he knew it, and he was right. And I believe the reason they took him out, they felt like he was going to release the documents. They felt like he had the motive and the intent to release those documents, and then they took action. Because my feeling and my understanding is he's one of theirs. He's one of theirs. He was one of theirs. They did not want to kill him, but he really changed his tune in those final months. He really turned against his homeland, and that is Israel, and he really turned against the whole agenda. In my conversations with him, if you listen to his videos, he does start to change. If you go back to his first video and his second video, and you continue to listen, he changes. And that had a lot to do with me, because I was talking to him almost every day on the phone, really telling him, look, David, this isn't good what they're doing. You know this is wrong. And his heart did change. They knew we had documents. They felt he's going to release them. They said, we're going to take them out. And they did. And the reason that the Friends of David Goldberg hadn't released them, because they know their lives are in danger. The simple fact is, if the documents are released, the YouTube channel is going to be gone in about 10 minutes, and you're never going to hear it about again. And the Friends of David Goldberg, their lives are going to be in danger. There's simply no reason to release them right now. I've advised them, don't you dare do it. You're going to end up like David. They get it. The documents are they're too compelling. I mean, if that stuff got out to the public, it would really, really shift things, because, as I said, I've seen them. And they are detailed, and they are realistic, and I have a military background, and I tell you, those are real. And I think if they came out, it could be a real problem for them. So they're pretty content to let us talk, as long as the documents don't get out. So that's the why behind that. And it's a good thing, because you're getting the truth as it is. And I think there's a reason why they haven't taken down the channel yet. I talked to some of the people behind the Friends of David Goldberg, some of his friends, and we talked a lot. And I've gotten to know some of them, and they're different backgrounds, interesting people. A lot of them aren't really familiar with a lot of this information. They didn't understand a lot of it at first. What they did is they took David's instructions, and they're faithfully following through on them. And I can tell you right now, they're not conspiracy-minded people. They're not involved. They don't know anything about a lot of this stuff. They seem like good people. They're, I'm not going to say where they're from, but you get an idea. They're from New York area. Different. David knew them through different organizations and such. And he had them all, agree to, hey, look, if something happens to me, I need you to carry on what I'm trying to do here. And I helped David with some of that. I said, David, well, you're going to have him do this, and you need to tell him to do this, and you need to write out some instructions, and you need to have these people in place and ready to go if something happens to you. And he did that, and he got these people ready, and they got him the passwords to the YouTube channel. He told him, here's how you log in. Here's what I want you to do if something happens to me. Here's all my stuff. Here's where I hid it in my I guess it was under his floor, and he had a safe. Here's how to get into the safe. And he shared this with a certain amount of people. I'm not going to say how many. And they've done a great job. And they loved him. I mean, they were very close to him for many years, different capacities, different organizations, and that he worked for. And they've done a really good job fulfilling this. But I can tell you now, they're not like us. Like, they don't know about a lot of this stuff. It's very confusing to them. I know some of them have kind of questioned me, like, what was David into? What is all this? We don't really get any of this. We're going to do our best to fulfill his wishes, but we don't really believe this, or we don't really understand it. And I've told them, look, you don't have to believe it. You don't have to understand it. Do what David wanted you to do. Follow through on your promise to him, because this has to happen. I don't have connection with the YouTube channel. I don't have the passwords. I can't keep it going. I've encouraged them, and I've said to them, look, I'd love to help you out, and I wish I could. David didn't share that with me. I think he was going to, but unfortunately he passed, and they got to him. So I'm not part of that circle. All I can do is encourage them. And that's what I've been doing. Now that I've been talking to them, we're communicating a lot. I've said, look, you don't have to believe this. You don't have to buy into it. What you got to do is you got to keep your promise to David, and they're doing it. Some things have happened to them. They've had some threats. There's some legal things going on behind the scenes. They're doing a really good job. And again, I speculated with David before he passed. I said, David, why are they allowing the channel? You're talking about a lot of things that are pretty, they know what you're doing. You've got this person in the White House you're talking to. Why is this still going? And David said that he believed, number one, he's one of them. And I already alluded to what that meant. He had an intelligent background. I'm going to leave it at that. Number two, he wasn't very high profile. Not very many people knew about the channel. And number three, he speculated, because he knows about this, he knew about this firsthand. They believe in telling their victims what they're going to do before they do it, just like with 9/11. They told people what they were going to do. Through media, through television, predictive programming. If you don't know what predictive programming is, you need to Google it right now and get informed. David speculated they might be doing that with his channel. He didn't know for sure it's possible why they leave it up. But I do know if the classified documents get posted, it's all over. They'll shut it down instantly, because that's going too far for them. I think it's too far. They don't want that out. So I want to talk a little bit about that, just David, my relationship with him, my relationship with the Friends of David Goldberg, how things are going and progressing. I'm sharing more and more information. I hope we can get more videos up. I hope that they can do more blog posts, because the blog posts they did a heck of a job with it. They took a lot of things that I said to them over the phone, that I said to them by email, and they put together a really nice post that did a real good job getting that information out there. Now, whether people are paying attention or not, I don't know. We're just going to keep doing what we're doing. I mean, everybody needs to hear this, but people are so asleep, so deluded. They're so wrapped up in the disinfo channels that they listen to. The Q is a good example, the QAnon thing. Huge disinfo operation, and that's going to trigger people, and they're going to get real mad, and they're going to say, oh, Tom's against Q. Tom doesn't like Q, and how I hate Tom. That's how they control you. I know for a fact that Q is not what it says it is. We'll just leave it at that. You got to be smarter than paying attention to that. Because whatever Trump's doing, whatever you think of Trump, that is a distraction, because Trump is not getting the job done. When Donald Trump comes out and talks about 5G and how great 5G is and how he's going to accelerate 5G in America, that's when it's time to take a step back. That's when it's time to take a step back, whatever you feel about Trump. Now, David and I disagreed on Trump. David felt that Trump was this and that. I said, no, David, I don't agree with you. Of course, I voted for Trump. I like him. So it was hard for me to hear all that. But I can tell you right now, if you're putting your faith in Trump and not in Jesus, whatever you look, your religious beliefs, I'm not going to preach. I'm not going to talk about any of that because I know that can turn some people off, but I am a Christian. If you're putting your faith in Trump, it's time for you need to check yourself. Because this man's coming out talking about how he's going to spread 5G all over America. He may be misinformed. Maybe they're lying to him. They're saying, Donald Trump, hey, talk about how great 5G is, and he doesn't understand how bad it is. That's possible. He may not fully understand it. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But whatever the hell the case of it is, that's a bad thing. If he's helping roll out 5G, that's going to be a big part of the extermination and the purge and how they track you and how they shut you down mentally with that. 5G is very dangerous. 5G is nothing like the cell towers they got up now. The cell towers they got up now, 4G, 3G, they can track you with them. 5G is a weapon system. So 5G, and when Trump comes out and talks about 5G, that needs to set off some alarm bells in your head. You need to wake up. Now listen to me. I want to get back to getting out of the USA because this is something nobody's talking about. Nobody in the Patriot movement's talking about it. None of these disinfo agents that y'all trust and put your faith in, they don't talk about it. What do they talk about? They talk about preparing, getting your guns, having being off grid, having a bug out location. That's all great, but it's not going to work. They have nano devices. They have little drones that can fly up to your window in your home and drill a little hole, and then the drone flies in, and then it shoots you with a little dart, and it puts you to sleep. It paralyzes you. They have all different kinds of drugs they can shoot into you to get you to do what they want you to do. Now, how are you going to stop that with a gun? You can't. There's a lot of David and I talked about this a lot. There's a lot of disinfo channels out there that are designed to keep you pacified, whether it's with QAnon, with Trump, or telling you, get your guns and prepare and bug out. All of that is a disinfo campaign. And I'm not going to talk about who's doing it. You know who's doing it. David told you who's doing it. The reason I'm not going to talk about who's doing it, because I want this video to stay up. But you can figure it out. All right? They're the tribe, the people behind a lot of this. They're satanic, all right? So, they're not dumb. Do you think guns are going to stop these people? They are intent on wiping out Christians and patriots and anybody who's awake and knows the truth. They're going to get you, and your guns aren't going to... Hold on a minute, hold on. Oh, dang. What is this? Something, okay, that should not happen. They should not be able to do what they're doing right now to my phone. I'm going to turn this off and continue this recording in a minute. Hi, it's Tom. I talked to friends of David Goldberg, and I suggested them, hey, let's put together a video series, some way that I can communicate what I know and my knowledge and give people steps and a way out and help them out. And we decided upon we're going to do a video series. I told them I wanted it to be titled USA Genocide 2021 to 2025. And I think it'll be about 5 or 10 videos, and we're just going to walk through everything you need to know to get out, save your family, and get out of the control grid and prepare for the economic collapse that's coming to the Northern Hemisphere. Now, I say USA genocide. It really is. It's Canada. It's Western Europe, China. This is where they're going to institute the control grid. It's the Northern Hemisphere. It's where they got the underground bases. It's where they've got all the surveillance grid in place. It's where how do I put it? The whole world's going to change. And they've been planning this for decades, and you don't know about it because they control all of the YouTubers out there that you listen to, whether it's patriotic channels, QAnon, pro-Trump, Christian channels. You're not hearing about any of this. You're hearing about some of it, but that's the whole point of disinfo. Give you a little truth and give you some misdirection. That's why you don't hear about what I'm talking about. You don't hear about Project Cypher. You don't hear about Project Pogo. You don't hear about the TTIP program. You don't hear about what their plans are for the underground bases. You don't hear about the fact that they're going to take 12 to 15 million American patriots, Christians, God-fearing people who love America, atheists, agnostics too, anybody who's awake and aware, particularly of the Israel question, particularly if you have that knowledge. That's what David talked about in his final video. I hope you listen to it. They want you out of the picture. So they're going to take you underground to the underground bases. They're going to eliminate some of those people too, but the main plan is to take them to the underground bases. They're going to get rid of 12 to 15 million of these Americans. And they've already done 100,000 of them are gone. I talked about that in the last video too. That's part of Project Cypher. There's a bigger project going on here. I don't know the name of that project, but I have hints. I have signs. I have my military insider giving me ideas of what they're doing. There's a bigger project for everybody else who's going to be above ground, 340 million Americans that are left. When this economic collapse happens, everybody's going to line up at the military garrisons, at the military outposts to get food, and they are going to be microchipped. Not you, not me, because we're not part of the average American. We're different. We're informed. We're awake. We're the people that are going to put us down in the underground bases. Not me, because I left. But for everybody else, you guys are going underground. But for everybody else up top, above ground, there's another plan for them, and that is they're going to take the microchip during this economic calamity. Now, there's going to be an economic rebirth after that, after 2025. And preceding that a little bit, the economy in America will recover. They're not going to destroy the country, but this is a transition to a new world. And it is a world that is pure hell. So I'm trying to paint a picture here for you so you understand what's really going on. There are channels, almost every single one of them is controlled. Christian channels, pro-Trump, QAnon, patriotic, prepper channels, they're all telling you the same thing. They're all telling you the same thing. What's that? Stay in the United States. Remain a sitting duck. Don't go anywhere, because somehow your guns are going to save you. They're going to protect you. And if they don't, well, you'll go to heaven if you die. That's the message. And that is total deception, that you are being deceived. So that's part of the project. It's part of Project Pogo. It's, get all these disinfo channels out there pumping Americans full of this garbage about how, stay here, prep, get your guns, defend the homeland. Total garbage. That's like saying stay and defend Sodom and Gomorrah. There's nothing to save. America is gone. And you are either going to be dead or you're going to be in the underground base when this is all said and done, because they're going to send a drone to your home. It's going to drill a little hole in the window. It's going to fly into your house. It's going to shoot a little dart into you and your family while you're sleeping. And it's going to send a little burst of a compound called scopolamine right into your face. Scopolamine right into your face. And it's going to send out some electronic signals, and it's all going to work together in unison, and you're going to rise right up out of your bed in a hypnotic state, and you're going to walk right out of your home with your family of your own will while you're in a hypnotic state with a little drone flying above your head controlling you, and you're going to walk right into a van at night, a bus waiting for you. And you're going to get in that van or that bus calmly, quietly, of your own free will, or so it would appear, and they're going to drive you to the underground base, and they're going to put you in a cage, and then they're going to remove your limbs one by one very slowly without anesthesia, and they're going to extract the adrenochrome that your body creates during that trauma. If you don't know what adrenochrome is, I instructed the friends of David Goldberg to put up a screen that I took, and it should be on the screen right now. That's adrenochrome. That is basically the nectar of these Satanists and the elites, and they want more of it. They're going to take 12 to 15 million of you, patriots, Christians, anybody who's awake and aware. They know who you are through the TTID program. You can't hide. The American surveillance grid is, bar none, the most advanced in the world. They know everything you're doing. They know what you're thinking, breathing, eating. They know where you are at all times. They are going to put you down there. They're going to take your limbs off one by one. They're going to extract the adrenochrome. This is a compound that's produced by your body under trauma. Do you understand what I just said? When you have physical trauma, your body produces this hormone called adrenochrome. And the elites, the nectar of the elites. And the only way to get it is to traumatize a human being physically. And that's what they're going to do to you down there underground. You have underground bases all over the country, and I'll talk more about that. They're going to extract this, and then they're going to traumatize you emotionally, mentally, physically, forever. Because they have machines that can keep you alive for hundreds of years, thousands of years. Why would they want to do all that? Because they want to create hell on earth. Because they know you have an escape plan, and that is to die and go to heaven. Do you think they're stupid? Do you think they didn't figure that one out? You don't get out that easy. They realize, you know what? All these Christians believe they're going to go to heaven if we get to them. We're not going to give them that opportunity. We're going to put them underground in a cage. We're going to keep them alive. We have the technology to do it. And we're going to keep them alive as long as we can. It could be 1,000 years. And the rapture doctrine is a false doctrine. Get the rapture out of your mind. It's not biblical. Now, I'm a Christian. I'm not going to preach to you. If you're an agnostic and atheist listening right now, all of this applies to you. Why does it apply to you? Because the elites, the people in a little country over in the Middle East who I shall not name, but you can figure out who that is, they believe this. So if you're an atheist and agnostic and you don't believe in any of the so-called woo-woo or the religion aspect of it, that's fine. But they believe it. The elites believe in it. They're satanic. They believe it. So if you don't believe it, it's irrelevant. They're going to implement these things anyway. And you are going to be a target, and you're going to go to the underground base too. They're targeting anybody who has any kind of spiritual awareness, any kind of awareness of what's going on. Doesn't matter if you're a Christian or not. The Christians are going to be a main target. That's what's going to happen to the 12 to 15 million Americans that are awake and aware that they've been using Project Pogo and the TTID program to identify. Your guns aren't going to save you. Your bug out location isn't going to save you. Your guns are sticks. They have no interest in banning guns. In fact, they wanted to encourage Americans to buy guns because it is a false sense of security. If they wanted to ban guns, they would have been gone a long time ago. They initially wanted to ban them decades ago until they realized our technology is advancing to the point that the guns don't pose any threat to what we're trying to do. Do you understand? The technology is advancing to the point that the Americans and their guns, that ain't going to stop us. How is your gun going to stop a little drone that drills a hole into your window and flies in, off a scopolamine into your face, and then electronically hypnotizes you to walk out of your house? How's a gun going to work? Not a single shot's going to be fired through that entire scenario. They know that. But they also know this. If we can get all the Americans deceived and believing that the guns can protect them, and believing if they go out in a blaze of glory, they're going straight to heaven, now we have total control. So instead of them taking the guns, there's more guns in America than ever before. People have more guns in their homes than ever before. Nobody's taking the guns. They could have. They don't want to. They want you to believe that your guns are going to protect you and that you're going to stay put in the American control grid and not leave. The last thing they want is for you to do what I did with my family and get out. That's the last thing they want. That's why every disinfo channel, every fake patriot channel is telling you to stay put like a sitting duck, because you're going to end up underground, tortured for 1,000 years. I hope that paints a picture of what's happening. I'm here to help you. I'm here to help. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to the Q&A part of this. That's my monologue. Now we're going to move on to Q&A, and at the end of this video, I'm going to give you a quiz so I can help you get out of this mess. But you need to be ready with the answers about your personal financial situation and the steps you're willing to take to save your family. That's what you need to think about. We'll move on to the Q&A part. I'm just going to go, I sorted the comments here on the video, and I'm going to sort it by newest comments first. And I'm just going to kind of go one by one through all the comments and different questions people had and try to address a lot of these concerns. Because I want to help people. I want to help the people that want to be helped. The people that don't want to be helped, that can't be reached, that are deceived, and that are lost, nothing I can do for them. And I'm just going to ignore them because Satan has a grip on this country that is so far beyond anything that you can't save it. Why do you want to save something that Satan controls? You ask yourself that if you're a Christian. So here we go. What does Zypher stand for? I don't know what Zypher stands for. I do not have the answer to that one. Kyle says, if the documents would open people's eyes, just release them. According to what you're saying, they're going to kill you. Okay, first, let's break that down. Number one, just release them. Well, the channel would be shut down in about 2 seconds if they released them. So how's that going to work out, Kyle? They're going to release the documents, like 5 people are going to see them, and then they're going to delete the whole channel, and you'll never see the documents again. Then they're going to move on the people of the Friends of David Goldberg. They know they have the documents. They know who these people are. They know their names. They know their addresses. They know where they live. Right now, it's kind of a stalemate. Right now, there's kind of a truce between the Friends of David Goldberg and their lawyers and some of the authorities they're in contact with. They've basically been told, don't release them and we'll leave you alone, but if you release them, we're going to move on you. So releasing them doesn't really accomplish much. It just means the channel gets shut down and you'll never hear about it again. Releasing these things is really not the answer. If we could get a YouTube channel with a couple of million subscribers or a major media figure or WikiLeaks to do it, then now you're talking. Now we're talking. But we're not there right now. I've talked to Friends of David Goldberg, and they are telling me we just don't have anybody backing us up right now. We really can't move forward. So, Kyle, if you can figure out how to get it on Fox News or WikiLeaks or something high profile, then I'm all for releasing them. And then he says, well, they're going to kill you regardless. No, they're not going to kill me. They're not going to kill my family. I've taken the steps to protect myself and my family. We're going to be okay. I have high confidence that we're going to be okay because we're out of the whole system. We're out. We left. We're in a place where the surveillance grid does not exist. The underground bases don't exist. Where I'm not their focus right now. People down here where I'm at, we're not part of the focus. So we do feel good. And I don't want to die. And I don't want to be taken to these underground bases and tortured. So no, I'm not going to risk everything just to have the Friends of David Goldberg release the dog. I told them not to do it. Because the whole channel is going to get shut down in 5 minutes. I mean, how is that a solution? What we want is to get this on a major YouTube channel. I've been talking to them about that too. Can we get it on TV? Can we get some media people? Can we get WikiLeaks? They've been looking into it, but they're hitting a stone wall. They're hitting a wall. So I'm glad I could answer that for you. Let's move on. Kyle says again, why aren't people in the military fighting back against this if they know it's happening? First of all, they don't know it's happening. They've been so drugged up with vaccines, they're so mind controlled, I wouldn't expect them to really be aware or ready mentally to deal with this, Kyle. Now, he says they fly overseas to risk their lives. Why won't they fight the government? Kyle, whoa. The military is not going to defend this country. They're not going to save you, and they're not going to stop this. The people in the military are totally full of vaccines. They're totally mind controlled. So I know many of them are good people, but they're not up on this. They're not aware. They're not ready to mentally deal with it when it goes down. They're going to take orders, Kyle. They're going to set up military garrisons. They're going to pass out rations. They're going to chip people with the RFID chips and the other chips they've got ready. They're going to give people vaccines. So they're going to think that they're doing the right thing, but they're not going to fight any of this. They're so mentally conditioned and brainwashed, they're not prepared to know the truth and to be ready, Kyle. A handful of them are. I mean, my military source is, we're talking like 10 or 20 people out of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of military guys. That's not enough, Kyle. It's not enough. So I hope that answered your question. I want to move on down here. Bruin says, thank you, Tom. I'm a fighter. I've been my whole life on this planet. I will not run and hide. If it's your time to go, then it's your time. Well, I wish that was true, but they've taken steps to make sure that that's not going to happen. They're going to take you underground. They're going to put you in a cage. They're going to take your limbs off without anesthesia. They're going to hook you up to a machine that's going to keep you alive. They're going to torture you mentally, physically, and emotionally for as long as they can, and that could be hundreds of years. You think they didn't have a contingency plan for your way of getting out of this? Yeah, they know that death is the easy way out. They're not going to let that happen. Now, that doesn't mean they're not going to kill people. They are killing people. They are going to kill some people for various reasons, for their own reasons. But the bigger plan is the vast majority of American patriots and Christians, free-thinking people that love this country, they're going to keep you alive. And they're going to torture you. And they're going to do things to you beyond your comprehension. That's why I'm telling you, you better take action and listen to what I'm telling you. They also want to harvest your adrenochrome. Adrenochrome is a compound that is excreted by the human body during extreme times of stress and fear, and it's something very important to them. I just searched adrenochrome on a search engine called DuckDuckGo.com. Type it in. It's spelled ANDRENOCHROME. You're going to see the Wikipedia entry at the top, and then you're going to see the second article is titled Adrenochrome, the Secret Immortality Serum All the Illuminati Use. I want you to read that article. It's at disclose.tv. This is very important to the elites and why they want to take you underground and keep you alive. It's also why they want to remove your limbs without anesthesia. They're going to put you in a state of unbelievable fear and torture repeatedly because it is the only way to create adrenochrome, and it's the only way the human body produces it. I'm going to move on down here. Graham says, quit all your social accounts. Tell your family you'll never be on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram again. Now, he's referencing the AI program where they're going to replicate you after they take you out and remove you from society. You know, that's decent advice, but they can also replicate a phone call. Are you never going to use a phone again? Or you're never going to use Facebook. You're never going to use Twitter. You're never going to use Instagram. You're never going to use YouTube. You're never going to use a phone again the rest of your life. That's a tall order. Most people are not going to be able to do that. The AI program is very hard to escape in the United States. They're ready to go. So it's good advice, Graham, and I like it, but just think about the logistics of that. You pretty much have to go live in a cave, and they're still going to find you, and they're still going to know where you are. The best thing to do is be aware. It's good to tell people. It's good to tell your friends and family, hey, be aware of the AI program. Tell them about the video. Tell them about this channel. Tell them about what Tom's saying. Tell them about what David said. Tell them about what happened to David. Tell them about the Friends of David Goldberg and how they're trying to get the information out. If you can do that and take those steps, you're going to be ahead of everybody else. But it's not foolproof. You really cannot escape the grid in America. I hope that answered your question. I'm going to move on now. News and Views Today said, why is New Zealand safe, but Australia is not safe? Is it the Chinese that are going to be allowed to invade and take over Australia? That is partly true. Now, parts of Australia are safe. Parts of Australia are safe. Tasmania is safe. So, but Australia is going to be taken over by the Chinese. This guy is absolutely correct. It's not one of the best places to go, but it is in part, if I was going to go somewhere and I had no other option, I would certainly go there. And when I say parts of Australia, I mean, obviously, Sydney, you don't want to be there. You don't want to be in Melbourne. Those cities are too controlled. They have too much surveillance grid there. You do want to be in the outback. And Tasmania is safe. Tasmania is one of the places that the elites are going to go. There's no underground bases there. There's not a surveillance grid there. You can pretty safely disappear there. But you need money. It is fairly expensive to live in Australia. So, again, that's something we're going to talk about at the end of the video. I hope that answered your question. We're going to move on here. MK Jeep says, F them, I'll go out in a blaze of glory. We all eventually die anyway. My family and I will die with full armor of God on. Plus ballistic vests and lots of rounds sent down. Okay, I appreciate the sentiment, but that's not going to happen, my friend. They're going to send a little drone up to the window of your home. It's going to drill a little hole. It's going to fly into your house when you're sleeping. It's going to shoot little darts into your family and into you. And it's either going to put you asleep or it's going to cause you to stand up and walk out of the house while you're in total daze, because they're going to use a compound called scopolamine. It is a very powerful compound used to induce people into a hypnotic state. They're going to do what they're told. They use that in addition to some other compounds to induce people to walk out of their own homes into these vans or these military vehicles and then drive away in a hypnotic state. And if they don't do that, they just put you to sleep. So the drone is going to drill a little hole into your window, going to fly in while you're sleeping, very small drone, shoot you with these darts, put you to sleep, and then they're going to take you out. And they have different methods of doing it. Like I said, they use a compound called scopolamine and a few other compounds that will induce you to actually stand up and walk out. And it actually involves some an electronic device too, to induce that hypnotic state to tell you what to do. And you're going to walk right out. There's going to be a big military truck there, or it's just going to be a bus. It's going to look it could look innocuous. It could look like something nobody notices. Could just be a regular van, and you're going to walk into it with your family, and they're going to drive away, and they're going to take you to the underground base. So no, you're not going out in the blaze of glory. You're not going to die eventually. You're not going to die with your family with full armor of God on you. You're going to be taken into the underground base. You're going to be tortured. You're going to be put in a cage, and you're going to have your limbs removed, and different body parts are going to be removed. You have experiments done on you. You're going to be tortured. You're going to be mentally, physically, emotionally tortured for as long as they can do it. It's going to be hell on earth. That is their plan. I hope that answered your comment. Now, someone below that, the Great Awakening, said, you won't die, you'll be taken to underground base, kept alive, and tortured. Now, the Great Awakening is a colleague of mine, and he has been answering some individuals. We've been in communication and talking for a while, and he is providing some excellent information. You should listen to what he has to say in the comments section. I'm going to address some more comments here. Does anyone feel relaxed about Jade Hem? I don't. There's a reason they brought all that military equipment here, sent our troops out, but they're not done. That's more or less correct. Thou Shalt Be Free said, there are these Black Awakening super soldiers that have been mind controlled to kill everyone. When their code is sent, all hell's going to break loose. That is correct. I don't care how long the videos are. I want to know everything. I have a long attention span for things that are important. Thou Shalt Be Free said that. Thank you. You know, I'm gonna do that. We're just gonna talk and get the information out for the people that want to listen and want to hear. For the people that are deceived and don't care, I'm not here for you. Juan in the Spirit Ministry says, thank you for sharing. I really appreciate the work and the sacrifices. Thank you. Frankie J says, what can we do to prepare and how much time do we have? I'm going to give you a quiz and some advice toward the end of this video on how you can prepare. So be sure to listen to that. And how much time do we have? Well, as I instruct the friends of David Goldberg, this is about 2021 to 2025. The years 2021 to 2025. Those are the years you really need to think about. You do have a little bit of time left because they're not done with Project Pogo and they're not done with TTID. You do have some time. But 2021 to 2025 are the target dates that you really want to look at. If you're not out of the United States by then, it's game over for you. Kniblin said, create a torrent with files and info, then paste the magnet link on 4chan and watch it spread. They can't stop peer-to-peer torrent. He goes on to share a little more information. You know, that's not a bad idea. The problem with that is not enough people are going to see it, and they do have the ability to shut some of that down. So if the torrent goes out and people get the documents, they will be able to find out who those people are that have the documents, and they will be able to shut down their internet. They'll be able to go after them. They will be able to stop some of it. Not all of it, but some of it. The problem with that is not enough people are going to see it. If you want to do this and WikiLeaks is involved, you want to do this and a major YouTube channel with millions of subscribers wants to do it, then we can talk. But the idea you have here is good, but it's just not going to reach enough people quickly enough. I mean, and not enough people know about this. They turned this YouTube channel off, which could happen any second now. I mean, the friends of David Goldberg are worried about it. I'm worried about it. We don't know how much longer it's going to be around. It's over. It's over. So a torrent goes out and a few people grab the documents and they talk about it and they look at it. There's going to be a full-on effort to stamp that out by the agencies here in the United States. They're watching. They know. They will be able to stop a lot of that. Not all of it, but enough that nobody's really going to, it's not going to make the front page news if you think that's what's going to happen with that. Hope that answered your question. Let's move on. Bree View said, if guns are not going to help, then why are they so desperately trying to take them? They're not trying to take them. If they want to take the guns, they could have done it a long time ago. They want you to believe that the guns are going to protect you. They want you to believe that, oh, my guns are going to protect me. And that's a psychological operation been going a long time. Now, they wanted to take the guns a long time ago. Back in the 90s, they did want to take the guns until the technology progressed to such that the guns aren't going to be an issue for them. They don't care if every American is armed to the teeth. Right now, the gun issue is a right-left paradigm issue to keep you controlled and keep you believing that your guns are going to protect you. Why do they care about guns when they can send a little drone into your home, drill a little hole in your window, fly in while you're asleep, and shoot you with a dart that's going to cause you to stand up, walk out of your home into a van, and be taken down to an underground base? Why do they care about your guns? They don't. Do you understand what I'm telling you? They used to want to take the guns. The technology advanced into the 2000s and 2010s until they realized the guns are meaningless. The guns are as strong as sticks. And they realized we can conduct a psychological operation where we can get all the patriots and all the Christians believing that the guns are going to protect them. And that's what they've done. Now you believe that if you're armed to the teeth, that's somehow going to protect you. Slow them down a little bit. You're going to go out in a blaze of glory. That's what you believe. That's not what's going to happen. So they've got you totally mind controlled about the guns. And I support the Second Amendment. I love guns, but we're way beyond guns. We're way beyond that. The technology they have, guns are nothing. Guns aren't going to stop anything. And no, they're not trying to take them. If they wanted to take them, they would have. Have they taken the guns? Not even close. Not even close. You can buy a gun. You can get a gun. They haven't done anything to stop it. If anything, people have bought more guns. And that's what they wanted. All right, we're just going to move on to some more comments here. I'm going to try to answer more of your questions. I'm sorry, I'm just scrolling through this. How do we know this guy's real? What if it's an AI program running his account? Says Nigel Charles. Well, I guess you don't know. But if you're willing to believe it's an AI program running this video, then you're willing to believe everything I'm telling you is true. Let's move on. Ben Mosley said this would explain all the cloned Facebook accounts. Thanks for the info. That is correct. Facebook is about half of all Facebook accounts are totally fake and controlled by AI at this point. Again, it's all part of testing. A lot of people take it literally and they say, well, they got a Facebook account over here and it's totally, look, there are many different operations going on at once. They're testing these things. Just because they've got some fake Facebook account over here doesn't mean that's part of the main operation. It means maybe it's a test, maybe it's something they're trying out. You can't take everything completely literally. They have all kinds of operations going on at once for different reasons, different agendas. Clone Facebook accounts are part of it, but the real goal is to take your real account, take you out of your home, put you in the underground base, and then continue to post on Facebook as if you never went anywhere. And I'm going to address some of that a little bit about the people that said, well, if they take you away, eventually your friends and family are going to realize that you're gone. That may be true. They have a contingency plan for everything, trust me. The goal is not to make it seem like you're gone forever. The goal is to make your disappearance not be investigated. Do you understand what I just said? Make it so your disappearance isn't investigated. So weeks and months go by and it looks like, well, he's still around, and oh, he's still on Facebook and he posted something, so that law enforcement doesn't take it seriously, so friends don't take it seriously. So no one's really looking into the fact that you're gone. Now, that's really their goal. There's a bigger agenda at play, but that's the initial part of this. Make it so when they disappear all these people and take them away, it isn't a shock to the system. There aren't articles on the news, oh my God, 1 million people disappeared. They want to make it feel like, okay, nothing really happened. And it's working. Like I said, they already took 100,000, people are gone. They've already eliminated and removed 100,000 patriots and Christians from the United States of America, taken them underground or killed them, and nobody's talking about it because nobody knows, nobody's thinking about it, nobody notices because the AI program is working. All those people, these were test cases, all those people are gone. But they're still posting on all their social media, they're still making phone calls, and the algorithm, the automation algorithm is running. Where now they went on vacation, now they have the flu, they don't want anyone coming over. All these excuses why they're not around. There's an automation algorithm script that's in place for all these people, and it runs, and it works. Even if you go over to their house and you knock on the door and you see that they're not home, does that prove that they're gone? No. Then you call law enforcement. Is law enforcement going to do anything? No. Because law enforcement has access to all the Facebooks. Law enforcement uses Facebook. Law enforcement looks at Facebook. And they're going to say, well, your friend is still on Facebook posting. He just posted a video of himself in Disneyland. Why would we go investigate that? We're already swamped with cases. We don't have time for this. So you can see how the AI program, the goal is to just make it so these disappearances don't cause a shock to the system. When they eliminate 12 million people, if they didn't have this AI in place, yeah, people are going to notice. It's going to be a story on the news. Wow, these people disappeared from the town. What's going on? The AI automated program is in place so that it's not a shock to the system. Nobody really notices. Nobody really makes a big deal about it. They're very, very smart. They're smarter than you. They're smarter than me. They know what they're doing. And yes, some people will figure it out. Some people will realize their friends are gone. But then other people won't, and there'll be arguments about it. One family member is going to realize, wow, my uncle's gone. Then another family member is going to come into that conversation and say, no, he's still here. Look at his Facebook account. What are you talking about? He's fine. This is what's going to happen, and there's going to be no resolve. Law enforcement won't be involved, and there's nothing you can do about it. I hope that explained a little better what this is about. All right, I'm going to move down here. This guy says, give regard to truth. He says, you're an asshole. You gave the people no hope, but instead told them they're going to die. Incorrect. And don't have money to get out. Incorrect. And go and chase this goose. Here's a hint, because it's highly private. I can't tell you. You're an asshole. That's what he's saying about me. It's incorrect. I did give people hope. I didn't tell them they're going to die. I told them they're going to live. Unfortunately, they're going to be taken underground. And I told them they don't have money. A lot of people don't have money to get out. I'm trying to give you the pathway forward to help yourself. Yeah, no, I can't talk about it. I signed an agreement. I signed a non-disclosure agreement. You want me to break that and jeopardize my life and my family because you demanded I break a promise and a document that I signed? No. But I'll do my best to lead you down the path, and that's what I'm doing. And I've already done it for some people. I've already helped some people. Maybe not you, because you're not paying attention and you're very negative, but I have already helped some people who are listening very carefully to what I'm saying. Let's move on here. This guy says, Nemesis Now says, patriots need to stay in the USA and fight the satanic New World Order. The more patriots who leave the USA, the less resistance. I want everyone to think about that. Don't leave. So this guy is completely deceived and deluded, dangerous. I mean, this is dangerous advice. No, we do not need to stay in the USA. The more patriots who leave the USA, the less resistance, he says. Nobody's leaving the USA right now because you're all deceived and you're all totally mind controlled right now. And you don't have to worry about that. They've got total control of the USA. Nobody's leaving. You do need to get out if you're listening to this. The answer is not to stay and fight. You're not going to be able to fight. That you cannot stop their technology, and the United States is not worth saving. If you think the United States, one of the most evil, corrupt countries on the face of the earth and human existence, you think it's worth saving. It's like saying, I'm going to go save Sodom and Gomorrah. You need to get out, save your family. Otherwise, you're looking at a future of being microchipped. If you're above ground, you're going to be microchipped and totally controlled. If you're lucky enough to be able to stay above ground and live and survive, you're going to be microchipped. If they take you underground, you're going to be tortured, have your limbs removed, and they're going to keep you alive for as long as they can and torture you. So that's your future if you stay in the control grid that is the United States. That is terrible advice. Let's move on. This guy says New Zealand's a socialist country. Why go there? Well, the goal here is to save your life, not argue over the political system of where we're going. New Zealand is a place where the elites have protected. They're going to keep it safe. It is their own little precious backyard. All right? So you may not agree with the political system there. That's socialist. It is a safe country. They don't have underground bases there. They don't have the control grid the way they have it in the United States. If you can get into New Zealand, you can find a little place to live. And I recommend, and I'll talk about it at the end of the video, going off grid anywhere you go is the goal and the plan. You just can't do it in the United States because they're going to find you. And I just want to reiterate for people, the control grid in the United States is the most advanced in human history. That's where they poured all their resources. They've got every imaginable form of surveillance going 24/7 right now in the United States. They know what you're doing. They know where you're at. They know what you're eating. They know what you're thinking. The level of control in the United States is beyond anything you can imagine. That's where they put their resources. They have not done that in some of these other countries. In some of these countries down in the southern hemisphere, that's their own playground. That's where they're going to go. They haven't poured those resources there. The control grid isn't there. The surveillance isn't there. The underground bases aren't there. The military isn't there. These are safe places. But the United States is the complete opposite of that. There is nowhere to hide in the United States. Nowhere. Parts of Canada, there are nowhere to hide in parts of Canada either. In Mexico, there are parts of Mexico that are safe, but not very many, and I'll talk about that too. So I'm going to move on here. Oh, this lady Patricia says, dude, people like me and my family are dirt poor. We can't move out. Well, that's why I'm doing this. I'm trying to help you. You got to listen to what I'm trying to tell you. I signed a non-disclosure agreement. I'm not going to jeopardize my family and my financial well-being, but I am going to lead you in the right direction. You got to listen to what I'm telling you. I've already told you what to do, and some people have already followed that advice in the previous video, and they're going to be okay. But you got to listen. This person asked, Namanensaki, gotcha. He asked a couple different questions here. The QR code as an electronic tattoo is the mark. The QR code is part of the surveillance grid. I don't know if it's what you would call the mark of the beast, because they are going to put an electronic device in you. And the QR code is more of a barcode, but it is part of the plan. Yeah, it is. When did they program this catastrophic event? When I talk about the dates 2021 to 2025, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the events that they have planned. There's going to be an economic calamity that's going to come. There's going to be a crash. In terms of catastrophic natural events, I don't have a lot of information on that, but I can get more information from my military insider on that, because he alluded to that the last time I spoke to him, that they're doing something with the weather, that they can control some things, and he basically hinted at that they're going to implement some of that soon. So I'll get more information on that. The attempt against POTUS will happen in 2020. Will it be okay? He's talking about Trump. Are they going to do some kind of attempt against him in his life? I don't have any information on that. I can't answer a question I don't have information on. I do not have anything on that. How much time do we have? I'm giving you the timeline, 2021, 2025. That's your timeline. And if you're still in the U.S. in 2021, early 2021, you might have a chance to get out, but beyond that, you're not going anywhere. You will not be able to get out. Joan of Arc, I hope that answered your questions. Joan of Arc asked, what countries are safe to move to? New Zealand, parts of Australia, Tasmania, Chile, Argentina, Ecuador, some parts of Mexico and Central America. Colombia, Venezuela, Brazil are too unstable. I would not recommend going to those countries. Bolivia is okay, but the United States has made a move on Bolivia recently, and there was a coup, and I would recommend staying away from Bolivia. So that's the direction I would go. There are some Pacific islands that are safe, but that's the list I'd stick with right now. Great Awakening said, instructions received. Thank you, Tom, for God and Country. Great Awakening, somebody I've been in communication with, and he knows a lot too, and he could be helpful to everybody, because I asked him to start giving people some information too, and I think he started to do that. So look for his comments. I told him to put up some videos too, and I think he's going to do that. And once he does that, I'll direct everyone to his channel and then get people on board with what he's doing. He hasn't put anything up yet. I'm reading through the comments here. Pain is coming, God wins, Patriots fight, says Sunshine after the storm. I wish it was that simple. It's not. RJL Harris says, what or who is BQ? The answer is in the notes. The video with the notes, I already told you to go watch that. I cannot expand any more on that. I've signed an agreement. I've signed a non-disclosure agreement, and it affects my family. People want me to just break an agreement and break my promise. I'm not going to do that. I've done what I can. And if you listen, you'll go in the right direction. Sean says, enjoy life while you still have it. Love your family. Cherish every moment. The blink of an eye could be over. Well, that is true to an extent, but unfortunately, they have plans to ensure that it's not going to be over. They want to create hell on earth, and they figured out how to do it. And it is biblical. But the pastors and the Christians in America are totally deceiving their flock and leading them in the wrong direction. They're telling them, stay here. God's going to take you to heaven. You're going to be raptured. Even if you get killed, at least you go to heaven. Just horrible advice. Horrible advice. It's like saying, stay in Sodom and Gomorrah. Stay here in Sodom and Gomorrah and fight to save it. No. Why would they put them underground for torture? Yeah, that is exactly why they're going to do it. And they mentioned the rapture. The rapture is only going to take 144,000 according to the Bible. I don't know why anybody would rely on that. Most chances are you're a sinner and you are not one of the chosen ones. If you even believe in the rapture. Some people don't believe the rapture is even biblical. I personally do not believe in the rapture. I think the rapture is not biblical. I think it is a device used to deceive. I mean, if you're believing the rapture is going to save you, then you are completely deceived and deluded beyond any hope. You've got to get your mind right. It isn't that easy. You don't get a free ticket out of this. Read the Bible again. Linda Hurley said, all I can say is I can't do anything or afford to get out of the country. You can. I've given you the path. Do it. But if you're not going to listen or take that path, there's nothing I can do about it. Rena Martin said, what good is having all this information when most have no choice to just get up and move? Again, I've given you the path, the thing that saved me and my family and has helped other people. You've got to listen. And I understand a lot of people don't have the option, but I'm trying to help people here. You know, David did this for my family, and he helped us, and it's real. And we're out. We could not afford to leave before David showed us what we needed to do, and now I'm trying to show you what you need to do without jeopardizing it for myself. I mean, I signed a non-disclosure agreement. I made a promise. I will lose everything if I break that agreement. I've done everything I can within the NDA, the non-disclosure agreement, to tell you what to do. There are some loopholes in it. I can direct you to certain things, but I cannot come out and explicitly tell you, here, X, Y, Z, go do that. I can't do it. Then I will lose everything. I'm doing my best here, but you've got to listen and follow the directions I've given you. Janae P. asked, John Hay P. asked, hi, Tom, what do you think of COPPA? What is that really for? I think that refers to some YouTube thing with this. I know YouTube did something with the kids and trying to protect children. The whole, I don't even know anything about it, to be honest with you. I don't. Is the government killing ICE vehicles? I can't comment on that. I do not know. What is TTID program? I can't believe you'd even ask that. It was discussed in David's last video. I assume people that are listening to this channel know what's going on. Have been watching David's videos. If you haven't been watching, you need to go watch his videos. Go watch the one that talks about Project Cypher. The last words from David. It's right there on his channel for Friends of David Goldberg. What is TTID program? Well, it's tag, track, and ID. We've been talking about it. David talked about it. I've talked about it. I'm really surprised someone even asked that because I assume you're informed. You got to go read the blog. You got to watch the videos on David's channel and get up to speed. Any idea why there's a statue of Moloch in the Vatican? Well, to the mere question answers itself. The Vatican is a satanic organization. The Catholic Church is satanic. That's why they have a statue of that nature. And I don't even know if there's a statue in the Vatican of Moloch, but I assume there would be. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Is there a way to disable 5G? Well, there is, but you're going to be arrested. If you go out and try to take down one of these 5G towers in your neighborhood, they're going to know that you did it. They have the surveillance. They're going to see you do it. They have cameras. The 5G itself can even detect what you're doing. It's got capabilities beyond what they've told you. So if you go out and you take down a 5G tower, they're going to be showing up at your door the next day. You're going to be arrested. The only way to disable is you have to line your entire house with lead. Very difficult to do. You're still going to be exposed to it when you leave your home. If you lined your entire home with lead, it would be very expensive, costly, dangerous to do it. You could prevent it from getting into your home, but that's not very practical. Do you think that celebrities are cloned and into some kind of MK Ultra? I don't believe they're cloned. They are cloning programs. I don't think they're cloning celebrities. They don't have to. The celebrities already sold their souls to Satan. They've been promised things. They've been given wealth. They've been given everything on this earth they could ever want. Now, when they leave this earth, they will have nothing and they will be in hell. But that's the choice they made. They're all part of a program to carry out disinfo campaigns and mind control on you. Tom Hanks is a part of that. Next question, why human depopulation? Are we running out of land to live in or short on food and resources? To an extent, that's true. Really, the elites just want to preserve the earth for themselves. They do want to reduce the population, but not quite to the extent that has been suggested by some other YouTube channels out there. That's something I can't really comment on with total authority because I'm not privy to information on it, but I don't believe they want to reduce the human population too drastically. Some, particularly the United States, but not too drastically. Because, there's reasons I want to get into, economic reasons why that is. Are we running out of food, or we're not running out of food yet? Part of the reason we're not running out of food is they developed a way for bacteria to create food items like an orange. Probably half the oranges in the stores you buy, when you pick it up, you're holding something that was created with bacteria. It was not grown on a tree. They have the ability to produce food with bacteria very efficiently. It's something that is totally classified. No one really knows about it, but the food issue is not quite a problem yet. So when you're in the store, you need to look around you. You need to ask yourself, how is it possible all this food is here? How is it possible all this food is here? Well, it's not possible. Half the things you're looking at have been created in huge warehouses, huge vats of bacteria, and they're able to basically tell the bacteria, okay, create this cell, create this molecule, create this compound that will form into an orange. And they look just like an orange, they feel like an orange, they don't quite taste as good as a real orange. All this food they're creating with the bacteria is a little more bland and not quite as good, and certain doesn't even remotely have the health benefits. But about half the food you see in a grocery store is created in these huge warehouses with bacteria. It's not grown on a tree. It doesn't come from the land. And it is severely lacking in the nutrients that you need. And that's a big reason why cancer and a lot of health problems are becoming worse, particularly in the United States. This program is in the United States. If you go to South America, almost all the food is grown in the land. Almost all the food, as far as I know it, all of it is. Comes right out of the ground, and it is grown here. And it is very healthy. Because again, these programs have not been implemented down here. The elites, the people in power, the Satanists, they don't want to destroy the entire planet. They want to destroy the United States and a few other Western countries and implement their control grid. China, Europe, United States, Canada. That's their plan. But there's a lot of safe places on this planet that they've left alone. Where are the places they said that they kept people underground experimenting? Denver International Airport's a huge one, massive underground base under there. They have them all over the United States. I mean, most people kind of have an idea of where they are. You know, they got them out in California, Lancaster and China Lake, and a couple Air Force bases out there house massive underground bases. We're talking miles and miles in width and miles deep. They've been building them for decades. They can house millions of people because they have these cages set up that are very small, few square feet, and they stuff your body in there. You can't move, you can't walk. They're going to remove your limbs anyway. They hook you up to this machine. They keep you alive. They torture you mentally, physically, and emotionally for as long as they can, and hundreds of years, thousands of years. They can put a lot of people in these bases because you're not going to be in a nice cell where you have a bed and you can walk around. Get that out of your mind real quick. You're going to be in a very small little cage. And they have room to put a lot of these people in there. And again, California, under Denver International Airport, they have a couple of huge ones in Wisconsin. Nobody knows about them at all. But there's a couple out in Wisconsin. They've got a couple in Montana. They're all over them. There's a ton of them. They've been working on it for decades. Let's move on. I would say, knowing the locations is important, but at the end of the day, there's so many of them, you'd be overwhelmed if you had a list of them. It's probably 120, and they're huge, and they're everywhere. Every state's got one. Hawaii's got them. And I've seen these lists. My military insider shared some of that with me about 2 years ago. Absolutely horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Yeah, Rena says they can't find us all. Yeah, they can. They know where every single American is at any given time. Unless you manage to find a cave somewhere that goes, 1,000 feet underground, maybe they can't find you. That's about your best bet. Because there's things in your body. You understand if there are things in your body. There are nano devices in your body. Do you understand that? It doesn't take much. But every American has consumed a nano device that has gone into their body, and it is hidden, and they can use that to track you. And these devices are able to actually go to different parts of your body. So if one person is able to find out where it is, maybe he finds it in his pinky finger and says, I found the nano device in my pinky finger. As far as I know, nobody's even found them yet because they're so small, very hard to detect. They go to any part of your body. They're going to go anywhere. So that if one guy finds it in his pinky and he says, I found the nano device, I was able to get it out of there, go look at your pinky and get it out. No. These things implant themselves anywhere in your body. It could be anywhere. And they use those to track you. But they want a better system. These little devices are effective, but like I said, if you can go get into an underground cave or you can use a lead-lined room, they cannot track you. So when this economic calamity happens, they're going to have everybody lined up at military garrisons. They're going to be passing out rations. And to get the rations and the food, you're going to have to accept a chip. And the chip is going to be much more effective at tracking you than this nano device they've got in your body right now, because the nano device is just too small. There are some technical limitations. That's why they want everybody chipped. And the only way to do it is they're going to have an economic calamity, which is inevitable anyway, but they're planning it. There's going to be military garrisons in every city, every town, and you're going to go there to get food. It's going to be the only place to get food. And like I said, they've got this bacteria technology that they've created where they can produce a lot of food. And that's why they're getting rid of a lot of the farming in the United States. If you've noticed, farming in the United States is diminishing rapidly. How are they providing 350 million Americans with all that food? That's because they got these huge warehouses where they're growing the food with bacteria. And it looks real. But the taste is different and the nutrients are not there. They're going to be passing out food. They're going to have plenty of food for Americans, but the only way to get it is going to be through these garrisons, these military outposts where they're going to be passing food out. And people are going to be okay. Not everybody's going to die. But if you don't accept the chip, well, you don't get food. And now there's no food growing anywhere. There's not going to be farmers markets. There's not going to be farmers farming food. They've been phasing that out so that when this happens, you don't have that option. Is that making sense? Is that clicking for you? I hope so, because that's a big part of this. The food distribution, how they're going to use that to control you. And if you open your eyes and you look around, you're going to realize, wow, wait a minute, he's kind of right. There is a lot less farming in the United States. There have been a lot of farmers that have been retiring, and the young people aren't carrying on in the farming business, and they're phasing a lot of this out. Where do we get all our food? Look around you. Do you see farms everywhere? No. But the grocery stores are full of food. Well, that food, a lot of it is grown by bacteria in the huge warehouses they have. A lot of them are underground too. And the technology is remarkable because the food looks real, but it doesn't taste the same. So get ready for that. The only way to get food when this is all said and done is going to be through the military outposts and garrisons, and they're going to ask for you to be microchipped before you get that food. Most Americans are going to do it willingly because they're going to be hungry. So I'll move on here. Sherry Williams said, thank you for sharing. We're taking the steps, already following the instructions from the notes video that Tom talks about. We are looking at southern parts of Chile. We already know some people who move there and love it. They have a farm and they're mostly off-grid. It's a very safe place. Okay, that's wonderful to hear that Sherry is doing that. She's right on point. Cass Smith says, there's nowhere to go, it's global. That is incorrect. That is incorrect. She says there's nowhere to go. Well, there are places to go. How in the world do we come up with the money to leave, says Fritz Cat Bar. I've given you the directions. If Sherry Williams can follow it, you can follow it. So I'm going to take a break. I'm talking like crazy, and I want to just finish this up with a quiz and just kind of give you guys some direction here. Be right back. All right, that concludes Q&A. I want to just kind of go over some tips on how to save yourself and your family and your life. And I mean, I hope that you thought about your finances and where you're at and what you could do and can you leave and can you get out. You got to think about that. Unfortunately, most Americans can't get out. I couldn't get out. All right, I couldn't get out. I knew that. My military insider and source, who I've known for many, many years, he'd been telling me, Tom, you got to get out. You got to get your family out. You got to get out. And I'd always say to him, you know, I want to, but we got debts. We just don't have the net worth. Even if I sold everything, the money's going to run out eventually. We don't have the income. You know, it's something I've been thinking about for a long time. And I wanted to go to Eastern Washington, and I wanted to kind of bug out, but then I met David, and I saw the documents, and I talked to my military insider, and it all came together, and I said, wow, okay, that's not going to work. I can't stay here. They're going to target me. I'm going to probably at the top of the list of whoever they have a list of all these people. I'm definitely at the top, or was at one of the top of the lists. And I said, well, they're going to take us to the underground bases, they're going to torture us, and they're going to hook us up to these machines that are going to keep us alive for hundreds, thousands of years. That's pure hell. I don't want that to happen to my family. I don't want that to happen to my kids and my wife. It's just unconscionable to even think about. I said, I got to get out. And I talked to my military insider about it. I said, what if we get out? What if we get out? Won't they come after us? Won't they get us? And he said, no, they're not. They have certain spiritual rules that they follow, Tom, and that's what he said to me. The people who leave, the people who take action to leave, go to the Southern Hemisphere, they're going to leave them alone for the most part. Not all of them, but for the most part. There's spiritual rules that they follow, and it may sound really messed up. I mean, they're Satanists, right? They're evil. But they have these rules they follow. It's like 9/11. They told everybody before 9/11 what they were going to do. You know, and informed people know what I'm talking about. Uninformed people don't know what I'm talking about, but people that are informed know exactly what I'm talking about. It's called white balance. It's something they believe in. And I pressed my military source on this, said, look, if I leave, they're still going to come get me. He said, number one, this is your best chance. You got no other option. I mean, this is it. You leave. or you stay here and you suffer. And he said, if you leave, you're going to fall under a certain protective order. They don't mess with the Americans who escape, basically. They're kind of leaving them alone. Doesn't mean they're going to leave them all alone. They can still come for me. But he told me that, and I said, okay, I believe you. I don't have any other choice anyway. We got to get out. And then I met David, and we talked, and that's when he introduced me to a project that he's involved in. I've told people, I've given people directions on what to do. Go watch the video with the notes. It's on this channel. It's on Friends of David Goldberg channel. Click on the videos. It's going to show it there. David's notes. Go watch it. That's going to give you the path that you need to follow. I've already helped people. People have already been following that path, and they are thankful, and it's working. Some people, unfortunately, just aren't smart enough to follow simple directions and do it, and I can't help those people. I've given them directions. If they can't follow it, there's nothing I can do. That's up to God. If you can't go click on a video that I tell you to click on and watch it for 5 minutes, I can't save you. You are unsavable. And you're going to go to the underground base and you're going to be tortured and you're going to suffer, and they're going to extract the adrenochrome out of you when they remove your limbs without anesthesia, and they hook you up to this machine in a little cage, and you're going to be alive for the next 1,000 years being tortured because they're Satanists. They want to create hell on earth, and they don't want to let you get to heaven. Does that make sense? They don't want to let you get there. Because you die, you get to go to heaven. They don't want to let you get there. But there's some people that can't be saved, and I'm sorry for their souls. I've done my best to do what I need to do. I've signed a non-disclosure agreement. I'm not going to jeopardize my family. If I came out and said, go XYZ, go right here, that's a violation of non-disclosure agreement I signed. I'm not going to ruin everything for myself because somebody can't follow instructions. So I've given you what I can give you. If you have that key, you will be okay, but you better act quick because time's running out. 2021 to 2025. Early 2021 is about the end. If you're not out of the United States by early 2021, maybe spring of 2021, game over, because I've been told the economic calamity, the economic collapse is planned for 2021. And it's going to be severe. It's going to be bread lines, food lines to the military garrisons where they're going to have you stamped with the chip. They're going to implant the chip. If you don't take the chip, you don't eat, you die. The problem is this. If you're above ground and you're one of those people who refuses the chip and you die, they've got a contingency for everything. You're not going to be in that line. If you're a Christian, if you're watching this video, if you know the truth, if you're an agnostic, an atheist who understands the Israel question, who knows the truth about 9/11, guess what? You're not going to be above ground. You're going to be one of the 12 to 15 million Americans who is below ground in the underground base. So don't you think you can count on being in that line, refusing the chip, and then maybe going off grid or something? Nice try. It's not going to work that way. I already talked about the food distribution program they've got in place. You're not going to be able to grow a garden. They're wiping out the farmers. They already can grow these Franken foods in a vat with bacteria. It's not good. Doesn't taste as good. You don't know that because you've been eating it for so long. You forgot what real food tastes like down here in South America, where the food is beautiful and rich and delicious and full of nutrients. You don't know what that's like anymore, because you're totally used to this garbage that's in the supermarkets. It's a little more bland, less nutrients, but you think it's real. If you think you're going to get in that line and refuse the chip and then go walk off somewhere to your bug out area and grow some food, you are in fantasy land. You are dreaming. They have a surveillance apparatus. They know where every human beating heart is in the entire continental United States. They know where they are in Alaska, Hawaii, Western Europe, Canada, parts of Mexico. They can see your beating heart from the satellites. You think that you can hide? They've already got these little nano things in your body. They can track you with that. It's not very effective. They want to upgrade it and implant the chip in 340 million Americans. I've given you the path. You've got to get your finances in order. You got to follow the steps I gave you, the clues, and you got to prepare. Or two things are going to happen. You're either going to take the chip and you basically accept the mark of the beast, or you're going underground and they're going to torture you and hook you up to the machine and take your limbs off, extract your adrenochrome, torture you in front of your family, rape your children in front of you. The worst things you can imagine while still being alive, that is what is going to happen. My military sources told me that. Some of it's in the documents. I've seen it with my own eyes. It is happening already. It's already happened to 100,000 Americans. I already told you they took away. They got the AI program. You don't even know they're gone. They're still posting on Facebook. They're still making these fake phone calls because the AI program can emulate them. They can emulate you. You can make a fake phone call. The program's going to make the phone call. Your mother, your dad, your son's going to think it's you because it sounds just like you. Now, that AI program is going to expand in this new world, this hellscape that they're creating, and it's going to have a whole new role. Right now, they're testing it out for this Project Cypher to get rid of all these people, but the AI program is advancing, and they're going to create a whole new world where they have total control. They control all narratives, all political discourse with these AI creations online. Entire political movements will be created with an AI automated, fake, computerized human beings that look real, that look like they are holding rallies out in a field somewhere with 100 people. And you're going to go, wow, look at that rally that guy held. Like maybe a Bernie Sanders type. Maybe there's some Bernie Sanders guy that you think is great and you see these videos of him holding rallies. I really like him. He's speaking truth. Totally fake. It's all deep fake. The rally's fake. He's fake, but it looks real. It looks like he held a rally out in a cornfield in Iowa. And you think, wow, I'm going to follow him now. You're following a computer-generated, AI automated script that you think is real and you think he's some guy speaking for you. That's the world you're going to be in. They haven't gotten there yet, but they're getting damn close. And some of it's happening with Trump right now. And I'll get into that in my next video. My next video is going to be about the disinfo campaign. We're going to talk about Trump. We're going to talk about Israel. And we're going to talk about more things about moving down to the southern hemisphere and what that's about, too. That's it for this video. Get on board. Get ready for the next video. Get a part of this. And turn off those damn disinfo channels and YouTubers that are lying to you and telling you to stay put like a sitting duck and try to save Sodom and Gomorrah. Who tell you you're going to be raptured, or tell you that, well, defend your homestead with your guns, and if you get killed, you go to heaven. That's what they tell you. Total fiction. Total deception. You think that Satan and the elites didn't have a contingency plan for any of that? You think that guns are going to stop them? Not even close. So that's it, and I'll have more coming. I'm sending more of these tapes to friends of David Goldberg. We'll get more videos up. I got to get it out. We don't have much time left. right, so this is part two. I want to get into the Trump presidency, and I'm also going to talk a little bit about the collapse and how it's all going to happen. It's basically going to be a reset. It's going to be a controlled collapse. So I'll get into the detail on that. It's really not what you're thinking it's going to be. I'll explain how they're going to handle it. And I'm going to spend a lot of the video talking about Trump and the Trump presidency and a lot of my conversations with David and what we talked about and where we agreed and where we disagreed. Because we had some pretty heated discussions about Trump. His viewpoint was very different from mine when we first met. By the time of his death and conversing with each other so much over the course of many, many, many months, we came to kind of conclude similar things, but I still have my own point of view. So I'm going to talk about Trump. I'm going to talk about what I know from a military source who's also shared with me some interesting highlights and things from his own knowledge, his experience. You know, he's got access. He does. Not White House access or anything like that, but he's pretty high in the chain of command, so he hears a lot. And he shares it with me, so I'll get into some of that. But before I do that, I'm scared. My wife basically told me to stop doing these videos and stop sending Friends of David Goldberg audio and just stop altogether. And the reason she did that and said that is some of the comments that people are leaving on these videos, just recently too. I talked to the Friends of David Goldberg about this. We're in email communication every day, and they send me screenshots of some of the comments that they're having to delete. They're not leaving this stuff up because it's so toxic, so nasty, and threatening. And some of it concerns me, so they send it to me. They say, well, this guy said this. Do you know anything about this? And you probably want to be aware of this. And I do want to be aware of it. I don't recognize a lot of any of these accounts, but they're really coming after me, and they're coming after the channel. And it's pretty disturbing. We really got somebody's attention, in other words. I asked the Friends of David Goldberg, had you seen this kind of thing over the past few months or 6 months? If you look at the channel, was David getting attacked? Was he getting the same kind of response? And they said no. They can go back and look at all the comments. They can see the comments that ended up in the spam section, I guess. They were telling me about that. And they said it looked pretty normal. He said you'd have some people that didn't like David, or you had people that were kind of grouchy, but it was about what you'd expect. But they said the past 3 videos, things have changed, and particularly the past 2 videos. They said the one that I did about Project Zypher, and then the last one, USA Genocide, they said things totally changed. There was a deluge of extremely vitriolic, hostile comments, a wide range. Some were direct threats, some had some personal information about people that are behind the Friends of David Goldberg, like their names, addresses. Now, we know the authorities know who they are. They know who they are. I'm not going to say how many people it is, but they know who it is because they were associated with David, and they know. And they have lawyers, and the lawyers have been in contact with the authorities. Now, it's all formal. It's all just the kind of rarefied legalese speak you'd expect, but the underlying message that they've gotten is, don't you dare release the classified documents. If you do, the hammer's coming down on you. If you don't, we're not going to move on you. Partly because there's nothing to move on. They can't get the documents. They can't necessarily prove they've got them. So it's kind of a stalemate. I mentioned that in the last video. There seems to be a stalemate. They don't want them released, but if they're not going to release them, they're not going to move on them yet. So they know who they are, and some of these people that left comments that Friends of David Goldberg took screenshots and they deleted the comments, removed them. Some of them had personal information about them. In some cases, about their kids. And a few of them had personal information about me. Really, really, really weird stuff. These people are really hostile, really nasty, just human garbage. And I'm not holding back. You are scum. In addition to the threats and some of that crap, there have been some other people that we don't understand what their angle is, but they seem to be trying to mislead, and they're posting some real bizarre things. Friends of David Goldberg sent me screenshots of a couple of them, and I think a couple of those comments are still up. I'm not sure. I was reading through all the comments, and one guy said, well, scopolamine, which is the drug they blow in your face to hypnotize you, he said, that's not what that is, and you made it up. His comment is totally wrong. He has no idea what he's talking about. Anybody can Google scopolamine, and you can see what it is. And there's I know the Friends of David Goldberg, I believe they responded to this guy, and they gave him some resources so he can educate himself. There was another gentleman who said something about adrenochrome, and he said, well, adrenochrome isn't real. That's something that is made up. Well, of course it's real. It's a real chemical. You can Google it right now. So I don't know who these people are. I don't know if they're just incredibly ignorant and full of just hate in their hearts, or there's something else going on, and whether it could be a troll farm, it could be a campaign to discredit. We speculated on what it is, who these people are, what's going on. But in my conversation with David, when we would talk, he told me about something called Israeli Hezbollah. It is an official arm of the Israeli government that produces propaganda. They have a huge room full of trained people on computers all day posting garbage on the internet, comments, pretending to be other people, trying to mislead, post disinfo, cause discord. This is real. You can Google it. So we've speculated, has the Israeli Hezbollah propaganda operation moved in our direction at this point because they're tired of what we're saying and they want the channel taken down? That's very possible too. I've been asking the question, I asked him at Friends David Goldberg, how's the channel still up? Well, here's the thing. It could be gone tomorrow. We know they want to get the video with the notes taken down. That could be removed soon. I don't want it to be removed, and they don't want it to be removed. But the one with the notes, don't be surprised if that's gone real quick, because I won't get into it, but they want that gone. Not the Friends of David Goldberg, not me, but they. And I'm going to leave it at that. But we have reason to believe they are trying to get the whole channel removed. Something that's kind of interesting is it looks like there's some good people at Google who have made an effort to try to keep certain channels up against the will of their superiors. So we hope that's true. We hope there's somebody there just kind of keeping the channel up, kind of dismissing the request to have it removed. I hope. We don't know for sure. So that's something to think about. I mean, it could be gone tomorrow. So the Friends of David Goldberg asked me, they said, hey, let everybody know we do have a BitChute channel. It's going to be, the link is in the description. Go to that and bookmark it, because that's an extra step for them to protect what's going on here. And they do encourage other people to repost the videos, and I think that's a great thing too. So these are all things to think about. This is just kind of my opening monologue again. I find that I end up just talking and talking, and then I get to the meat of what I want to talk about. So we'll put the timestamps in there. Somebody also they recommended they're going to turn on the closed captioning. When you watch the video, a little says CC, click that. That can help in terms of being able to watch and understand what I'm saying. But we'll put the timestamps because there's so much talk about and people can't listen to the whole thing for hours and hours. My wife, like I said, my wife said stop. Because these people are nuts. They're nuts. And we don't know who it is. It could be a variety of organizations. It could be Mossad. It could be U.S. government. It could be even some group outside of that that doesn't want certain things out. Not everything that goes on in this world is government related. There's private corporations that have an agenda. And there's just people out there that hate the truth. I mean, I've encountered them in my life. They'll make it a personal mission to go after truth tellers and distract and try to confuse. And that's just what they do. These people are nuts. I had a neighbor who was one of those people who was on my ass for 10 years over just stuff that I was doing in my yard. And you might know somebody like that. These people are miserable SOBs. And they aren't just online, they're in real life. So my wife says don't do it anymore. I'm going to do it. And I'm going to just get the audio out and I'm going to get it to them. And they're going to put it up and I hope it stays up. I don't give a crap. We're safe. They're not going to get to us. I've taken steps to make sure that ain't going to happen. I feel confident in that. I'm just disgusted that the friends of David Goldberg are being attacked on a personal level. Children are being talked about by some of these scumbags in the comments. Scary. I mean, I'm scared for them much more than I am for me because I'm safe and we're safe. So I'll take a break. That's my opening monologue. Then we'll get to the meat of it. That's Trump presidency and the collapse. Take a break. I'm doing 10 of these videos, and I wanted to have a topic or topics for each of them so you can reference them. I think you need to watch these a couple of times so it all sinks in. And the friends of David Goldberg encourage me to encourage you to participate, to comment. We do appreciate the positive people that are participating. It actually helps get the word out. If we don't get the word out, none of this matters. If we don't spread the message, none of this matters. I mean, they've done the best they can do. I'm trying to do what I can. What else can we do? When we have people attacking the channel and leaving these threatening, disgusting comments, coming after my family, coming after friends of David Goldberg and them on a personal level and their kids, you know we're at war. You know this is real. I mean, if that doesn't send a chill down your spine, what will? We put the information out, and all of a sudden we got this campaign of dozens and dozens of these YouTube accounts out of nowhere just sandblasting the videos. Now, you don't see all of it because they're having to remove it. It's got personal information in it. These people, I mean, it's full of profanity, some of these comments. And I've seen the screenshots, and at some point, I might have them share that because I told them, I said, you should just put this up, put a video of it up, maybe, I'll give you permission to use mine if we can just remove some of the stuff they said about my family and use some names. I don't want the names of my children to be shown. I said, maybe we should put that up. And they're going to consider that. So it's possible in the next video we'll get all the screenshots of some of this garbage because we're going to fight back against you scumbags. We're going to expose what you're doing. But for now, they're removing that trash. I mean, I think they got rid of most of it. I was looking at the comments, and I still saw some really stupid stuff, but I think that was just more just people being stupid, basically. The stuff they removed is on another level of hatred, toxicity, threats, just demonic. I mean, straight up demonic. When I read these comments, I get a sick feeling in my stomach. That's how bad it was. That's what we're dealing with. So it feels like we are over the target. David's channel been up for a long time, and they've had some people that didn't like him, but now it's getting ratcheted up. So that means that people that are listening who care, we do need your help, and your help matters because channel could be gone tomorrow. If you don't care, if nobody cares, nobody does anything, truth's never going to get out about Project Zypher, Project Pogo, TTID, how the collapse is going to roll out, the things they're doing that all these other disinfo channels aren't telling you. They're giving you some truth, but they're not telling you about this. They're not telling you to get out of the United States. They're telling you to stay. Oh, stay here. Fight the good fight. Save Sodom and Gomorrah. Why the hell would you want to save America? Why would you want to save Sodom and Gomorrah? There's nothing left to save. It is way over. It was over 20 years ago. If you're a patriot and you're a Christian, you know in your heart it's been over a long time. Now, the only reason you don't think it's over yet, Donald Trump is president, and we're going to get into that. The only reason you don't think it's over yet, he's president. Now you got a little bit of hope. Maybe we can save America. Trump's president. Maybe there's hope and we can save the country. Well, hold your horses. We're going to get into that. Because the level of deception is way beyond what you can even imagine. They got you deceived. You believe that the guns are going to protect you. And you believe if the guns don't protect you and they get to your family and they get to you, well, you know what? You go to heaven. You don't want to die, but if you do die, well, you're going to heaven. I mean, that's what some of these people really, truly believe. Christians particularly obviously believe that. They've got you right where they want you. Totally deceived. Sitting ducks, easy targets. Because you don't know the truth about what they're going to do to you. Because all these disinfo channels are feeding you a line about how the guns are going to protect you and you need to defend the Union and stay put, get bugged out, stay right where you are. That's right where they want you. Because guns aren't going to protect you. And you're not going to heaven because they're not going to let you get there. They're not going to let you get there. Now, I didn't say you're not going to heaven. You will get to heaven at some point if you don't allow all this deception to corrupt your soul. But they have a plan, and that is the underground basis, getting the patriots, Christians, free thinkers. It includes agnostics and atheists. Anybody who spoke badly about Israel is going underground. I don't care what you believe. If you said something bad about Israel, if you liked a video that was against Israel, they're coming for you. They're going to get you. And they got a list, and they know who you are. They're leaving no stone unturned. They want any goy who's got even a hint of the truth, a whiff of it. They want them down there, underground. It's real. You know in your heart, you know there's evil in this world. You know how bad it is. You know what they do to kids. You know who's in power, pedophiles. You know all that. But you still experience the cognitive dissonance that says, well, my guns are going to protect me, and I'm going to go out a blaze of glory, and I'm going to defend the Union. You still believe that crap, despite what you know in your heart is true, and that is you are living in a total cesspool of demonic evil every day in the United States of America, and it has been over for 2 decades in terms of saving this country. That passed a long time ago. So you got to ask yourself, why do they want me to stay here so bad? This channel right now is the only channel on YouTube telling you to get out. The only one. Only one. 5,000 other channels out there, Christian channels, QAnon, pro-Trump, patriotic, prepper channels. What are they all saying? Stay right here in Sodom and Gomorrah. Don't you dare go anywhere. That is mighty interesting, isn't it? Now, I'm all about saving America, but that ship sailed. This country is done. We are the very small minority that is awake and aware we are not enough. It's not enough. And we'll talk about Trump in a little bit. Don't you worry, we'll get to that. Because I know that's on your mind. Like, well, what about Donald Trump? We elected Trump. Trump's going to save us. QAnon. Nah. Oh, I can't wait to get to Trump. I can't wait. I'm going to have them timestamp my Trump part, and I'm going to make sure they feature that so people go to it. Because that's just as important as this part. The collapse. That was a mouthful, what I just went through. My point is this. You got to think deeper and bigger on what's really do with the agenda. It's not so simple and so easy as just holding on to your guns and getting your bug out bag. Do you think they didn't have a plan for all that? I already told you that the whole gun thing, they want you to have the guns. They want to ban guns they could have done a long time ago. They don't want to ban guns. They want you to have your guns. And they want you to believe that the guns are going to protect you. That's what they want you to believe, and you believe it. I'm all for the Second Amendment, but that ship sailed too. Saving America sailed 20 years ago, and the gun issue sailed a long time ago too, because the technology advanced for them, and it did not advance for us. We're still holding on to our AR-15s and our Colt 45s and our shotguns, thinking that's going to really stand a chance to protect us and defend the Union. You are dreaming. You're in fantasy land. We don't have the technology. They do. What they got is 100 years ahead of what you got. 100 years ahead of your guns, technology. So the gun issue, you really need to think about that. I'm all for guns. Everybody should have a gun in their home for protection. But if you want to talk about saving America and defending the Union from what is about to come, it's sticks and stones compared to what they got. And they know that. You're playing right into their hands when you talk about how guns are going to protect you and your family from what's coming. You are dreaming. Now let's move on to the collapse. And I'll have them timestamp this part, because I just rambled again. We'll move on to the collapse. The collapse is a controlled collapse. They know it's coming. They know the financial system's a bubble. They know there's trillions and trillions in debt, bad debt, loaded up on the banks, the currency. They know there's going to be a collapse one way or another. They want to control it when it happens, and they want an agenda to play out when it happens that they're in control of. They're not stupid people. These are really smart people. They're smarter than you, smarter than me. They're not going to just let some economic collapse happen at some point without them taking advantage of it. So what are they going to do? They're going to plan the collapse. My timeline, what I've been told, what I've seen, is 2021 to 2025. It could be wrong. It could change. But it is going to happen. It's going to happen soon. The collapse is going to look like this. It's not going to be Mad Max. The whole power is not going to be out across the entire United States. There's still going to be power. Now, there's going to be power outages that lead up to it. They have to do a Project Zypher. I've talked about that before. But the collapse itself, I'm going to paint a picture of what it's going to look like based on what I know. You're still going to have power. Stock market is going to totally evaporate. It will be a meltdown unlike any other over the course of about a week or two. There will be panic. The television will be on. You will be watching the news. What will follow from that? Mass layoffs, high unemployment, just overall economic disruption where Americans are already financially stressed. It's going to put them on the brink. This will transpire over a few months. It will just get worse and worse and worse. It will get to the point the military is going to come out into the streets. They're going to set up roadblocks. There's going to be food banks. because the currency is going to have serious problems. Your buying power is going to start to evaporate too. Now, people don't have any money anyway. People aren't even going to have any money. They're going to be jobless. There's going to be serious shortages of just having money. Meanwhile, the currency starts to destabilize too. After a couple of months, it's going to lead up to a point, and this is what they're planning on, the bread lines. The government is going to provide food for 350 million or so Americans. They're going to provide assistance, cash handouts, food stamps. You're going to see people that are living in mansions right now with net worths in the millions and millions of dollars in those bread lines. And it's by design. Because to get food, you're going to have to take the microchip. And if you don't take the microchip, you don't eat. Now, I talked about before, they got these nano devices in people's bloodstreams and everything. They're not very effective. There's limitations to the technology. They want everybody to be microchipped. And they know if there isn't some kind of calamity, Americans aren't going to take the microchip. Right now, would Americans go take the microchip? No, they're not going to do it. This is the catalyst to make it finally happen. And it will work. So the collapse is going to proceed. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. It gets to the point where people are in the bread lines and they're getting the food from the military, the garrisons that are set up in every city in America, National Guard, U.S. military, and foreign troops. They're going to bring in a lot of foreign troops to help out with this mess. And it is going to be like a domino effect across the Western Hemisphere and all over the Northern Hemisphere. It'll affect Europe, it'll affect China, but America will be ground zero at first. And they're going to bring in the foreign troops. And you're going to see all different kinds of faces from a whole bunch of different places, including China. So that's the first 4 or 5 months. As this happens and proceeds, this is when the government goes into high gear in terms of implementing all the globalist agendas through Congress, through the presidency. You're going to see it go into high gear during the chaos. They're going to be issuing bill after bill after bill, all about Agenda 21, Agenda 30, in terms of changing the laws, getting America on track to becoming a total globalist controlled surveillance police state where freedom of speech is shut down and you don't even have the freedom to think anymore. But that's after the reset. So you're going to have a period of a couple of years of deep, deep economic chaos and depression. The government will be there with food to help because, as I said, they do have this food program where they can grow food in these huge vats with bacteria. It's not real, but it looks real and nutritional value in there. You won't be able to farm. You won't be able to grow food yourself. They're going to ban all of that. They're already doing that. So you'll be 100% reliant on the government for a period of 3 or 4 years. And then there will be an economic recovery, a new currency. Things will recover, but it will be a new world. And all this stuff with Trump and the patriotism and nationalism and Americans still having free speech, and that's gone when this new world begins. It's over. And I'll explain more of that in the Trump part of this, why they're doing what they're doing. If you make it to that new world, you're going to have a microchip, you're going to be totally controlled and surveilled. Now, they're going to tell you that it's all roses and sunshine, by the way. They're going to tell you this is good for you. And this new world, that we survived the economic collapse, and we came out of it, and you got your microchip now, and now you got a job, and you got nice things again, and you've got power and water, and you've got a new iPhone 15, and it's going to start to look like the world we got now, but there will be some big differences. No more freedom of speech. No more freedom of speech. And the ideas of the Trump presidency, the nationalism, America first, all that will be completely destroyed and faded away. Gone. Constitution, gone. And there'll be no resistance to it because you and me, patriots, gone. I've already told you the number, 12 to 15 million. Now, there's way more than that are Republican, that voted for Trump, but they're not awake. They have a very, very shallow understanding of the truth, and they're not a threat, and they will assimilate. They've already done testing on all this. They've done profiles of these people. They've ran it through their programs that they have. I mean, they have very advanced data analysis programs where they can look at the human population of America and they can determine, okay, there's about 12 to 15 million Americans that are going to be a problem for us. And then there's going to be 100 or 150 million conservative Republican types who won't be a problem. They may resist a little bit internally, but they will take the microchip and they will assimilate. They've already determined the numbers because they have the computer algorithms to do so. 12 to 15 million of us got to go. But they're not going to just kill us. They're going to kill some of us. They're going to take us to the underground bases. Now, people have said, well, how could they house 12 or 15 million in underground bases? Of course they could. Of course they could. I've already explained to you, you're not going to be in a cell. You're going to be in a cage. It's a few square feet in size, maybe even smaller than that. These bases have been being built for 50 years, 50, 60 years, and they've got hundreds of them all over the United States. They have enough room to put at least 10 million souls down there and keep them alive. And y'all think that, well, that's just too many. Give me a break. You can fit the entire human population into the state of Texas. The entire population of Earth can be fit into the state of Texas where everybody has a little bit of land, a little place to stand. You're telling me that they can't put 10 million people into all the underground bases they've been building for the past 50 or 60 years in America? Of course they can. Now, they can't give them big, nice apartments, but they can put them in these small cages. And that's what they're going to do. I've explained how they're going to do it. They send a drone, drill a hole into your window, it flies in, it blows the puff of scopolamine, you walk out in a hypnotic state into the bus, waiting for you. This operation goes on at night. Nobody notices, nobody thinks about it, nobody cares, because the vast majority of Americans are totally brain dead and mind controlled. Now you're gone and they took you to the underground base and they're going to begin their process of assimilating you into that underground base. And that means removing your limbs one by one without anesthesia, extracting the adrenochrome that's produced in that process, and hooking you up to a machine that's going to keep you alive for hundreds of years. Meanwhile, they're going to remove body parts. They're going to remove an eye, and they might remove one of your kidneys. And they're going to sell that on the black market and make an unbelievable amount of money. China, Russia, a lot of countries are going to buy, especially in the Middle East, are going to buy from them and purchase these body parts because they're in high demand. People need them. People need new kidneys. People need they're going to take part of your liver and be able to grow it in a lab. They're going to take as much as they can without killing you, and they're going to sell it or use it for their own experiments. All right? So as that process is going on, you're being assimilated into this new life of yours, if you can call it that. You're getting tortured mentally, physically, emotionally every single day. It is absolute hell on earth for you. They're doing all this. They've got the AI program running in the run-up to the collapse. I already explained the AI program. You can go listen to the other videos about it. That AI program, the whole point is so that nobody really comes looking for this 12 to 15 million that are gone over the course of a few months. Now, if they didn't have that AI program in their So people would start to wake up. People would realize, wow, a lot of people just went missing out of the blue. What the hell happened? The AI program serves that purpose to push that, kick the can down the road so that your disappearance does not get investigated, basically. It doesn't become a news story. Because it looks like you're posting on Facebook, you just made a phone call to your mom, it sounds just like you. Nobody's going to investigate it. You might have your suspicions that my dad's gone. Where did he go? He's not at home. He's missing. But he just left a phone message for my mom. And then he just posted something on Facebook. And he says he took a trip. People will have their suspicions, but it won't be investigated. So the AI program in Project Pogo and Project Cypher serves a very specific purpose, but it will also serve a larger purpose. They're testing this for the long term. They want to make sure it works, and it does work. But it serves a very specific purpose so that when the 10 to 15 million, 12 to 15 million of patriots and Americans and Christians all disappear over the course of 6 months, 6 to 9 months, it's not going to make the headlines. It's not going to raise suspicions. That's a lot of people to disappear. They're going to be able to create what is called plausible deniability. You may suspect that your uncle is gone or your sister disappeared, but she just called you yesterday and you talked to her and it sounded just like her. Now what? Is she really gone? Or is her explanation legitimate? Oh, hey, I took a trip. Oh, hey, I'm sick. Don't come over. Oh, hey, I'll talk to you soon, but I just can't make it. I've got a lot of work right now. The AI algorithm is very advanced. It runs these scripts that have already been tested as to what is going to work on you. They're going to run a script depending on their analysis of your personality. They have a database of 360, 70 million Americans in their computers. They know everything about you. They know your habits. They know your beliefs. They know your positive qualities, your negative qualities. They're going to incorporate that in the algorithm so that when your sister calls you, your AI-generated sister calls you. She's already gone. She's in the underground base, the real one. When the AI-generated sister calls you, they're going to know what she needs to say to make you believe that she's still alive. Did that make sense or not? Sometimes I wonder that some of the people listening, if you're smart enough to understand what you're being told by right now, because some of those comments are so dumb. So dumb. But the good news is we're winning because there's way more positive comments, way more likes than dislikes on those videos. The smart people outnumber the dummies by a wide margin, thank God. Just in terms of the comments and the interaction, I see positive. The smart ones are winning. But boy, there's some dumb ones too. So, does that make sense? The AI, they're so advanced, they're so smart. They know what you're going to do before you do it. So when they disappear, 12 to 15 million American patriots, all their friends, all their family members are going to get totally bamboozled by this AI automated thing that they got set up, ready to go. And it's going to create plausible deniability. You're not going to be able to prove that your dad is gone. It's going to look suspicious. You might know he's really gone, but then your friend doesn't know it, and your local police department doesn't believe it. Months and months and months go by, and guess what? The collapse happens. And now it's just an afterthought. And now people are worried about eating. They haven't heard from their dad in months. They keep getting phone messages from him. He says this, he says that. They don't know if he's alive or dead. At that point, they can't investigate it. Local police won't look into it. They don't know what to do. And now there's an economic collapse. And now they're lining up to get food at the military garrisons And now they got to take a microchip. And they're going to take that microchip so they can eat. Am I painting a picture for you for what's going to happen? Is it starting to click? 12 to 15 million American patriots are going to be gone. They're going to kill a lot of them, too. Don't get me wrong. They're going to kill a lot of them. They're taking millions down underground. They have a data profile of every single American. They know what you believe. And if you're Christian, you better believe they're going to target you, and they're going to make sure that you survive and that you're taken underground. The people they're going to kill will have good reason to believe it's a lot of these people who've gone after Israel. A lot of these people that really called out Israel, they're really going to make sure that you suffer, and then they're going to kill you. That's my understanding. I mean, I don't know for sure. Based on documents, some of the things my military source told me, my conversation with David, kind of the direction they're going to go. But they want the Christians alive. Not that they're real specific about that. And if you got any doubt about who I'm referring to, it's Israel. Now, I'm not going to use the other terms, the J term or the Z term. I'm not going to get into that because I want the video to stay up. But you know what I'm talking about. Who do you think controls the media? That's who I'm talking about. They hate you. They believe that you are no better than cattle. And they hate that you can think for yourself and that you're starting to resist. So they've got this plan in place to make sure that there is no resistance. And there isn't. Your guns aren't going to be able to stop this. So we got out. I took the advice, my military source, been telling me a long time you need to get out. And David pushed me to do it too, and David helped me to do it. David helped me. And we got out. Now, that is going to conclude my section here on the collapse. I'll try to paint a picture for you for what's going to happen. There is going to be a reset. It's going to be bad for a few years. It's not going to be Mad Max. People still have food as long as they take the microchip. The news will be more controlled. Trump presidency is going to fade, and I'll talk a little bit about that. It's not going to be quite what you're seeing now. And that's going to that collapse is going to dominate American life for about 2 to 3 years. But then there's going to be a renewal. And that renewal is going to create a new America. Not going to have free speech anymore. But you're going to wake up every day and you're going to be told that things are better now. And all the people that took that chip, they're not very awake. They're not very aware. There's a reason they're not in the underground bases, in other words. They're going to wake up every day. They're going to believe that this new world, this globalist nightmare, is good. That's a good thing. And they're going to think, they're going to be glad that the Constitution is dead and gone, and that republicanism has been stamped out, and conservatism and conspiracy theorists are gone. That's the new world they're going to create. And these idiots that are going to be above ground, that are going to take the chip, they're going to cheer it on. They're really going to believe that it's better. And they're going to institute Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, all of their transhumanist, insane policies they've been wanting to get through for a long time, but people like us have been in the way. Not anymore. They got rid of us. They're going to start instituting the total control grid, total surveillance grid. They want total control of your life, your thought processes, everything you do, and they're going to take it even to a level beyond that, and that's where the AI comes in later on. So I hope this is all making sense. I hope it crystallized for you what the collapse is, how it's going to kind of transpire. Not going to be a Mad Max chaos, total meltdown scenario. It will be a controlled collapse, and it's going to be bad. You would not want to leave. It's not going to be fun for Americans. It's going to be rough. But it's going to be a controlled collapse. And they're going to usher all these millions of Americans through the bread lines, get the microchip, and there's going to be the renewal that comes later on. New currency, new America, no more Constitution, no more freedom. And conservatives, conspiracy theorists, anybody free-thinking person, well, they're gone. They don't exist anymore. As far as anybody's concerned, they're just gone. A lot of them been killed at that point, and the rest are underground. And there are already people underground. I mean, they've been doing this for years. This is going to be a mass operation to get millions of people down there. They already take people down there and torture them and do all this stuff to them. Thousands. They've already took 100,000. I told you, 100,000 went down there. But they take a few thousand every year, people that are just a problem for them, and they do whatever they're going to do to them. They have children that they abduct. You know all this. But for some reason, you just can't believe they do it on such a large scale, but they will. So that about concludes the class part. We're going to get into the Trump part. This is a lot. It's a lot for me. I get emotionally exhausted doing all this, and we're only on part 2. We got a long way to go. But I pray these videos stay up. There's actually a lot of really good positive comments here. A lot of the negative ones got deleted. Thank God. They're toxic and threats and other garbage from a bunch of demonic scum. But the good ones are up, and I'm very pleased to read a lot of this stuff. A lot of you are really awake. A lady named Tracy asked this. She asked, question for Tom. You said that the elites made sure they have safe places to go, which would also be a safe place for others getting out of the U.S., right? Correct. Well, why would the elites need to have a safe place to go if they are the ones behind the diabolical plans? Who do they need to be kept safe from? And why would we want to relocate to the same area that they plan to go? That's actually a couple of really good questions. First part of that, she said that the elites want to have a safe place to go. That is correct. The part of the reason for that, Tracy, is that the Northern Hemisphere in particular is going to experience a severe collapse that I just talked about. It's a controlled collapse, but the debt bubble is finally going to pop. There's about $250 trillion in debt in the banking system, basically just funding money that they've been printing up for decades out of thin air. And they know it's going to come down at some point, so they decided, let's try to make it a controlled collapse so we can benefit from it. So there'll be a reset, and then they'll start over with the new currency. When that happens, it's going to cause serious problems in a lot of countries. It's not going to be a fun time. And I previously just said that you're going to see people that lived in mansions with millions of dollars in the bread lines with everybody else in the United States of America. Even very rich people will be impacted by the stock market collapse and just total wipeout in the U.S. and in Europe, China. It's going to affect a lot of countries. Because of that, Tracy, the elites want to have some safe zones and some countries that are going to be okay. They really don't want to be there during that time. If they are, they want to have a second or a third home in a clean, safe country that does not experience this kind of disaster and mess. So I'll move on to the other part of your question. Why would the elites need to have a safe space or safe place if they're the ones behind these plans? Well, they do need that, and they do want that. There's certain parts of this planet that they really like, and that's the Southern Hemisphere. It's less polluted. It's less populated, and they've made it their own little backyard where they can do all their Agenda 21 and Agenda 30 over in New Zealand and Australia, where they've been experimenting on that for years. And they can keep it preserved and clean and they keep the chemtrails pretty much situated in the northern hemisphere. That's their backyard. Tracy asked, who do they need to be kept safe from? They don't want to be trapped in the chaos of the economic collapse. They want their own place to go. And she said, why would we want to relocate to the same area they plan on going to? Makes no sense. No, you do want to be there, Tracy. It's a far better alternative. I explained it in the other video. They don't have underground bases in these countries, in these places. They don't have a surveillance grid in place. Somewhat in parts of Australia and New Zealand, but not even close to what they've got in the Northern Hemisphere and in America. The surveillance grid down in the Southern Hemisphere isn't even like what they got up north. They haven't invested that kind of time down there because they really don't want it there and they don't need it. They're not going to have 5G in a lot of these countries. So you want to go there. They're not, their focus is on the Northern Hemisphere. All their energy's going into it, all their time. If you manage to get down there and you can maintain a low profile, you're going to be okay. And I also mentioned in my last video, again, I hope people listened all the way through because I addressed all these things. They're taking kind of a hands-off approach to the Southern Hemisphere. It has to do with some of their spiritual and religious beliefs. These people are pure, they're evil. They're totally evil, but they do have a code that they follow. They like to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. They like to get your permission to do evil. And they also like to give certain people a pass. Basically, let them through. We're not going to worry about them. And my understanding is there's kind of a hands-off attitude to the Americans that manage to get down there. They're not going to bother them. Now, if it was millions of Americans who went down to South America, that would be a different story. But if you've got dozens of them moving down there, people like me, they're not going to waste time with it. And they seem to have this attitude or approach that says, they made it out, we're going to leave them alone. For whatever reason, in their own twisted ideology and ethics, they seem to be, it's kind of hands off. That's what I've heard. I don't know for sure. I do feel safe right now that I'm here with my family. But I have been given some information that says, you'll be all right. I mean, I could be wrong. But at this point, what alternative do we have, Tracy? We stay in the U.S. That is not an option. You got to go somewhere else. Where else are you going to go? The Northern Hemisphere is in big trouble. The Northern Hemisphere is going to experience a collapse, and it's already under total surveillance grid, and they got underground bases everywhere, not just the United States. That's not an option. So where do we go? Well, we've got to go to the Southern Hemisphere. We go to the countries that are safe, that they've been protecting. That's the only other those are our options, Tracy. We don't have anywhere else to go. We can't go off the planet. I'm just trying to give people guidance and tell them what I did, and I believe it's the right decision. It's the right thing to do, and that is to get out. You got a hell of a lot better chance of avoiding this nightmare scenario if you're out. I don't have much time. We got a little over a year, but that's enough time to start making the decisions, start making the plans. Now, if I were you, I'd go to Chile, I'd go to Argentina, Ecuador. New Zealand would not be my first stop, although my understanding is it is safe. And there's parts of Australia that are safe. There's Pacific Islands that are safe. So that's the direction, Tracy, and I feel it's the right one. I hope that answered your question. I'm going to move on here. Patrick asked, How do you stop the drone from getting into your home while you're awake or asleep? Good question, actually. How do you stop it? Very hard to stop the drone. These drones are very advanced. They have lasers that can just cut right through glass in about 3 seconds. You could live in a home that has no windows and no glass and just solid concrete with a door. But you're going to be marked, and they're going to know what you did, and they're going to have other alternatives. How many people can go be in a home that has no windows? Not a lot, and if they do it, they're going to be targeted and marked for that, and they'll have other alternatives of getting you. And if that involves them busting your door down and getting you out, they'll do it. They have other means of disabling you. They have electronic weapons. They have sound weapons that can disable you to where you can't get your gun. Not just the drones, not just the scopolamine. They have other means. They will get you. And if they see that you're taking steps to avoid this, you're going to go up higher on the list, on the priority list. So there's really no way out. If you can manage to go live in a cave 1,000 feet underground somewhere with no electronics whatsoever and survive, you might make it. You might get off the radar. Because the little nano device they got in you that tracks you, they can't track you that far underground. So pretty much the only safe place you can go is a cave or really far underground. At least 100 feet is what I've been told. Very, very difficult for anybody to really pull that off, and I don't know how you're going to survive, and eventually you're going to have to come to the surface. And that little nano thing in your body, it does send out a signal, and the satellites can pick it up. Not great, but they can pick it up. Now, if you want to live in a lead-lined suit, now they can't get you. But now you're walking around in a lead-lined suit. Not very safe, not practical. So I hope that's painting a picture of how difficult this is going to be for people. They've thought of everything. They're evil, they're smart, they're diabolical. Not in a million years are they going to let you at your bug out property with some guns stop them. They just want you to believe that that was going to work. All right. Let me move down the list. Somebody suggested that I'm scaring people or somebody's going to commit suicide. That's just ridiculous. I mean, if you're going to do something, no, don't you dare even think of committing suicide. If you commit suicide, you're risking your entry into heaven. You're not getting into heaven. That's purgatory. That's another thing. I don't want to get in a religious discussion about it, but committing suicide is not an option. This individual, Anthony, said, I'm a targeted individual. This makes sense as to how gang stalking is perpetrated, the TTID program. I've spoken out against the Zionist movement, and that could potentially be a reason why. That is correct, Anthony. Off-grid desert farming with Paul and Adrian, he said this. He said, so the New World Order is going to devote that many resources, money, manpower to cut people's limbs off, torture them, feed them, keep them alive. Do you know how many staff that is going to take care of 10 to 15 million people? Let alone to feed the staff. Doesn't make sense. No, what you just said doesn't make sense. Paul and Adrienne, with all due respect, what you said just doesn't make sense. Of course they have the staff to do it. They have robots. They have machines to do it. They're going to have a staff of about 20,000 people that manage the whole operation of these underground bases. But the vast majority of what goes on is done by robots and machines. I mean, they've got technology 100 years of what you even know about. You think they've got a bunch of housekeepers walking around and porters moving around and taking care of all those people in the cages? Of course not. The whole operation is almost virtually automated. So no, you're not thinking clear. You're making excuses in your mind about that this can't be possible. Of course, very, very possible. It's very, very, very realistic and possible. And as I said, they've got technology so far ahead of what you can imagine. it makes it even more possible because of that. Even with today's technology that you're aware of, it could still be done. Just because, he said this, just because you flee to another country does not mean you will be safe, because the Antichrist system is worldwide and you'll be faced being chipped in the country you flee to. How are you going to escape? That's actually a good point. It probably will be worldwide. I've been told they're not going to implement it down in some of these other countries for a very long time. Again, the apparatus isn't in place. They don't have the underground bases. They don't have the surveillance control grid down in some of these countries. They don't have it in Africa either, by the way. I haven't mentioned Africa because it's not safe really to go there, but there are large parts of Africa that will also be safe. So it will probably be implemented in time, but it's going to be a long ways off. Their main focus is the United States, Western Europe, China, some of the Middle Eastern countries, but Canada. That is their main focus. So you're right to a point, but at this point, what other options do we have? I don't want to accept a chip, so I'm leaving and I'm getting the heck out. That was my attitude, and that's what I did. Linda Hurley said, I've often wondered about our food. It's terrible. You're absolutely right, Linda. If you're down in another country like where I'm at, you're going to taste food that's delicious because it's grown in the ground. In America, far, far less is actually grown the way you think it's grown. Ferris said, Tom is blunt and straightforward and does not entertain bull crap. Thank you. We need stand-up discussions. I appreciate his audio and the discussion of questions asked from this last video. Thank you. A human social observer said, if human consciousness can elevate the right frequency, we can defeat the AI reptilian technology. I wish that was true. I don't know if it is. Maybe we can. This person also said, stay calm, Patriots, but Tom does have correct information. Thank you. And this guy said, I don't think anyone with an NDA would care more about his family than humanity. Well, I do care about humanity. Why do you think I'm doing this? I've given people the pathway. I have helped some people so far. But some people just can't follow instructions. I'm just not going to waste time with it anymore. I'm done. I still want to know the truth and the path to get out. That's what I'm doing. I'm going to move on to the section about Trump. I know I just talked for a long time there. I just rattled and rattled. I've already gone an hour now. You know, I asked them to put in these timestamps so that you can at least jump around and get to the parts you want to listen to, because I know it's a lot. My recommendation, you listen to all of it. I think you should listen to all of it. If you really want to be informed and know what's up, you should listen to all of it, but I get it. You might get tired of listening to certain things, so you can skip around, and now you jump to the Trump section here. And this is just a huge topic. It really should be its own video, and I might explore it in another video and talk more about it in a different video. But the Trump presidency is, it's a big, 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 big deal. They've not talked about it a lot. We had a lot of discussions about it. And ultimately, after all those discussions we had, we came to the conclusion that Trump, there's too much crap surrounding him. Abad Lubavitch, his love of Israel, how he has done everything for Israel, how he allowed his daughter to convert to Abad Lubavitch. When how he has signed this, he just signed an executive order that makes, he's pushing to outlaw anti-Semitic speech. David talked about that too. So there's real problems, and he has connections to Epstein, although there isn't really any evidence that he ever went on his plane. You know, guilt by association is a slippery slope. Just because he was in Epstein's black book doesn't necessarily mean he was involved in what Epstein was involved in. His daughter was in Epstein's book. So it's hard to reach conclusions on that. But he did appoint Alex Acosta as the labor secretary. And Alex Acosta is the idiot prosecutor in Florida who helped Epstein get off. So why would Trump appoint him to a position of power? Acosta eventually had to resign. So there's some suspicious stuff with Trump that doesn't look good. You know, and it's possible it's just total cognitive dissonance, that Trump really believes what he's doing. He really believes it's all about America first, but he's got this cognitive dissonance. He's got this blind spot where he puts Israel first. It's a problem. The problem is when they control both candidates, it doesn't matter who wins. Hillary Clinton received more money and more funding from Jewish organizations than any human being in history. And then you got Trump, who got millions and millions and millions from a bunch of Jewish billionaires. So how could they lose? So I can't totally explain it. Part of the thing that's confusing is Trump does do some good stuff. He seems sincere. He seems to believe the stuff that he says. But you've got to remember, he's a little bit of a fraudster too. And somebody like that's a chameleon. He's able to shift and change to suit a certain crowd, constituency, and he's done a hell of a job of it. If you look back at his positions, if you go way back, this is the guy that said Hillary would be great as president way back. He said Oprah would be a great president. Trump said all kinds of dumb, contradictory things over the years. He donated Democrats and Republicans. But it's hard to draw conclusions from that. It's hard to say, well, is Trump a bad guy or did he just play the system? And when it comes to the Israel question, he's either one of them or he is being duped. He's got a blind spot. Or best case scenario, he's trolling them and he's playing them. He's playing them. He's keeping his enemies close. He's saving them for last kind of thing. And I think Q said something like that. I could be wrong. I haven't kept up on all that. So David was more in the feeling that Trump was just a total traitor and in bed with Israel and could not be trusted. I was more of the feeling that I kind of support Trump and I don't want to totally throw him under the bus. Let's give him a chance. So we had a lot of arguments about that. But at the end of the day, Trump is pushing 5G. Trump has suggested that 5G is like the race to the moon back in the 60s. So Trump could be saying all these good things, but then he's doing all these evil things. Remember, he's talking one good thing, talking a good game, but the actions tell you a different story. He hires all these swamp creatures. Nobody gets arrested. The agenda hadn't shifted that much. And if Hillary got in power or another Democrat got in power, they can reverse whatever the heck Trump has done. Now, everybody says he's appointing judges. Well, how do you know those judges aren't a bunch of Freemasons? Just because they're conservative doesn't mean anything. I really question the judge's part because he talks that up a lot. Wow, look at these conservative judges I appointed. No. They're all swamp creatures and part of the agenda. So there's something going on, but I don't believe Trump is the guy to clean the swamp. He's more about himself. He's very upset about the impeachment. He's very upset about how he was spied on. But what is he doing to really move the ball to change the real agenda? And when you put Israel first the way he does over and over and over again, you can't ignore that. That's a problem. Now, you could say he's keeping his enemies close, but what's really changing right now? Right now, he supported Israel on everything. He supported Saudi Arabia on everything. They got him by the balls. It's pathetic. He hasn't given us any 9/11 truth. He hasn't arrested anybody. He hasn't indicted anybody. What's changed? Other than Q telling you that there's all these indictments and all these people in Gitmo with no evidence at all. What has changed? Not much. You just have to be objective about it, because he talks a good game, and the people that love Trump, they love him. And he's right about the fake news, but what's changing? Everything he's done can be reversed pretty quick. If there's a collapse, if there's a Democrat in power, if Pence got in power, it all gets reversed. Whatever the heck he's done, which isn't a whole hell of a lot, they can reverse it. The problem with Trump is he's a paper tiger. He talks big, talks good game. But he hadn't moved on a lot of things he needed to move on. So it's a tough one. Is his heart in the right place? Or is he compromised? Or does he have blind spots? These things David and I talked about a lot. At the end of the day, what I've learned from my military source is Trump's compromised. That's the problem. He does talk a good game, but there's something really wrong when it comes to some of the decision-making that's gone on. He hadn't been tough enough. He hadn't followed through on a lot of things. He talks and talks and talks, and he cries on Twitter a lot, but he could do a lot more than he's done. He's just not tough enough. He's not taking the steps he needs to take. So he's a Pied Piper. You get a guy like that in there that makes you feel like he's going to save the country, but he really doesn't do it, doesn't get the job done. That's almost worse than having somebody like Hillary in there, who at least you know she's the enemy. So my personal view is I think Trump has some sense of what's right and thinks he's doing the right thing, but he's so dumb and ignorant on certain things, and he's so compromised. He'll walk the country off a cliff if it means helping Israel. He seems to have gotten out of the Iran thing. That's something David talked about a lot. They're going to send us to war with Iran. Well, clearly they were planning to do that. You have to be blind not to see that. So David talked about that a lot. He was right about everything. But the public response to Iran was extremely negative. And it looked like they had to change course, and David talked about that. He said, well, having to change course because the public response is extremely negative. They had no appetite for the war. So the little false flags they did weren't enough. They weren't enough. So we don't really know what Trump was doing. Were they telling Trump, hey, we're going to have to back off. You need to pretend like you are trying to get out of the war, and we'll save it for your second term? Well, they have a big false flag and there's no way out of it. Wow, Iran fired a nuke at Israel. Okay, we got to go get Iran. Something like that. Iran attacks the U.S. as a U.S. aircraft carrier. Real obvious, no doubt they did it. Okay, now we got to go get Iran. The Gulf of Tonkin kind of thing, or a 9/11 kind of thing, where they're going to get you into the war. My feeling is, and David seemed to kind of indicate this in some of his videos, is they poll tested it. Do Americans have an appetite for Iran right now? And clearly they didn't. This was back in May. They were gearing up for war. What happened? A couple little false flags were conducted. Nobody bought it. Trump started to look like the hero, like he was pushing back against Bolton, and all the Trump people got on board with that, like, wow, Trump's fighting back against Bolton and all this crap. So that gave Trump a little street cred. Does that make sense? So now when the big false flag happens, people are going to trust Trump because they feel like he's got their side. He's not pro-war. He's the anti-war president. They've given him that street cred. Does this make sense right now? These are smart people. They realize the whole Bush crap isn't going to work anymore. Bush was all about jingoism. Rah, 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 America's a policeman of the world. We're going to go get them and get the bad guys in the Middle East. That worked, but it doesn't work anymore because people have wised up and they're tired of the crap and the false flags and the wars. So if they got Trump in there and he's got a little street cred and he's a little bit anti-war, and he rebuffed Bolton on the war with Iran, now it looks like, maybe Trump's the guy we can trust on this. And then he kicked Bolton out. So we don't really know for sure. My hope is Trump has a plan, a trick up the sleeve, and he's playing these idiots over in Israel like a fiddle. It's hard to tell. Because he came out yesterday and said, well, Jews need to love Israel even more than they do. He said he was the king of Israel back over the summer. I mean, he's done all kinds of weird stuff that make you think he loves Israel. Or is he just trolling them? Is he trolling the mofos? Is he buttering them up? Does he know they're full of crap, but he knows he's got to play the game? Otherwise, they'd crucify him as an anti-Semite. So he knows he's got to play the game. But when push comes to shove, he won't go to war with Iran. He won't do it. He does the symbolic things. He moves the embassy to Jerusalem, for example. He lets Israel have the Golan Heights, even though they already have the Golan Heights. I mean, there's no stopping that. They've settled the whole thing. I mean, they're not going anywhere. There's 500,000 of them in the Golan Heights. They're not going anywhere. So Trump throws him a bone on that. So he's throwing Israel these bones. But when push comes to shove, he sort of got us out of Syria and he avoided the Iran war and he fired Bolton. So it looks like he could be playing them. He could be gaming them. And then he butters them up with these ridiculous statements about, well, Jews don't love Israel enough. And then he signs these executive orders that are really bad, punishing the BDS movement. I mean, this stuff's really bad. So if you take it at face value, Trump looks like a total Shabbos Goy butt sponge at face value. But if you read into some of the things he's saying, you could argue he's trolling them. He's playing them. He knows he can't come out against them. So he's got to be subtle about it. That's the best case scenario. But why would you let your daughter marry this guy? Kushner, why would you let that happen? And why would you put Kushner in charge of the wall and in charge of Middle East peace? I mean, he's giving Kushner so much power. That's why David said, hey, he wants Kushner to be vice president. We don't know for sure. I talked to David about this a lot. Do we know what Trump's doing? There's one way you can look at it where it's really, really bad, where he's a traitor. He needs to be tried for treason, for giving so much to Israel, cooperating with Israel, putting Israel first. That's treason. And doing nothing to put America first other than a bunch of symbolic crap about the wall or this or that, things he could really do to stop, but he hadn't done it. Letting some of his bullcrap filter through the courts and get knocked down to where nothing really changes at the border in the immigration system. So it's all symbolic. It's not actually doing anything. So if you look at it that way, Trump is just a paper tiger. He's up there to mislead and distract. He's a Pied Piper. And they'll get rid of him at some point, and they'll usher in the New World Order and globalism. And they'll look back at Trump, and they will characterize him as a Hitler in the history books. And they'll say that was the last vestige of conservatism and republicanism in America. And now it's dead. We killed it. Impeachment isn't going to do it, but something's going to do it at some point. Then you got another way of looking at it. Trump's just playing these people, and at some point he'll drop the hammer on Israel. That's the best case scenario. I don't see it happening. Nothing he's doing is doing that. They know the Israel thing or the Iran war is not popular, so they put it off till the second term. And they're going to have a big old false flag to get everybody behind it. Something that is so, there's no way you could deny it. A 9/11 type false flag that puts the target on the back of Israel or on the back of Iran. That's what I think they're plotting. Trump says he wants to make a deal with them, and he exchanged the prisoners recently. What's true? Maybe 5D chess is in play, but if Trump doesn't know about Project Zypher, and he doesn't know about Project Pogo, and he doesn't know about TTID, and he's totally wrong about 5G, and he's just spending all his time talking on Twitter, and he isn't indicting anybody, he didn't put these people in prison, he isn't training the swamp. He may be playing some chess, but he's not doing enough. It's not going to matter at the end of the day. Because on some level, maybe Trump realizes Israel is full of crap, and he knows the game, and he thinks he can play the game, but he doesn't fully understand how deadly that game is. And if you aren't tough, and you don't take action, and you don't declare martial law, and you don't arrest these people, and you don't really, really, really get tough, not going to matter. They're going to get rid of you. So if Trump doesn't do the Iran war, and if Trump doesn't do more for Israel, or if Trump really tries to play both sides, they'll get rid of him. My concern is this: at face value, he's a Shabbos goy, straight up. He grovels for Israel. He crawls across hot coals for Israel. His entire cabinet's full of a bunch of Israel firsters. I mean, what are we supposed to conclude? We're trying to read between the lines and find a silver lining with Trump and trying to say, okay, maybe he's trolling Israel. Maybe he's playing both sides. Maybe he knows what the game is. Maybe he knows he's got to play the game. So he throws the symbolic crap like moving the thing to Jerusalem, the embassy to Jerusalem. Maybe he does these things because he's got some plan for the future but I don't see it happening. Like, where is it happening? Explain to me what he's doing to change anything. It's just tweeting and tweeting and tweeting. There's no real solid change. And we talk about judges, they're all Freemasons. Who cares? Based on what my military source has told me, he said this. He said, Tom, nothing is really going to change. You're going to see all this talk. You're going to see the patriots riled up and feeling confident, but it's not going to change. Project Zypher collapse is coming. Trump will, whether he's there or not, it doesn't matter. No fundamental changes were really made to prevent what's coming in terms of what the Trump administration's been doing. That's what he told me. It's going to feel good. It's going to look good. And you're going to feel rah, 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 go Trump. But the fundamental things that had to be done to save the country did not and will not happen. Trump needed to declare martial law pretty quick, arrest a lot of people, get the Marines, get the military in Washington, D.C., shut down a lot of these departments, FBI, CIA. They needed to be shut down. Everybody arrested and the buildings demolished. IRS, demolish them. Literally demolish them. Line them up with explosives and blow them up. After you've removed everybody, taken them to Gitmo, blow these buildings up. Arrest Congress, get them to Gitmo. This is what you had to do to save the country, and my military source said he didn't do it. It's just been talk, and it's been good talk. So it's been some good talk. It's really got everybody riled up and feeling like, well, there's hope. We got Trump in there. He said, don't buy into it. because the fundamental things that need to happen did not happen. And Trump's moving the ball forward for Israel, and he's moving the ball forward on 5G. 5G alone ought to be enough to tell you things are not what they seem. So that's my assessment. Whatever Trump's doing, he appears to be embattled with the Democrats. There seems to be a power struggle. I mean, that could be real. Is it theater? Is it real? Are Trump and Hillary friends? Are they not friends? We don't know for sure. We know Trump was connected to Epstein, but there's no evidence he went on the plane. Guilt by association is not enough. What's real? We know there's video of Epstein and Trump 20 years, 25, 30 years ago checking women out. And a bunch of models were hanging out and they were checking them out. Okay, I mean, that's not criminal. It looks bad, but it's not a crime. So we don't know the extent of all that. We know that Epstein was deep in a lot of crap, and Bill Clinton was deep in with him. Trump's association is not quite as close. Whatever the case, it doesn't matter. Trump's president. He hadn't done what's necessary to save the country. It's been too much talk, too much pro-Israel, too much window dressing. Too much window dressing, and it won't matter in the end. He didn't make enough fundamental changes to turn the country around. It's over. Too much talk. Too many Israel firsters. Too many tweets that were written by Stephen Miller, the Zionist spokesperson that seems to write half his speeches. It's all pro-America, but the actions, the fundamental actions, are pro-Israel. It's one thing to talk, it's another thing. You always have to look at people's actions. You got to look at their actions. What do they do versus what they say? Trump's words and his actions just don't line up the way they need to. I would advise great caution when it comes to Trump and jumping on the Trump train and getting all rah, rah, rah. You really got to check yourself on that. It ain't what it seems. And David knew that. David talked about it extensively. There's too many disturbing things that we know in terms of his connections with Israel, Abad Lubavitch, Jared Kushner, the rabbis, the funding of his campaign, the moneyed interests that want him in there. They're Zionists. The only little tiny sliver of hope, little silver lining we got is maybe Trump's playing them, maybe he's operating 5D chess way beyond what they see or what we see. I don't believe so, because the fundamental things that need to happen didn't happen, haven't happened. And what I mean by that is arrests. So you got to ask yourself, why is QAnon saying all this stuff? And we know it's not happening. QAnon probably has access to information. It's more than just what they call a LARP. There's something to it, but it's just talk. Nothing's happening. They just want you to believe that something's happening. They want you to believe the indictments are coming. They want you to believe it's just right around the corner, tick-tock, tick-tock. But nothing is fundamentally changing. Just kicking that can down the road a little bit longer before the collapse. So Project Zypher, Project Pogo, TTID gets completed and gets done, and then the collapse happens. Now, they may pin that collapse on Trump. He may be the fall guy. They may use him as a symbol, say, wow, we allowed Trump to get in power, and then the whole thing fell apart. He was a modern-day Hitler. I mean, that's what the history books may write. That may be the agenda that they want to play out. He may be a willing participant in it. He may not be. But the end game hasn't changed. The end game hadn't changed. No matter how many tweets that guy sends, no matter how many great things he says that America-loving patriots eat up and gobble up and love, the fundamental things that need to happen haven't happened, and a lot of really bad things have happened. particularly some of this stuff he's signing with respect to the Noahide laws and the anti-Semitism stuff. That's really bad. I don't see any resistance from Trump on that. He's either a complete moron or he's got some game plan to play him. I don't see it happen. I don't see it. What's he doing to stop any of this? Nothing. Whether he's conscious with all this or he is just being played himself. Maybe he's a puppet, maybe he's compromised, maybe they give him a script and say, well, go out and talk about that and talk about this and do that. We don't really know. You got to search your gut and the Holy Spirit on that one. But you need to open your eyes and you look around and you say, wait a minute, things aren't fundamentally changing in a way that needs to happen to save the country. And I just told you what it was, martial law. Shut down the agencies, arrest all of them, get them in Gitmo, get them in the military bases, try them for treason. You have to declare martial law. You've got to get troops on the streets in Washington, D.C. to clean out the swamp, get the Constitution back in play. You've got to undo all the legislation from Congress and Obama and Bush. You've got to completely undo it. Patriot Act, all of it. Trump hadn't done any of that. You've got to totally cut ties with Israel, send all the dual citizens back to Israel, cut all the funding, and you got to open the 9/11 investigation. You got to ban 5G. I mean, these are all the things that need to happen, and they haven't happened. And you got to get the Clintons indicted and arrested. None of it's happened. It's just been talk on Twitter. Good talk, but just talk. You're being played. You're being played for fools. That's why I said you can't save America. That's the things that need to happen to save America haven't happened. It's over. Trump, he's Pied Piper. A psyop to lead the Patriots. Give them a false sense of security and lull them to sleep. And boy, they've done a hell of a job with it, with the QAnon thing. There's a lot of things that Trump says, written by Stephen Miller, an avowed Zionist. All these sons of bitches are crafty, aren't they? So that's my take on Trump. I'm going to end this, and this is part 2. I recommend listening to these over and over again just so it all sinks in. You get the information and you spread it. I hope you can spread it and post it and get it out there. And I'll get I'll get part 3 up soon. I'll get the audio to them, and we can get that up too. That's it. So it's part 3. Some really big news has come through. I want to share with everybody. I've been put in touch with someone who is an employee of a major American news corporation. Some of you probably know who it is. It is a major television network. It's not Fox News. I was put in touch with this individual through my military source, and this person has a conscience. Basically, they have a conscience, and they know what's going on. They don't specifically know about Project Zypher, Project Pogo, but they have information. And we've had a lot of discussions the past week over the phone, and we're using an encrypted line, a method that is over the internet to talk. And he's told me some things that are just mind-blowing. Basically, he told me that a lot of the people in the television networks, on the news, reporters, people you're familiar with, they know what's going on. They have a real good idea of what the plan is. Now, they don't have the exact details of Project Pogo, Project Zypher, or TTID, but they know there's going to be a reset, there's going to be a collapse, and there's going to be microchipping. They're aware of this stuff, and they're going right along with it. They've been promised a lot of money. They've been told, hey, here's what we're doing. This is good.
This is part of the plan. This is great. Don't worry about Trump. He's in on it. This is what they've been told. And this individual who I spoke with, he doesn't care for it. He has a conscience. And he knows about what I'm doing. He knows about the Friends of David Goldberg. And he is trying to figure out a way to get this information out. It's not going to be easy. Because he has editors, he has people watching over him and what he's doing. He can't just come out and do a story on this. He's got to figure out a way to get it out. So that's what we're working on right now, and that is really good news. Really good news. So I wanted to let you all know what was up with that. I don't have much more I'm going to say on it. I'm going to save that probably for the next video when I can get a little more information from him and what I can share without compromising his cover. Because we've had encrypted communication so far through email and over the internet, and I don't think they know what's going on. I don't think they know that he's doing this. I don't think that his cover has been blown, and we don't want to do anything that would cause that to happen. So that's great. I wanted to just kind of do a recap. My name is Tom. I was a friend with David Goldberg's. We had a lot of conversations before his passing. He became a friend to me. And we didn't share the same political views. We were really, really different backgrounds, too. He ended up becoming a good friend, and they took him from us. They took him from us because he had these documents, and they believed he was going to release them, and they took action. And they killed him. And he believed his life was in danger. They had made attempts on his life, and he had talked about it. And he believed my life was in danger. And because of him, we're safe, and my family is safe because of what he did for us, which I've talked about before. He didn't have to do it. And we owe him everything. And that's why I'm carrying on his legacy. I'm helping and working with the Friends of David Goldberg, his friends who have been tasked with carrying on his wishes. He left instructions for them, very detailed instructions for them. These were just friends of his, lifelong friends that he'd known for many years, and they are honoring those wishes. And I really appreciate what they're doing, too. So that's where we're at right now. I've done 2 videos. I've covered a lot of stuff. It concerns me that people aren't really getting it, though. We're going to do a little recap here just to get it to sink in. Because I read these comments, and boy, there's some people that just don't get it. They are in deep denial. Let's be clear. This is about Project Pogo. This is about Project Zypher. And it's about the TTID program and the AI program they got going. It's called Full Spectrum Dominance. Google that, Full Spectrum Dominance. This is a military operation to take over America and destroy America, kill patriots, and remove patriots. When I say remove, I mean take them underground. They're not going to kill all of them. They're going to take them underground. This is a huge operation that has been in the works for years. I don't know when this channel is going to be taken down. It's something I wondered about. It's something we're wondering about. We're scared to death it's going to be removed any day now. Now, something happened the other day where all the things that the Friends of David Goldberg had posted in the community section of the channel were removed. They logged in and it was gone. That had them real worried. Now, it looks like they can still post there, but everything they'd posted over the past many, many months, gone. So we're very concerned about this because the information I've given you is classified. No one else knows about it. I don't know if they want it out or not. We've talked about this before. It's called white balance. They're going to tell you what they're going to do to you before they do it. They did that with 9/11. So maybe that's why the channel's up. It's not getting a lot of views. A lot of people don't know about it. That's probably why it's still up. They don't care, and they like to tell you what's going to happen before it happens. They gave David the documents for a reason, but they don't want them released.
They're real clear about that. But they don't mind that I yap about it, and they didn't mind that David was going to talk about it. The problem was David was about to let them out, release them. They believed he was going to release them, and I think he had plans to do that. That's when they took action, took his life. So you understanding the picture here and what's going on? It's a miracle that the channel is still up and you're still getting this information. But I think it's because of a couple of reasons. White balance. They believe in telling you the evil plans that they have before they do them. This is their means of doing it. They gave David the documents. They knew he had a YouTube channel. David was going to go a little too far and release him. They said, no way in hell we're going to let that happen, and they killed him. But David was a smart guy, and he had plans. He had plans in place. And he got his friends involved. He let me know what was going on. And we've still got the channel up, and we're still getting the information out. Praise God. Praise Jesus that we're able to do this. So now we're at this point, and we're getting close to the end game. I've told you it's 2021 to 2025. We got a little bit of time. Project Pogo is the plan to compromise all of the YouTube channels so that they're all pumping out disinfo. I've talked about it before. David talked about it. Project Pogo. That's why you cannot trust any of these other patriotic channels, pro-Trump channels, prepper channels, New World or anti-New World Order channels, Christian channels. You can't trust any of them because not a single one of them is telling you to get out of the United States. Is that sinking in for you? This is the only channel with that message. The only one out of thousands and thousands of channels. Why is that? Because they're compromised. They're compromised. They're part of the disinfo apparatus. And that's Project Pogo. It's been going on for years. They had to compromise the truther channels, and they did. So that's step one, Project Pogo. They've got TTID, Tag Tracking ID. All right? I've talked about that. Listen to me. It doesn't matter that you comment on it, on the channel. It doesn't matter. You've already been tracked. Now, somebody was saying the other day, they were saying that, well, if you comment on David's channel, now they know who you are. No. Just by viewing it, they know who you are. But here's the thing. If you're looking at David's channel, you've probably already looked at 20 other channels. It's over. They know who you are. Coming to David's channel doesn't change anything. I want to assure people we're not trying to track you. Believe me, they already knew who you were. They already knew who you were. This program's been going on a long time. Tag Tracking ID, TTID. They track your IP. They look at the videos that you've been watching. They put you into a database. They categorize you according to a certain level. A threat, basically, a threat level, different color designations. And there's not much you can do about it. If you looked at one or two videos over the past 3 or 4 years that had anything to do with the truth or QAnon or anything to do with Zionism, anything to do with 5G, vaccines, anti-vaccine material, they know who you are. It's over. You can't really take steps to hide at this point. That's why I'm telling you, get out, because there is no other solution. You've got to get out. So that's where we're at right now. So that's Project Pogo. That's TTID. Now we're going to move on to Project Cypher. Project Cypher is a wide-ranging program. It involves 5G. It involves a surveillance grid. It involves vaccines. It involves power outages. It involves the systematic elimination of American patriots. It involves underground bases. It is a wide-ranging program, but the purpose is this, and let me be absolutely crystal clear what the purpose is of Project Cypher. Remove 12 to 15 million American patriots who are a threat to their plans. And when I say remove, for the most part, I do not mean kill. They have killed some people, and they're going to kill some people. But the vast majority are going to the underground bases. Now, if you don't believe and you don't know that there are underground bases in America, I can't help you. You are so uninformed and far gone, I can't help you. Go do the research and come back when you're done. Yes, there are underground bases in the United States of America, and they are extensive. They are huge. They've been building them for over 50, 60 years, and they can house millions of people, but not in the way you think. I've said it before. We're not talking about apartments down in these bases or prison cells. We're talking about cages. They're going to take you underground, they're going to put you in a cage, and they're going to remove your limbs one by one without anesthesia to acquire the adrenochrome from your body. And then they're going to keep you alive. They're going to remove some of your organs. If they can sell them on the black market, they'll do that. That's not a priority, but it's part of it. And they're going to keep you alive. They have technology to keep the human being alive. As far as I know, for up to 500 years, it could be much longer than that. My military source has said they think it's up to 1,000 years. They can keep you alive for 1,000 years. And that's an interesting number because it is biblical in nature. 1,000 years. I'll let you ponder that. But their plan is not to exterminate and kill. It is to take you underground and keep you alive in a cage with your limbs removed and undergo psychological, mental, emotional, physical torture for 1,000 years. Or longer or shorter, whatever it is, it's as long as they can do it. The technology they have is impressive, to put it mildly, what they can do. So why would they want to do that? Well, they don't want to kill you because they know that's the easy way out. Does that make sense? I hope it does. They're smart people. They know what they're doing. Killing all these patriots, that's just too easy. These people are devious and evil on a level you cannot comprehend. So that's Project Zypher. 12 to 15 million American patriots, Christians, agnostics, and atheists. Anybody who is awake and aware, if you know who did 9/11, you're one of those people. And I don't mean that Al-Qaeda did 9/11 or Saudi Arabia did 9/11 or Osama bin Laden did 9/11. You know who I'm talking about. It's a little flea of a country, little tiny flea of a country in the Middle East that I'm talking about. I won't say its name. You can figure it out. If you know who did 9/11, you're a target. You're on that list. You're going to the underground base. If they don't kill you. Now, they are going to kill some patriots. They've got their reasons for that. I don't know what those reasons are. But they have eliminated some, and they'll eliminate more. But it is a pretty small percentage compared to who they want to take underground. That's Project Zypher. And they have their methods to do it. And I've talked about the methods to pull this off. And we've got all these people in the comment section that just don't get it. Well, they can't do that to 160 million Americans. That's a comment I saw. 160. Where did I ever say 160 million Americans? Never said that. And some yokel in the comment section says I said 160 million Americans are going to be taken underground. They don't listen. Either that or they're shells, disinfo agents, when they say stupid stuff like that. I said 12 to 15 million, not all of which are going underground. Some of them are going to be killed. Some of them will be put in camps above ground. They have the means and the ability to get 8 to 10 million Americans underground in these bases. You're damn right they can do it. You're not going to be in a big fancy prison cell. You're going to be in a little tiny cage. And these bases are massive. They got them in every state. They've been building them for 60 years. You bet they can take you underground. And you bet they can pull this off. But it's a big operation. I've talked about that. It's not just one thing. You've got an AI program, you've got vaccines, you've got 5G, you've got the power outages, you've got the flu virus outbreak, you've got this AI drone program that is absolutely wild, but totally feasible. I've got people on the comments saying, well, they can't do that, Tom. There's no way they could do that. Oh, yeah, they could do that. They're going to send a drone to your home at night. It's going to drill a little hole in your window. It's going to fly in. It's going to shoot a little puff of scopolamine in your face. Scopolamine in your face. And other compounds. And it's going to use electronic wavelengths that are going to be transmitted at you through this drone, and it is going to hypnotize you. And you're going to rise right up out of your bed, and you're going to walk right out the door to a van or a bus that's waiting outside, and you're going to get in there with your family, and they're going to take you to the underground base. And you're going to do it willingly. Well, you're in a hypnotic state, and so is your entire family. You bet they got the technology to do it. And it's all going to go off without a hitch in the quiet of the night, and nobody's going to be the wiser because they've got this AI program in place, which I've talked about, whereby they're going to take you to the underground base, but you're going to keep posting on Facebook. And then you're going to call your mom on the phone. It's going to sound like you, but it's not really going to be you. Now, they use this technology in 9/11. But they're playing earphones and cell phones that don't work at that altitude. It didn't even work at that time in 2001. But you got all these phone calls from, I believe his name was Todd Berman or Todd Beeman, and he's calling his mom, and he sounded like a zombie. Totally fake. They had the technology back in 2001. It is way more advanced now. So you're going to be on the underground base. You're going to have your limbs being taken off of you one by one while they're extracting the adrenochrome from you. It's going to be absolute horror and hell while you're down there above ground. Everything looks normal. You're still posting on Facebook. You called your mom on the phone. Hey, Mom, everything's fine. You called your work. Hey, I'm calling in sick. I can't come in today. And this goes on and on. The AI program is very advanced. It knows exactly what to say and when to say it to maintain what is called plausible deniability. It may appear that you're gone to some people. Your neighbors may suspect, hey, there's nobody home. What happened to that family that was there? But there's still plausible deniability. That is the point of the AI program. The point of the AI program is not to pretend that you're still alive forever. It is there to maintain plausible deniability for about 6 months. Project Zypher is going to take place in 2021, a little bit before the collapse. They want to have some plausible deniability while they remove 12 to 15 million of these Americans. It's not there to pretend that these people are always going to be alive, because once the collapse happens and the reset happens, the average normal American isn't going to have time to worry about how their neighbors are gone. The AI program in this instance also has a secondary purpose. They're developing it for the future for other things that they're going to use it with. It's a little bit of a test run. Ultimately, they decided, if we remove 12 to 15 million Americans forcibly from their homes without using these other means, there are people going to ask questions. It's too many people to just get rid of. You're going to have people launching investigations. You're going to have just too many people raising their eyebrows. Where the hell those people go? Over the past couple of months, they're all gone. What happened to them? The AI program is in place for a reason, to maintain plausible deniability. Oh, it looks like they're gone, but wait a minute, somebody just posted on Facebook, or one of them made a phone call to a friend, and it seems like they're still alive. They're somewhere. We don't know where. The police aren't going to investigate it. This goes on for a few months, and then the collapse happens. And now there's no investigation, and people have already forgotten that you're gone, and they're not really sure. That's the whole point of it, and it's absolutely ingenious what they're doing. And we've got dummies on the comment section that, well, they can't do that. Of course they can do it. Open your eyes and wake up. Of course they have the technology to do all this. The drone thing is
I mean, that's pedestrian for them. I've got people in the comments section saying, well, they could never do that with a drone, and drone can't fly into your home, and it can't drill a hole in the window, and, oh, they could never hypnotize you like that. That's just not possible. Are you kidding me? They had this technology 20 years ago. That's the easy part for them. The AI is taking a little bit more work to perfect. The drone part of it, I mean, that's just simple. Like, why would you go into their house forcibly, have a big gunfight, have it in bloody bloodshed, everybody in the neighborhood knows it happened, when you can just send a drone in? Puts the whole family into a hypnotic state. They walk out willingly into the van or the bus and drive away at 2 in the morning. Nobody sees it happen. No one knows what's going on. Why not? Because they're smart. This isn't about the guns. It's not about going after the Americans with the guns, with guns ablazing and busting into your home and knocking the door down and dragging you out. They're too smart and strategic for that kind of Hollywood brutality and brute force. They don't have to do that. They've got a plan for everything. They're going to get rid of 12 to 15 million Americans, and they're going to do it without a peep. And you're going to wake up 6 months from then, and there's going to be an economic collapse, and you might suspect that your neighbor Bob has been gone or disappeared, but you're not really sure because he keeps posting on Facebook, and you don't have time anymore to worry about it because now you got to eat. And now you got to take the microchip because there's been an economic collapse. That's how this scenario is going to roll out. Before the economic collapse, they're going to eliminate the people. Project Zypher is going to be completed. They're going to get 10 to 12 American patriots out of the way, get them into the underground bases. Boom, economic collapse happens. The rest of the sheep up top above ground aren't going to know what the hell's going on, and they're going to take the microchip so they can eat. They've been planning this for a long time. This is how it's going to go down. And if you're here in the United States of America, 2 things are going to happen to you. If you're watching this video, you're probably on the list, and they're going to take you underground or they're going to kill you. Without a shot fired, your guns don't mean anything. You're never going to have an opportunity to fire your gun at anybody or anything because they're going to come and get you, and you're going to walk out of that home in a hypnotic state in a daze. You're not going to remember a thing, and you're going to get in that bus, and you're never going to have an opportunity to fire a shot. Now, I want to add a little asterisk to that. The scopolamine and the hypnotic compounds they use do not work on everybody. And yes, they've got a plan for those people. They've already got a psychological and biological profile of you. Do you understand that? They've been able to identify the people that this is not going to work on. It's percentage, 5% of people it's not going to work on them. Scopolamine is not going to work. The electronic inducement in the hypnotic state is not going to work. Some people will be resistant to it. I believe I'd be one of those people because I'm pretty woken up. Guess what? They got a plan for that. They know that there are people that it's not going to work on them. So what are they going to do? Well, they're going to send the drone in there and they're going to shoot you with something that's going to put you to sleep.